because I had God, it was about cops. Um,
It's a good show.
no, no, not that. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Now I remember. Um, so you know, the thing that police or lawyers say all the time is, of course, don't talk to cops, right? Something happens, you're involved in a situation, don't talk to the
That's
cop.
not true.
Well,
You are supposed to talk to the cops. Lawyers say it all the time. And what you say is that you're invoking your Fifth Amendment right to
right.
remain silent. You would like to speak to your lawyer. And anything I say after this point, even if I say yes or no to whether or not I want a glass of fucking water, does not magically mean I'm no longer invoking my Fifth Amendment right or my desire for a lawyer, please.
Mm. Well, what I want to ask specifically is about being a witness to a crime, because I had just heard it was basically actually about the Megan Thee Stallion thing. Um, she got shot in the foot and Tory Lanez went to jail. But like I never followed that very closely. People I knew followed that closely, but not
All I
me.
know is that
Um,
black people are very free Tory, and it's very confusing to me.
some black people, some black people, some I don't want to talk
Hashtag not all me right now, motherfucker. You know what I mean?
about it. But like there was a witness there, right? And there was a recording, I guess. I don't know who made it. I imagine the police made the recording of him talking to the police immediately after, like when there was a first response, right? And he was saying like what he saw. He's like, I didn't see much because of the distance and all that, and it was dark because it happened at night. And then later on, he apparently, from my understanding, again, I didn't follow this closely, he testified at the trial, and what he said, from what been told, was a bit different. Um, so in any case, okay, great, he's here. In any case,
Word.
I want to know, like, I gotta drag him in. Um, like when you're witness to a crime, right? Some shit's gone down, and the police are coming
Allegedly.
to talk to you about, yeah, allegedly. Um, like, should you talk to the cops then?
1 second.
I trust the police.
Um,
Hold on, hold on. Speaking of white phrases, let's not bring that one back.
Damn.
okay, I don't know. This is a really tough one. So you can be compelled to testify as to what you've seen if you're not in
Mhm.
danger of getting prosecuted. So you could be forced to do it. Whether like the cops show up and demand an explanation from you on the scene, I've seen cops threaten obstruction. Technically, I don't think that's proper. I don't know really if that they can do much there. Um, I mean, generally speaking, the best advice is if you're concerned about yourself getting in any trouble, just say, I don't want to talk to you guys without an attorney present. And they may just say, okay, well, we're gonna, you get an attorney. Well, let's arrange a time to meet, and then you'll give a statement.
Mm.
That potentially could be the case. I mean, if you can talk to the lawyer, you can potentially be hard ass and wait till they force their hand on the subpoena. But they can issue a subpoena and make you come and testify as to what you've seen. And at that point, you legally have to show up. You have to say what you saw, and if you lie, that's perjury.
Yeah, I mean, subpoena, I think is at that point it's fine because like I'm doing it in front of like court members, right? And it's all written down, and it's not like a cop is going to relate what I saw, what I said I saw, and then maybe change it around or something, right? That's different for me, and I'm fine with that. But like, you at the time, well, you're not guilty, right? And the cops are, looking for suspects, right? And at first, you aren't a person of interest, but then you say something, and when you're honestly trying to relate to what's happening, and all of a sudden you are a person of interest. So like, it's like from that perspective, like when you're just trying to honestly help, but you can get, things can be turned around on you, like it's
There's a
like I
risk.
don't know what to do there.
Yeah, there's a
Yeah.
risk whenever you talk to the police. I mean, you don't have to. You can't lie to them, but you don't have to talk with
Mhm.
them. And I mean, should you? I mean, if I look outside and I see like some kid get hit by a car and the car speed away and I see the license plate, I'm gonna give the cops the license plate number. Like,
Mhm.
I normally ain't no snitch, but if you're hit a kid with like a SUV and they keep driving, that's one of those things that I think I'm probably gonna rat you out on. I'm sorry.
So, from the
Mm.
police's perspective, though, isn't that cooperation generally, if you're not the suspect of something, appreciated? I know you don't have any legal obligation to assist in their investigation, but if you would potentially be a subject, that initial upfront cooperation may help you to talk to the cops if you're not the guilty party, yeah?
How would it help? Like, what do you mean help you?
Like if there was something that happened, they had no idea who did it, and you were in the vicinity, giving details and being forthright with the police, and at least seeming honest, and like you're willing to cooperate, might eliminate you from a list of suspects or
No.
maybe most likely suspect. Now,
No, that does nothing for you. The only time that cooperation can maybe be useful is if you definitely have broken a traffic law and you really don't want to get a ticket and you're just banking on like hopefully making the cop happy.
ethos.
It might be worth it then. So like, for example, one time I was driving without my license. That's an easy ticket. And I was like, the cop asked me to get my license out and I'm like, God fucking damn it. Now I have to
Mm.
cooperate. So at that point, I did, I
There's also,
cooperated with the officer.
if you're a
but
victim, right?
yeah,
Like a lot of times, if you're a victim in like, especially in like an altercation between two people, the cops don't know what happened. And usually the first person to call the cops and say, I've been attacked by another party is very heavily treated as the victim throughout the entire scenario until like evidence really starts to point to the other side. So like if you get into an let's say, and I'm just saying this, to the boys, right? Let's say your girl starts a domestic violence dispute with you and like beats you out of nowhere and starts hitting you and putting bruises on you, and like then you like shove her and you're like, I need to get away. A lot of dudes will be like, oh, I don't want to call the cops because of like embarrassment or because like they feel like they're not seriously injured. And then what'll end up happening is that girl, if she's crazy enough to beat you, might be crazy enough to then hit herself once, call the cops and say you got into a fight and that you started the fight and you hit her, and you will be treated like the assaulting party. And you might end up in jail for no other reason than the fact that for your masculinity or whatever, you didn't want to call the cops. And so a lot of times if you're in a situation like that, especially where there are no witnesses, it can be in your best interest to call the cops, even just
maybe.
so that like it's filed that like, hey, you called, this lady hit me.
It's true.
Um,
The state works on documentation. If you're trying to get on like some sort of work disability, you should be like documenting all your doctor's visits, all the times you missed work, all these things. Like you could get your co-employees to put together different statements that they can say like this person's deterioration has been X, Y, and Z, and I back their blah blah blah. The documentation, getting somebody on the record, especially for something like that, absolutely necessary.
To be fair,
Well,
Scott,
yeah,
I
that's
actually think that even if you as a guy will end up calling the police, depending on how things play out with your partner, as a dude, you still might get the initial interaction with the police go not your way, even though you were the one calling.
yeah. No,
Yep.
I'm not saying it's a fucking guarantee or anything. I'm just saying
Yeah, of
in
course.
physical disputes, generally the person that calls and says I was attacked is like there's been a lot of studies that show that like what police officers hear on the radio from the dispatcher has a heavily biases the entire interaction, right? So when they get called from the dispatcher saying, domestic violence dispute or like two guys in a bar fight or like what, like it doesn't need to be your spouse, right? Like and they hear like, oh, this person was a victim of some type of like crime or whatever. That is their framing for the entire fucking interaction.
Mm.
And because we're dealing with cops, right? They tend to be slightly below average IQ people, right? Like they're not really capable of critical thinking skills, right? They're more often than not they're fairly like I'm not saying they're like mentally challenged, they're just not that smart. And so that bias will affect the interaction even when presented with additional evidence at the scene. And it's like, of course, keeping your mouth shut, and getting your lawyer can fix a lot of that, as opposed to self-incriminating by like saying stupid things,
Do you think
that
that
aren't
is
even true.
that I know that there's actually studies about like intelligence for police officers, but do you think it's more that there isn't a structural incentive within the police to use more critical thinking skills, or is it literally intelligence? Because I doubt that. They're
I mean,
smart
I
people.
think well, so like there are a lot of factors. Obviously, never do a univariate analysis, right? But I would say the biggest one is cops that aren't people that want to be a detective or a cop or an agent of some kind. Well, the high IQ ones that go to college get filtered out by federal organizations, and then at the low level, if you do a couple of years, and you're intelligent, you tend to take tests, get your collars, and then become a detective. Or a lot of times they get recruited towards other federal agencies. Like I've known, a friend that because he did really well and he, did on tests and had good record, he became a federal air marshal, right? And so I think the biggest factor is actually just that those that are high IQ get plucked out for promotions or go into federal agencies or become state troopers because the money's better and there's more prestige. And so like the beat cop that responds to your house is usually going to be someone without that much experience or someone that couldn't make all of those other kind of organizations.
Yeah, I don't know if I fully like I don't love IQ arguments, but I definitely think like first responders, especially with like police and when they react to calls and when they arrive, like a lot of the times there wouldn't be people that are highly experienced, or they are, but they're just trying to quickly resolve and move on. It's not like they have a lot of incentives to make sure that they're arresting the right person and that they just want to wrap it up. So
Yeah, I mean, like I
that's
said, I wouldn't
not
do a
great.
univariate analysis. Like I think this system has problems, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, like I think there are a lot of issues. But if I'm just talking about like my claim that cops are dumb, right? I don't think the institution is lowering their general intelligence. I would say that the institution is either selecting for slightly lower intelligence or, as I said, plucking people out of that system that tend to be higher intelligence.
Yeah.
Um, just on the subject, and we can get started after this. I don't know where uh hopefully the other two will be here soon. But like there was a fighting game player who was famous within that community. This incident happened in Korea where it was a domestic dispute with his
So
wife.
a violent man, got it.
Got it? Yeah. So it was
These
in
video games make
Korea.
us violent.
And he like the situation like so I think what happened was like it was something that happened, like years ago, and then like the police report came out, and then the FGC responded, fighting game community, responded by banning him like immediately, like across the board. This is a whole thing about who gets banned and who doesn't. It's very fascinating. Both things. So you can't basically he was a professional player and he couldn't go to tournaments anymore, right?
Mhm.
But then like he'd been trying to clear his name, and eventually he did like this whole stream. He like laid out these texts. He laid out like evidence and like misunderstandings as to like what things mean within Korean law, right? As compared to what American law is, right? So like this whole thing, and it from the evidence he laid out, even with voice recordings too, between him and his wife, and her admitting to lots of things. Um, it seems that it wasn't a situation that was painted that she was the aggressor. Of course, I'm not there. Who knows, right? But that's what it looks like. And he, like, with this evidence, trying to present it, it does his name doesn't get cleared, right? And he's still banned. Um, and so that happened. And then just 2 weeks ago, this person who is a fantastic player, another person by the name of Umisho, just be easier if I use their name. Um, they won a video game tournament, right? They got first place, but why were they competing? Because that person was banned. Why was that person banned? Because previously they accused another player of like sexually assaulting them until it was proven otherwise, right? And they admitted, oh yeah, I made it all up, right? So they got another person banned, and then when it all came out, Umasho gets banned, right? But now they're
I'm
back.
lost. The story is completely like you tried to condense an hour-long YouTube documentary into like
That
into
wasn't
like
an
a
hour long.
2-minute
There was two
speech.
separate incidences. Like,
Just,
there's-
all right,
so,
like I'm
and
lost.
anyway, there's one person who accused a champion, right? A champion player accused another player of sexual assault. That wasn't the case. The champion player lied, right? Champion player gets banned, and now they're suddenly unbanned. Like after like a few months, they're back, right? Even though they like they were tried to ruin another person's life. Um, so that's what I'm just talking about, like these situations. That's
Yeah, there's like two
Yeah.
different anecdotes, right? So I mean, like it's not that helpful because I mean, like I don't want to. I don't know anything about
It's not trying to be
the
helpful. I'm
culture
just
of
like
Korea,
talking.
right? But I
No,
do
this isn't
think
Korea. So
in general.
it's not. It's not.
Sorry.
I'm just making a statement about how these things are treated. So we were talking about domestic violence,
Yeah.
how
Well,
like
the first
men.
case you brought up was in South Korea.
Yeah,
I was just saying, like, I don't know, I don't know if there might be cultural context I'm missing or whatever, but I would say that there has been, especially if we're talking about a case from a few years ago, I think the concept of like the fatigue around cancel culture, both from the left and the right, kind of from everybody, has grown. Right. Like I think if you're talking about 3 or 4 years ago, we got a little like everyone in Western society, including in Korea has its own issues around feminism and things of that nature. We got a little crazy with cancel culture, and I think it doesn't matter whether you're left or right now. I think a lot of people are just kind of feeling like when someone gets canceled and then it gets resolved, they're ready to be over that. But again, these are just two anecdotes, so I don't know. That's my take.
yeah. Okay. So again, the point of this was just to talk about
Oh,
like
shut up.
how society treats these two different individuals. Um,
We
and
don't know anything about
be
these two
quite
individuals other than the
be
case.
obviously, you don't. I'm just explaining. I'm just letting you. I'm just saying the thing. Okay, you don't have to draw mass conclusions from this, right? You don't have to have a firm opinion on this and say, okay, now I understand the situation. I'm just like letting you know a thing. But okay, that's fine. We can move on.
I gave you my general opinion and said I don't know much about the cases.
You didn't have to give me. I wasn't asking for your general opinion. I was just like, hey, I'm sharing something.
What the fuck are we doing here? Are we not on a panel? Is that not what
Okay.
what you're trying to do?
Yeah,
is fill time
Lactoid.
by general opinion?
Not
I
you,
wasn't trying to
Scott.
fill time. I was just relating to
Fucking
something that had
Lactoid,
happened.
man.
That's all.
Always
Sharing
causing
is caring.
problems.
Thank
I
you,
was
Prime.
responding to something you had said before. I'm like, okay, well, all right, but anyway, it's fine.
Yeah, Scott, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Right? Like,
All right, let's get ourselves put together. Okay. So we'll get started now. Hopefully our friend Corey will be here soon. But we'll see.
yeah, he
Dude,
said he'd be
change
late, but
that
he didn't say
fucking
about how
background. I
much.
swear to God. Just change the damn thing. Do it. Frogman, do it now.
Oh.
Doobie, you've received a command.
Wait, what?
Change your stupid background.
Fuck you.
No.
Oh my,
Oh, that's rude.
this escalated quick.
Good to see you too, Katie.
Okay.
Fuck you.
All right.
Okay.
The Doobster.
All right. Thanks so much, everyone. For being here, much appreciated. This is Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. And we're even starting someone on time. Amazing, right? Congratulations to us all.
27 minutes late.
27.
What?
Hold on, we usually start at 10. So let's anyway, thank you all for being here. Reverend Roundtable. If you like what we get up to, we find yourself coming here often. Consider supporting the channel, subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. Really appreciate those who do support. And yeah, we'll move forward. The topic for the day. Republican Representative Thomas Massey, in a Twitter posting, has called for an end to American aid for Israel. This comes alongside of other prominent conservatives like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Tucker Carlson, who have also said similar statements. All of this is happening at a time when Israel is being criticized on the world stage for slowing aid to Gaza to a trickle. What are your feelings toward Israel at this point? If you're on the left, have your feelings changed since Biden was in office? If you're on the right, are you concerned about the fiscal burden being placed on the U.S., just like the previously named prominent Republicans? Or do you feel that supporting Israel fulfills some vital role for America, and so we should support our ally in their time of need? Thomas Massey, puts out a tweet, basically saying Israel's killed thousands, which they have, and it's kind of gone off long enough, and we should stop support. And Tucker Carlson has been on this beat for a long time, like questioning our aid to Israel, but also to Ukraine, but just like questioning our interventionism there. Marjorie Taylor Greene was, I think she um, voted against the anti-Semitism bill. I want to say one of those bills. I'm not sure which one. I can't remember. But she's also, as I've seen her in interviews, talking about like questioning our support of Israel. Um, so like we see movement on the right from pretty big names, right? I don't know how much we've seen from like the rank and file Republican politicians, but pretty big names on the right. Um, and I feel like this we're moving towards some sort of inflection point, or maybe this is just a sign of the times, right? That like things are so bad, like so on its face bad, that it's making it hard even for um people who all otherwise wouldn't care about this particular conflict to get them moving. So I figured why not have this, talk at this moment, see where everyone else is at. We talk about Israel all the time, usually during our pre-show, right? um, we end up like uh, falling into that. I fall for it hook, line, and sinker every time, right? When someone puts bait out, and then I respond, and then we get into it. But I've been avoiding making it like a topic, because it's fucking exhausting to me, honestly. But still, here we are. I figured it's been long enough, so let's spend some time and focus on the issue. All right, so we'll go around the room here, and you can do your introductions and opening statements. Back to it.
All right, I'm Lactoid. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Here's my opening statement. I initially was super pro Israel. Okay, I was horrified by the events on October 7th, which remain unjustified and were horrific. However, it's been a long time now, and something kind of has happened in the meantime. I also have the same opinion about another geopolitical conflict that we're involved in, the one in Eastern Europe and Ukraine. And I was just sort of buying into all the narratives, right? And was ultra pro Ukraine. You can find streams of me saying all sorts of dumb shit about that. And then I was educated about what's actually going on there, about how the whole thing is a U.S. Imperialist venture, about how Ukraine is not the good guy, and it's complete bullshit what we're doing over there. And so I saw on Twitter all of like the super pro Ukraine voices also being super pro Israel. And there's two neurons in my head just sort of made the connection where, well, hold on a minute. If I was really, really wrong about this one, maybe I'm really wrong about the other one too. All right, maybe. So let's just take a look, and maybe just by bad luck or on their part, very closely after this, they violated an agreed upon ceasefire with Hamas unilaterally, and then invaded Syria unprovoked. And I'm sort of at the position now where I'm beginning to see Israel as a belligerent nation. And I'm beginning to see them as a very large recipient of U.S. goods and both economic aid and military aid. Economic aid used to be direct. Now it's not direct, but indirect. And it's getting me to be a little bit I don't know. I'm pretty skeptical now. I think I put on Twitter that I'm having Israel fatigue, and I think that is what's happening. I agree. Let's pull all aid. Let's pull all aid from Ukraine and Israel. We can still sell them guns, but they got to pay up front.
Okay. Thanks for that. Our friend Scott, please.
Stealing my shit. You know where you got Israel fatigue from? Yeah. So, sure. I'm gonna be the person here. I think to speak the uncomfortable truth that people don't actually want to speak, because people love certain uncomfortable truths. So here's the real uncomfortable truth that I think a lot of Americans are with me on this one. As Lactoid said, stealing my shit. I don't have black fatigue. I have Israel fatigue, right? And that's what I said on Twitter a while ago. I'm just sick of the entire fucking region. I'm just sick of it all. Like, I don't give a fuck anymore. I'm sorry. Like, you can't make me give a fuck. And a lot of people are like, "Oh, how dare you?" I'm 34 years old. I have watched the young generation latch on to like the current thing too many times to not see the fucking pattern where there's so many of these people that hop onto social media to be like Black Lives Matter, or we are the 99%, or free Palestine. It's the same shit, right? It's the same shit as Live Strong bracelets, because we all had to wear the thing to show that we were the good person that had the cool fashion I'm just sick of it. I'm sick of the entire fucking conversation. This region has been a fucking hellscape for 1,000 years. The people have never gotten along with each other ever, because of religious differences, because of political differences as things continue. The original, obviously the original kibbutzes and things like that were socialists, and then they turn into the monster that is Israel today. And I'm supposed to hate Israel, but like there's this group of people that wants me to hate Israel especially. And it's just like, look, Israel's fucked up. They do a lot of fucked up things. Nation states do terrible fucked up things. And it's like, everything you hate about Israel, you should also hate about the United States government. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, they're not this magical
do.
fucking evil, and everything else is this, and everything else is, well, we're actually pro-liberal democracy, aren't we? That's why we, took over a whole bunch of democratically elected countries and installed our right-wing dictators, because we're pro-democracy. Like, shut the fuck. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of some video somewhere where it's like the seventh time this child has been murdered, and then Israel is like, hey, hasn't that been shown to be from Syria in 2003 or whatever? I'm sick of Israel acting like they're not bombing innocent people, and I'm sick of it. And so here's what I want, and I think this is what most people want. I just want all of the money to be gone. And if you don't like living in Israel, fucking move. I don't want to give you aid anymore. I don't want your fucking activist organizations in my government. I'm sick of fucking, identity politics based NGOs getting fucking grants from our fucking government. I'm sick of news about it. As far as I'm concerned, I am like it is time for the Lion King, right? And Mufasa needs to let us know that this region is the fucking Shadowlands, and we're just done with it. Like, I'm sick of being involved in the fucking Shadowlands. That's where hyenas hang out. That's where people don't know how to fucking grow food because they're retarded. Okay, that's where they kill each other and do stupid shit. I'm out. I'm done. I don't want to bomb any dictators. I don't want to give Lockheed Martin tons of money so that we can go start a new fucking war and kill a bunch of people. They can survive on their own, or they can't survive on their own. It's got nothing to fucking do with me, and I'm done. So in summation, like I said, and Lactoid, you know where you got it from, I don't have black fatigue. I have Israel fatigue. That's not IDF fatigue. That's not Palestine fatigue. That's not Jew fatigue. I'm just sick of all of this shit in that entire region, and I'm done with it. Cut off all the money to all of it. And if you want to volunteer and hop on a fucking boat with some activist organization and give food to somebody, have at it. Go do that. That's great. I support you doing that. But my tax dollars, fuck off. Like, we have tons of shit to take care of over here.
Okay.
To be fair to Scott, I did reply to his Twitter post originally with that Israel fatigue thing. Okay, I'll give you credit, Scott. You came up with it first.
Let's go to our friend Tyler.
All right, so We're going to ignore the blatant anti-Semitism of the anti-Israeli right to self-determination that's being discussed here. And we're going to go at the core of it. First of all, Lactoid, thank you for admitting you've been wrong in the past and that you're going to be wrong today. I appreciate that. Scott, unfortunately, that sentiment you have, just based on the polling I have up on my screen right now, is not the case. Most people want to do equal to or more funding for Israel right now and do not want to do less. I'm looking at an Economist YouGov poll from May 23rd, 2026, and it's got both Ukraine and Israel. The only thing people aren't liking currently with Trump's Israel strategy,
2026.
the only thing current 2025.
You
Did I
said
say?
2026.
Oh, my bad. I said May 23rd through 26th.
It was like,
2025.
damn,
I'm
the
sorry.
Jews are a year ahead on fixing the numbers on polling.
I'm trying to get good weather here in Georgia, so just bear with me. So, going into the polling on it, a lot of people still support the U.S. hegemony, and I'm all here for it. I think that if we look at the actual dollar amount given Israel, not factored up for inflation, it's actually less than we've given Ukraine just for this war. Well, guaranteed to give to them in the long run. So, to be honest with you, we're not giving Israel that much. About 90% of what we give them is grants or things like that. But a lot of them were loans restructured into grants by our government that Israel was willing to pay back, that we use as incentive for deals. Like, hey, we don't like how you're treating these settlers in the West Bank. You're giving them too much leeway. We're going to drop this loan against you, turn it into a grant if you work with us on X, Y, and Z. So a lot of it was not Israel just taking things from us. It's us using diplomacy and using our wealth as our trade tool, the same kind of way Trump is doing with trade as well. So it's something we do. Democrats pay, Republicans threaten to take away. That's just kind of how the two parties work. So at the end of the day, if we need a hub in that region, Israel, we've never actually been side by side in a war with them. Whenever we're in a war there, they're providing military assistance, intelligence, and things of that nature, helping us out a lot in those ends. And we do a similar sort of backup for them. I don't think this fatigue exists nationwide. I see it as a lot of people on the internet that are very angry about it, but it's not materializing in the majority. Where I do see it in the majority, if you look at polling, is the youth. The youth are the first, like the biggest group that's actually anti-Israel right now. It's like 6-4. It's 60-40. It's not that much, but it does swing in the favor of not wanting to give them anything. When it was put up to a vote, Democratic senators, only 19 Democratic senators voted to stop selling guns to Israel. Now, you could say, like, oh, it's the money influence, but if we're looking at money in politics, Qatar, Iran, China, nations that aren't too friendly with Israel, put in about 10 times the amount of money that Israel does into our politics. So if you think if it was just about something like that, then they go with where the real money's at. I just don't see it as anything besides we don't like this nation's founding, and we're kind of just attacking anyone that's on the side of it. So let's go Israel. We're going to win that bitch.
Okay. I appreciate you, friend. Let's go to our friend Ali.
Yeah, I don't know why America's so bad at building relationships and allies in the Middle East. Ever since we've gone over there, it was just overthrowing a government and then siding with fucking Israel. No, we sided with Israel over what? Over guilt of something we didn't do. I don't know why we're guilty for what the Germans did. I don't know why we're paying for or trying to fix what the British did, right? The British divvied up the land, fucked that up, and then we came in and tried, like, we're trying to fix the solution, and all it's done, fuck the money that we've given them. We give money all the time. All it does is put us in wars. All it does is put us in conflicts. And then if you want to look at the money sunk costs, all we do is give them money because they're constantly at war. They're constantly being attacked. And it's like, at a certain point, you were supposed to be the safest region for Jewish people, and you seem to be the worst place for Jews to live. So at this point, yeah, like decouple. Right? If you want to look for a region, there's a region for sale, I'm telling you, just buy. Lebanon's right there. All right. Hezbollah's for sale. Just buy them. All right. You give them more money than Iran, they'll work for you, and then you can just get them out. It's the same region, it's the same area with the same countries around it. You could have all the intelligence and beef it up. I'm just saying at this point, like I don't know if I agree with you, Tyler. I do see anyone who was pro-Israel a year ago. I mean, fucking even Piers Morgan at this point, Mr. Do you condemn Hamas is asking, do you condemn Israel? It's like there's a shift.
Okay. Katie.
Yeah, I really enjoyed this. This was fun. I know it's the beginning, but it's wonderful
Your
to
closing
see.
statement. This is
It's just like because you see four Americans all from a different perspective tell you why. Well, there's one like genocidal Zionist, but the other three, right? Like the other three, they all have an analysis of why they shouldn't give money to Israel, and they're all wrong. But it's like I don't care, you know. Any rightoids, any leftists, any weird liberals who want to not give money to Israel, like, be my guest. I will not correct you. I will not tell you why you're wrong or why you're racist or why you're whatever. You know, as long as you're against giving money to Israel, hey, okay. And fuck you, weird genocidal Zionist man. It is really, I would say it's weird, but it's actually not weird that the liberal is more murderous than the two weird, like, rightoids right next to him. And it's interesting. It's something to think about. Yeah.
We'll go.
Wait,
to
what's
our
your
friend-
perspective? What's your opinion? We not give money?
I think we
Opinion
could
is that
probably
rightoids
do
are
it.
weird.
Dude, my
not don't give money.
perspective
That's
is
our whole
that
opinion.
my perspective is that I don't care who, but there needs to be a military intervention against Israel like a year ago. Okay? That's my fucking perspective.
Okay, thanks so much. Let's go to our friend Doobie.
I agree with everything Katie said, including the genocidal Zionist thing. I think Tyler's genocidal Zionist. Beyond that, I think I think that our relationship with Israel is incredibly damaging to the United States, and I feel like it's been incredibly damaging from the very start. And you can look up like Secretary of State Marshall, fucking Eisenhower, like they were warned, like, hey, if you do this, you're going to destroy our relationships with these countries, just as they're starting to really like come to like fruition, right? And that's exactly what's happened. It's exactly what we've seen. We have seen Israel constantly antagonize and agitate the region, and then lean on us to be the big boy behind them, right? And I think it's incredibly toxic, disgusting. I really think it needs to stop.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go to our friend Corey.
Well, I don't actually have much to add then in terms of what's already been. I'm definitely, I guess, allied against Tyler as well. Where, yeah, I think just following what Doobie said in terms of like, yes, since all this money has been given over the years, I think totaling like 300 billion since like I don't know 1960, 1970, which is a lot. But then at the same time, like, doesn't seem like the U.S. actually, as far as I can tell, but I'm definitely far from an expert, doesn't actually use it to influence, Israel's behavior. As in, if they're going to, there's basically no incentive for Israel to change. If it's like they're just going to be funneled money unconditionally, and so it's like, yeah, as a result, I lean towards pretty much them not receiving any more money, because then hopefully that actually limits their ability to do anything.
Thank you so much.
Damn,
I-
Tyler, you
gotta-
got your work cut out for you.
For
Okay, yeah,
real.
right. No, so let me say two things. Tyler, I
Yep.
appreciate your sentiment and being the brave Zionist here. When you said that Israel doesn't get that much aid money, you're correct, but they do get, other than currently Ukraine, they get more aid money per capita than any other nation.
And we
in the
fund
world.
Ukraine way too much,
Right, so it's
Tyler.
like- right. Other than Ukraine, they're number 2, right? And I think like Jordan is actually like
Jordan and
you
Egypt
know,
are
is
the
close.
top 10 too. Yeah. If you combine Jordan
Right,
and
like-
Egypt,
like-
it's almost what we give Israel.
Right. And so when you're talking about the size and scope of the nation, as opposed to like, a large population in
Jordan
a
and
country in
Egypt.
Africa or something that might be getting more money, but when you look at it per capita, so there's that. Number 2, I saw both Corey and Sociologic have like this bit of confusion, and I feel like you're just not black-pilled enough about how Western American imperialism works. Okay, so the medium is the message, right? It's like what it does is what it is designed to do. This is like a Durkheimian perspective, right? Like, when you're like, why are we giving money to this country? They're not really no, they're a great fucking ally. When they say Israel is our greatest ally, they mean it. They absolutely are our greatest ally in the region. They're not your ally as an American citizen. they are an ally of the intelligence apparatus, of the state, of corporations that are engaged in trying to topple regimes. They are a great ally in us maintaining the US dollar as the reserve currency for oil trades in the world. Like, they are giving not us benefits, but they are giving corporations, oil companies, defense contractors, and wealthy people that are enmeshed with the state all kinds of wonderful things, right? It's just that's just not trickling down
At a
to
detriment,
you.
though.
It
So like this
wasn't.
idea of like we
At a
should give them a
detriment.
little less. Yeah, but it's like, oh, if we give them less money, like, what's the behavior? No, they're
No,
already doing what we want them to do. It's just not what you, the American citizen, wants.
It wasn't just
Sure.
Corey and Ali that said that. Lectoid and Doobie, like everyone here seems to think that Israel is getting like free spending money from America, and America is just like the sucker.
Yes.
Israel is America's puppet. America is not the victim of Israel, okay?
That's strange.
Well, hold on. Both things can be
It's not
true.
strange,
Both
dude.
things can be true, Katie.
wait.
Yeah, I think so I know what you're saying, Katie. Like, I agree that there are people within the United States. I think the pro-Israel lobby in the U.S. isn't just like Zionist Jews, right? There are Christian Zionists, but there's also like a massive military industrial complex within the U.S. that benefits from the relationship and pushes the relationship because they make a ton of money from these wars.
Dude, do you think that's Israel manipulating America, or do you think that's America doing America?
I think both happen. I think there are these
Okay,
military
I'm not
industrial complexes within
saying-
America. Hold on, but it's like I was saying, both are true, right? I think it's also true that there are there's an Israeli lobby within the United States that uses its influence within the U.S. to push things that I think restrict American rights, that push for support for Israel, and there's like not a conglomeration. A merging of forces, right? Of like because they're like pushing toward like a similar goal, right? They all want war, they all want continuation of conflict, so they work together to make this happen. So I'm not saying that it's like a total like, oh, just Israel owns America. Like, it's not that.
I can't believe that I need to say this, but like Scott made this point. When I say America, I mean the people who own and run America. I don't mean Americans, right? America
Yeah, I understand that.
uses Israel. It's a convenient tool for American imperialism, the exact way that Fabian said it. You are funding Israel and has always funded Israel because of many benefits that the ruling class of America gets. Does that mean that that's good for American citizens? No, it's fucking not. Your ruling class doesn't give a fuck about that anyway. So why would they care about that?
Yeah, but at
That's
the
what I'm
same
saying.
time, so I hear. I don't know if our distance is very far in this, right? Like, so that's true. What you just said is absolutely true. I know, and actually, well, maybe except for Tyler. I don't know if anyone disagrees with that, right? But like the other half of that is that like the relationship of Israel like seems to be one fraught with danger for those inside here, even the political class, because Israel, like through their lobby, will use their money against our ruling class who happen to speak out against them, or even just slightly deviate from the party line. This is, they literally like invest into having handlers for all these people. We had a Republican, I think, congressman. Was it Thomas Massey? Might have been someone else.
Yeah, it was.
It might have been Thomas Massey. Was it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
How
He
fucking
talked
look?
about-
He
Look,
caucuses
hold
with
on, hold on,
Republicans.
hold on.
Don't you dare fucking claim our libertarian congressman.
So Thomas Massey was talking about how like every politician, right, who's like an AIPAC politician, has a handler, right? They have an
Okay.
AIPAC guy assigned to them, right? And this is one to to soothe them when they have questions, right, and to enforce like discipline when they start getting ideas in their heads that they're an independent person. No, you're not. Take the fucking money, right? And
I
do what we
don't
tell you to.
know if you've all, even the people who are more progressive leaning on this panel, have been completely brainwashed by this narrative that America is somehow like the poor, misled puppy in this situation. It's very
Not that
strange.
it's a poor misled puppy.
The
it's that they
American
work hand in
taxpayers are.
hand to
How
their own
can I-
individual
Yeah.
benefits.
No, I agree.
The
Lectoid.
taxpayers are the poor puppy.
I
right?
agree. Yeah, I agree with you that the American citizens are definitely the losing party in all of this, right? For many reasons. But you guys, I'm not saying that Israel doesn't have a strong lobby in America and that it doesn't have a lot of influence, because it does. But you're kind of like not. If America chooses to disentangle itself from Israel, you wouldn't accept handlers or APAC money, because Israel would be treating Israel like non-ally or neutral or even enemy countries. The fact that America wants to keep Israel in its disgusting genocidal bosom is why you have handlers, because America wants that shit. So Israel is allowed to run around and do whatever they want in the Middle East because it serves American interests in
But
the
we
Middle
agree.
East.
But we're all agreeing. I don't think we're disagreeing, unless we'll go to Tyler. Tyler's the one disagreeing.
Yeah,
But I
but the
think for the
Zionists
rest of the panel, no one is
You-
disagreeing with that. I think we agree. We're just saying that this is, yes, America gets a lot of the American ruling class gets a lot of benefits. We're just saying that Israel does exert power within our American political system. But we're just using different words
And
to
our
describe it.
social
But like,
system.
Can I add one thing?
your social system,
I-
right?
so-
and then
so-
we'll go to Tyler.
I think there is an imperialist American interest when it comes to Israel, and I think my eyes have been open to this again, following the shit we've been doing in Eastern Europe. But I do think there's two other groups that are pro-Israel. There is one group that I think has this perception that I think is somewhat accurate, that compared to its neighboring countries, Israel is relatively progressive in terms of like internal social policy and democratic stability. I think that's something that you do have to give them. I think that Israel does have a
Mhm.
benefit there compared to some of the surrounding countries, and there's real benefit there. But there's this other group that I think is relatively large in America,
Who has to
which
give them
is,
that?
well, we on this panel, right, in terms of at least
No.
acknowledging. Well, I think we do.
Any-
I mean, look,
Anyone
look,
that's attempting to actually ascertain truth and
yeah, I mean,
and
you can
be
look at like all the
arguing good faith.
HDI statistics, all like the in terms of like human development, democratic standards. Israel is better than like Saudi Arabia, but better than Jordan, better than Syria, better than Lebanon,
Both
better
Saudi
than
Arabia and Israel are
Egypt.
doing genocide right now. I don't know.
Well, what I'm saying,
What
You're trying to get her to be rational in the fact
so
that she has a one-dimensional view.
I'm focusing on like
Don't waste your time.
domestically speaking. I understand that countries can have a somewhat decent internal domestic policy, but then do some pretty horrific shit overseas or abroad or in different countries. And I think that America is perhaps an example of that. And you could say that Israel is an example of that. But I think that when we're looking at support for Israel in America, there is some rationale that we should be supporting countries that are better developed and more stable, as opposed to less developed and less stable and more risky countries, I guess, to support.
It's a
But
Western democracy in
Western
the Middle East.
democracy in the Middle East. Yeah,
That's the framing of it. You
that-
can
that's-
just
that's
say
the
that. We don't
framing.
have to accept it. We don't have to accept it. Just say that's the framing and just go on. Yeah.
Well, hold on. I'm going to challenge you guys then a little bit on this. If, if you're
no,
really not
'cause
going to
she's not
accept
gonna
that.
accept it, and that's going to be the
Hold on,
argument's
hold on,
gonna be
Okay,
that.
okay. We'll
Let
fight that in a
him
second.
go.
Yeah, last thing I'll say, and then we'll challenge the fucking thing, because all the stats kind of show them right on this one at least. But when it comes to another major group in the United States that I think that supports Israel, it's these ultra religious conservatives that have this quite literally like messianic motivation here, that believe that supporting Israel is critical to bring about the end times and for the second coming of Jesus. That scares the shit out of me. That there's such a large group of people that like actually supports another country's foreign policy, good or bad, based on that logic, and that's something that I think we got to be mindful of as well. But
Christian fundamentalism, baby.
but going back to the question of Israel's domestic policy, is anybody here really going to challenge the fact that compared to all this, in fact, any Middle Eastern country, can you give me any Middle Eastern country or North African that can compare to Israel in terms of Human Development Index or democracy or any stable
So
constitution?
that's
anything
why
like that?
I want to ask you about that, right?
Sure.
Because one, I mean, like part of Israel's domestic policy is an apartheid. So let's just put that there, right? That's part of the domestic policy that is involved in, and they're for territory that they claim, they're doing ethnic cleansing. They're they are wiping out the people under their authority. So that's all domestic policy as well. But moving back from that just for a second, right? Like I know that's the framing that we all get, especially in school, is that like America wants to support like other democracies. That like we want democracies to flourish, right? Liberal democracies to flourish. But that's like not what we've ever really done, right? Like we all know, and you're well aware that we support autocracies, right? Like those other nations that you're
Like
saying that are
Ukraine.
bad. Sure. And Saudi Arabia.
Oh, well,
right?
sure. Yeah.
No, sure, whatever. I don't care. I don't care. But like in Saudi Arabia, right? Like that. That's a democracy. So you're saying someone gets a benefit for Israel being a democracy? Well, who gets a benefit, right? Traditionally, from the American foreign policy standpoint, actually we prefer autocracies, right? For stability, the stability we're looking for is that predictability in policy. So we can pay this brutal autocrat, right? And we don't have to worry about a democracy getting in the way, because then the people might change their mind. Maybe we don't want to give our resources to the United States. Maybe we don't want to fight for them in whatever conflict is happening around the world. If you have an autocrat, right, we don't have to worry about that, right? They crush those movements.
Prime.
So this idea about a democracy, like that's like it's immaterial.
No. What I'm saying, it's material when I'm talking about like how justified Zionists are, right? So Tyler over here. He's very brave man. He's got the most pro-Israel position on this panel by far. And I think what
Yes,
Tyler's
he's a
gonna,
genocidal freak.
Sure, you guys.
It'll be his turn eventually.
Yeah, you'll have credit. Yeah, it'll be his
Poor
turn.
guy.
It'll be his turn eventually. And you've got all these criticisms of him. You got all these criticisms about Israel. But when Tyler says, but when you look at all the metrics, Israel has better domestic policy, and like the people there live better lives, and they have better like democracy standards and et cetera, than surrounding countries, you would have to say, yes, Tyler, that is correct. However,
Like what's the point? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, Lebanon's pretty all right.
Blackfoot, I have a question.
no, it's run by Hezbollah. Sorry, go ahead, Katie.
No, it's not.
Do we
crazy?
agree?
Southern half. Really only the southern
Not
half.
Do we
even
agree?
really.
Do we agree that different people have different values inside what they consider a democracy that is more valuable to them? So for me,
Sure.
a country that is technically a democracy but is doing genocide is not a good democracy, and I don't care if everyone's there rich. If it's more important for you that they're rich and that's somehow a better symbol of them being a democracy because they have a functioning democratic government that does genocide, fine. But that's just an argument about what a democratic values are to you.
Yeah,
I'm
I'm just saying.
What the
It's
fuck
a.
are democratic
Let me explain.
values?
Wait. I think I understand the disconnect. I think I understand the disconnect. By the way, democratic values, that is 100% CIA speak for sure. But
Right?
yeah, like Ukraine has domestic democratic values despite the fact that they didn't do an election
You can
according to the
just
Constitution.
open the UN's
But-
website and they give you a list of democratic values.
I know.
under their-
Sure, it's all bullshit. I agree with you, but
No, I agree.
it is a point in favor of Israel. Not saying that it gets them into the positive, but it is a point in favor. So like you would agree.
It is a point in favor if that's what you care about, yes.
But like all else equal, I think you would care about that too. Let's say like you had two genocidal countries. One was like really pro-democratic within their own country, and the other country was like super autocratic. You would support, like you would say, well,
luckily,
since
I
they're
don't
equal.
have to. I just have Israel, so I don't have to.
Well,
Problem solved. Zionist freak.
Hold on.
If
That's
you-
a bad example because the one of them, all of the people voted for it, and the other one is just an autocrat. And like maybe we can take out an autocrat. Like,
Well, hold on. That's not even necessarily true, Scott, because you could have like the line of secession, for
I said
example.
maybe. I
Maybe
didn't
it's
say it
possible,
was true.
but like let's control for that weird like fluke where like the next autocrat in line is not like the anti-genocidal one. Okay, let's just say that it's like you've got two. I know, fair enough. Let's say you have two countries. One country is like democratic and this is a hypothetical, so please play along. You have one country that's like genocidal, but they're like really respectful of like constitutional rights and human rights within their own country. They just like fuck around in like other countries or whatever.
You can't be
And then- but
respectful of human rights and do
I know,
South Africa.
I know.
let's say we have South
You
Africa.
know that your hypothetical is flawed.
It's a hypothetical. You got to play along. That's how.
No. Your hypothetical.
Well, then you know how
has to
hypotheticals
not
work, Lactoid.
Be dumb.
If you
Your hypothetical has to make
if you
factual
didn't
sense.
eat if you didn't eat breakfast this morning, what would you be?
All right, Tyler.
Okay.
Fucking
All right,
save us.
let's go
bro.
let's go to our friend Tyler. See what you got cooking.
Oh, quite a bit. So
Let's go,
first,
Professor Genocide.
an apology here to Lactoid and Fabian Liberty. I was just memeing when I said you guys were anti-Semitic in the beginning. I did not yet know the company we kept here. So, I just want to clear that up. Next, we're talking about dangers. This is something Prime brought up. If you look at the last 80 years of United States hegemony, we've had the most peaceful world. You remember history class? ICAL makes this point all the time. Remember history class, the borders would move every 10 years. Since U.S. hegemony, we have ended most major wars. There's some, like Rwanda, that Clinton regrets not getting into sooner because it was a massive, an actual genocide where 600,000 people died instead of 1 to 2% of a population during a war. But going into the next point here, the reason why an individualist liberal can assess this situation properly is because as an individualist, I have to judge everybody by their own merits. I have to look into the details. I can't just go to my ideology for the well, and then this is what my ideology says to believe, so let's go with it. That's why I came to the conclusion that I did. So now another point, again, there's been a lot said I've been trying to respond to. This idea that the shiny Jew gold is the reason why our government's bought and paid out ignores the point that I brought in. It wasn't you two that made this comment. Ignores the point that I brought in, that the anti-Israeli spending between China, Iran, and all these other countries, Qatar in particular, is about 10-1. So if it was just politicians trying to line their pockets, look at who's taking that Qatari money. But we could also look at all these college campuses. So this I see as a problem of the leftist elite party that has not realized that the working class has abandoned them, and they basically are taking brainwashed dumb kids and coming from an academic standard. Well, those academics are all funded by Qatar and China. And that $1 billion or that $400 billion plane Trump got from Qatar, that's a drop in the hat compared to the buildings on Harvard's campus, Columbia's campus, all these high-end campuses that took tens of billions of dollars from anti-U.S. foreign entities and pump out the propaganda we're hearing about how the real bad guys are Israel. Ignore the terror group that ended elections and offers the Gazan people up for slaughter. Hold on, I'm making my point. I heard the yammer. I listened to your yammer. I know about the martyr funds. I've listened to the words of the leaders of Hamas on the news saying they will offer up their people to die. I've seen the video footage of people that have infiltrated the UN organization called UNRWA, getting out of UN cars and shooting Gazans. I saw the footage from the other day of Hamas opening fire on Gazans because they were trying to get Israeli aid that the IDF was dropping off. We have all this on footage. They are killing their own people. They offer them up willingly as a sacrifice, and they're proud of it. Iran pays for it. It's called a martyr fund. All of this is just common knowledge for decades now. To not know it at this point is ignorant. Like, if you want to say that you don't like Israel's actions, we should hold them to a Western standard, that's fine. But in no way, shape, or form are the people across the battlefield at all worthy of defense. They are they are the aggressors. They're hiding behind civilians. They're putting weapons caches in children's hospitals. 1/3 of the homes in Gaza City had a documented tunnel entrance. All that information is out there to go look up. Israel posted it all. To just deny all this is happening is wild to me. As far as
they say so.
And they probably made another point. We side with autocrats. If we sided with autocrats, we'd be siding with China, North Korea, Russia, Iran, and all the 7 entities that Iran's going to war with as proxy wars against Israel.
Bro,
all of those are that.
Means.
These are dictators. These are
when was Zelensky's last election?
We're not saying we side with all autocrats. We're just saying that there are individuals, especially when we look at Iran or South America,
that's fair,
where they did democratically elect people that didn't like our capitalism, and then
the last point was weak.
Well,
I'm giving you that.
Let's bring in a different brown shirt with some medals.
Yeah, I'll give you that this week. You're right. I'm just saying, hey, we're doing
United
X.
Fruit Company's getting a little broke these days.
I'm just dispelling the notion that we've never had success. We have a bunch of democracies like Japan or South Korea or Germany that we went into after they had their incursions, and we turned them back.
Of course, you would support the ethno state of Japan. You piece of shit.
I guess they are far right, but I don't know. I've only been to the airport, so. But yeah, the last points week, I'll give you that. It was just more of a kind of dispelling his notion. You're right, though. But that's all I got. I was going through everything, so feel free to come at me, you 7 jackals.
Who wants to go first?
I just want to say Zelensky's an autocrat. First of all, second of all, I've yet to. You didn't make an argument for why we necessarily need to be funding Israel right now. Or like, is there existence?
There's another.
No. Let's leave aside genocide for. I know you guys like the word.
You guys are isolationists.
Let's leave aside. No. Let's leave aside genocide. Let's leave aside isolationists. We can leave.
It's just a whole different argument for you two than
sure,
but
fair enough, and I'm fully recognizing that you are against everybody right now. So I'm giving you more than enough credit for this, okay? But I just wanted to say, or I guess ask, in what way, like, do you really think that Israel's existence is under threat if the U.S. doesn't give them a bunch, like, as much free shit as we've been giving them? Like, Egypt's not going to invade them. They're a major recipient of U.S. aid and major non-NATO ally, and they're not going to touch Israel. Jordan's not. They're the site of one of the largest CIA installations in the world. I mean, Syria's, not. Israel's already invaded Syria, and Syria hasn't been able to do shit about it. I mean, Lebanon, Hezbollah has been a little bit neutered. I mean, what's actually going to happen to Israel if we cut them off from like free aid? Are they just not going to be able to afford it anymore? Why do we need to keep doing this?
Money's fungible. What they're giving them is defensive aid, so they're able to take what they normally spend on defensive aid and use it for offensive money. Like the same way when we gave Iran that $16 billion and they didn't use that for terrorism, but we saw billions go to fucking other things. So yeah, money's fungible. I get that, but at the end of the day, I think that they already have Iron Dome and whatever the other missile system is intact. I think they could probably be self-sufficient at this point. If
Yeah, so let's cut off aid. Let's just cut.
I mean,
the
that's
aid.
just what
Net-
you guys
like
order. You gotta
like
convince the order.
literally like yesterday, Netanyahu called for weaning Israel off of U.S. aid, right? Like it's a Likud policy that especially because of what occurred under the Biden administration, is that a lot of the more right-wing Israel parties are like, look, the $4 billion we're getting isn't really making or breaking what we're doing here at this point. We already have the Iron Dome. We don't need U.S. economic aid anymore. And that having their country and their military budget dependent upon U.S. aid that a president might come in and just take away is a security vulnerability for Israel, because it means that they set up their state, set up their military in a less self-sufficient thing. So it's like, if even the right wing, if even Bibi is asking, like, let's get rid of the aid, like, I'm trying to understand where the argument is, other than just certain bought off politicians that like, slogans and, like keeping certain NGOs happy. Like, I just don't see the argument for, and you yourself said, like, yeah, I think like at this point they already have the Iron Dome. Like, I like, why are we still giving these people our money?
Yeah, you
Right,
guys are
like-
making
like-
a different argument, so I got to address that separately. Is all. You guys are making a
No,
more
for
of an
sure.
isolation.
We're not making the invade Israel argument.
Yeah.
Correct. We have different reasons for defunding
I
Israel.
agree. We should not invade
Yeah,
Israel.
so-
I agree with that.
I mean, we could absolutely if you convince
You
them.
would
What is
never.
that right
You
now?
have no penises.
So the 3.3
Wait. What'd you just say?
She said we have no
Nothing.
penises.
She made a
She's like
very
typical-
transphobic comment.
Was that a
Come
circumcision
on,
joke?
Kyle.
It was funny. I liked it. So we give them about 3.3, but that's adjusted for inflation. Right now, they're spending about 17.9 million or a billion on their defense as of 2023. So that's over about a year and a half. We're giving them about 25% because all that aid we give is not all for military. A lot of it's for humanitarian and economic reasons. As you said, the economic were more in the past, but the humanitarian, we give them money so they can relocate Jewish people from other countries to Israel, and so they can
We
relocate
pay for that?
people. Somewhat, yeah.
Yes.
We do. We give
Oh
them
Also,
grant
my
money.
for
God.
healthcare. You pay for a lot
NGOs.
of-
Yeah, so isn't like our face on the global stage? So even though amongst the citizens, right? Like you talk about American hegemony, so on and so forth, but like all this death to America and all these people like that see us vote and side with Israel. It's not so much like the aid. Obviously, they take the aid. They don't need the fucking aid. Fuck them. But like, it's the fact that we consistently stand with them. We vote with them when it comes to like these large votes. I don't even know if they're called, but like that affects our hegemony in a negative way. No, because like I never come and try to argue from the perspective of like ethnic cleansing or genocide, because people don't believe that it's happening. So I'm never going to try to do it, because then it just comes off as a virtue signal. So like, if you do want American hegemony and you want America to be like at the top of the global stage, the best idea would be to decouple from Israel and then ally with the surrounding areas, and then it would grow our face in the
We're already
in the
allied with
world,
most of them,
right?
though. We're already allied
Yeah,
with
it's
Egypt.
already
But, like,
happening.
but, like,
How would that help us?
But you get less death to
post-JCPOA
you get less
is-
death to America. You get less death to America, less terrorism, less so
I
on
mean,
and so
we
forth.
piss off
Or-
Al Qaeda
Yeah,
less,
Yeah, but
I
that's
guess.
not what American imperialism is, right? Like, American imperialism is not actually concerned with our safety and security. American imperialism is about setting up neoliberal democracies, right? Which is, and then engaging in trade and relations and like the expansion of Five Eyes program and being able to be a power player against other interests, right? Like
Fabian,
it's
I have
not
a
about
question.
like reducing blowback or like having less terrorism or having a more stable
No, I'm saying
region.
if you're trying to build relations in the Middle East, but you consistently have terrorists attacking your best ally in the Middle East, right? And you're consistently doing defense in that region due to the fact that, like, you know, you're allied with these people that have, like, that's what I'm saying, decouple from them. And listen, if you ask me, fucking get rid of Israel and change it to Palestine. But like, that's not a conversation that anyone's gonna have. So, like, you know,
Well, I mean, that might
you know, my
become the
actual
conversation.
opinion, yeah, I fucking Israel
I mean,
shouldn't exist. Now you get no
unless you want to
terrorists and you have
Molotov
fucking
cocktail a few
allies.
people, they'll have that
Alan,
conversation.
I have a question for you.
I
Why
oppose
do you
that too.
think America would rather stay with Israel and doesn't believe it can make neoliberal democracies out of other Middle Eastern countries? Do you have a guess?
Because we're not anti-Semitic.
No. Well, no. Do you want to tell me?
No, I was actually.
I'm not good at the drawing inferences game.
No, sure. Fabian, do you have a guess?
Oh, guess what? Sorry, I was cleaning my glasses and then like.
Why
I
does
need to tighten the screen.
America doesn't think it's viable to turn other Middle Eastern countries into neoliberal democracies?
I don't think that America. I don't think America doesn't have an opinion on anything, right? Like we're talking about individuals in the State Department and their interests, right? Like this is an incredibly vague question that's like, when did you stop beating your wife, right? Like I think Jared Kushner and people like that have pushed for, you know, liberalizing certain regions and things of that nature. It's just very obvious that Israel's easier to control in this current situation and is more closely aligns with kind of their buddies and their interests in the moment. Like, what is your actual question that you're trying to get?
That was my question.
Okay, well, it's a stupid question. Continue.
Thank you. You're
What
so
is the
sweet.
motivation behind this, though? Like, what is, because I can show you the money wise. Qatar alone outspends Israel like 4
That's
to
not
1.
true.
I could show you the reports that have been
Yeah,
done
that's
on it.
bullshit.
They're dumping tons of money in. What is the incentive?
Wait, when you say they're dumping money into
Wait,
like
hold
college
on. Wait,
campuses,
can I say
Oh,
just
go
really quick? So I think that the issue, Tyler, that you're running into is that most pro-Israel lobbying in the U.S. is done by like U.S. citizens. Like I mean, a lot of times dual citizens, but sometimes just like full on like U.S. citizens and not even dual citizens. So I'll give you an example. So Mira Matelson by herself gave Trump over $100 million, right, in his last election campaign. That's far more than Qatar spent, right? Just her by herself, right, in the same year. And this isn't. And if you were to like to combine it with all the other like pro-Israel lobby groups in the U.S. that are made up of American citizens, either dual citizens or just American citizens, you're going to find that Israel actually, the pro-Israel lobby in the U.S. spends far more money lobbying politicians and lobbying through like endowments, even at colleges, through like grants at colleges, than any of these other lobbies that you're talking about. And it's by a lot.
I don't think
I'm
he's saying
looking
the
at
other
it
ones are
broken down.
lobbyists.
I'm looking at it broken down by nation. Israel's not even in the top 5.
Yeah, that's bullshit. That's obvious. Like so hold on. So what's how much does number one spend?
Pull it back up. It's a free press articles I was reading on
Yeah.
this. Hold on. The first one is universities.
I'll be right back. I'm grabbing something to clean my glasses.
Sure. Yeah, what's the like number one? What's their total spending?
Total spending between 2021 to 2024, $29 billion of foreign money were donated in total to these universities.
Okay, what's the number one spender?
China and Qatar it says China and Qatar together accounted for 29 billion of 58 billion total. Okay, my bad. 58 billion total. China and Qatar did 29 billion of it.
Wait, hold on. Are you talking to the universities or are you talking about like political lobbying?
That's just the link I went to first was the university. So right now Qatar is the largest source of foreign donations to U.S. universities since 1986.
Okay, so are you talking about like specifically universities or like political lobbying? Like
that
like
citation
elections
specifically. Hold on, let me pull up another one.
Corey, you've been very quiet.
I'm listening and learning.
Hoo-hoo.
I can become a Zionist if you wanted to pretend.
My notes are still
And
about.
then-
I
Ignore
linked-
Zionists.
when we say that Qatar and all these people are giving money to the universities, are we under the impression that like the universities are like paying the protesters? They're like
No.
what's the idea? So Qatar gives money to the universities, and then what? Like, how does that link to the protests and the propaganda? What
China's the
happens?
number one political donor in terms of political lobby.
What
They
what
do,
happens
they
with
build
that?
a wing. They'll make a department for like certain
Oh.
type of studies, and those teachers will be somebody
I know China
from an
does this a lot,
organization. Yeah, they'll be from like an organization that's pro X, Y, and Z that kind of stands against Americans' foreign policy interests. One of them was a professor. He was feeding money to some Palestinian group. He actually got removed from the United States, and his wife was one of the leaders of the Columbia Tentifada that happened in 2024. So they're still active and able in that. He was at Columbia as well, if I'm not mistaken, but I have to look at my notes.
Like I would say like I think sometimes this like demand, and I know like I'm not trying to like judge you. I know you're just trying to like you're asking a genuine question, sociologic, but I think sometimes there's this weird demand for the quid pro quo in like corruption and money in politics. And I see it on no matter who we're talking about, right? Like it's like, like what was the quid pro quo here? Or like oh, the Biden family just got this money from China. Well, what's the quid pro quo? Where's the smoking gun? Or like, oh, Hillary Clinton got access or whatever. Where's the quid pro quo? And you'll see it with Israel. You'll see it with everything. It's like we ought to be able to make the inference that when foreign nations or organizations or even organizations within, NGO activist organizations that are funded by our own money, that like when they're spending a bunch of money, they presume to be gaining something from this, even if there isn't a quid pro quo. At the very minimum, they're supporting an organization because it more aligns with their values in a presumably competitive market of other universities or other programs, et cetera. And so, like, I just don't think the quid pro quo, like, where is the smoking gun, is actually necessary. Like, it's obvious that when Israel is sending, when AIPAC is sending money or Qatar is sending money, or that, activist organizations for whatever political thing they're doing, or lobbyists in some regard are spending money, they think they're getting something, even if there isn't a quid pro quo. And like that is enough for us to be like, have a cause for concern. Now, obviously, if like we find the Chinese spy that is like paying off a specific professor so that they can get access to DARPA research, and bring it back to the CCP, that's like another level, and we can be like extra concerned. But like there should just be concern in general when organizations that don't necessarily align with our American interests, or with or have a specific ethnic interest, or a specific identitarian interest, and they're paying any of these institutions that have influence on our culture or in our government, that should be a concern, like just flatly, like that should be a problem.
Why? You do
Yeah,
it
the
in
answer
other
would be to get
countries all
money
the
out of
time.
politics, or like influential money out of.
No, the
like,
answer is to get rid of politics.
I mean, okay.
To get rid of politics?
Okay, hold on. So can I ask so Tyler, while you're looking that up, right? So to be clear, so like of the political lobbying donations, like I said, the vast majority of this that happens that are it's like pro-Israel is not coming from Israel. I use Mary Matelson as an example, but there are many examples. But like I agree, obviously there are other nations that lobby the US. Why wouldn't they? Obviously, right? So that's not surprising at all. But I'm not aware of any of those nations having a lobby powerful enough that criticism of those nations is like going to be punished within the U.S., right? Which is what happens with Israel.
I think
like
there's
like
a
Trump.
mixed-
Trump is pushing this definition, this IHRA definition on universities, right? The Republicans, not just Republicans, the Democrats too.
Democrats.
There's been a push to pass the Anti-Semitism Awareness Act, which would require them to use that definition, which includes criticism of Israel, reasonable criticism of Israel, as anti-Semitism, right? So, obviously, I think any reasonable person would say this is meant to suppress criticism of Israel, right? On college campuses. So, I know that I hope that you like free speech and I think that you're an American. So this seems like something that's like fundamentally at odds with American values, right? So like, why the fuck are our representatives pushing this? Obviously, it benefits Israel. It doesn't benefit us.
I can tell you, it's been in place since I think 2017 or 2018. It hasn't actually been a law since then, but it was, I want to say he did it through executive order to change was it Title 6 or 5? One of the titles. And it's been in place since then, and then it was turned into a law so that it can be instantiated instead of just a presidential decree or executive order. It actually becomes the law. But all it does is raise the standard of hate crime for every other group on a college campus to also raise that much for Jewish people as well. That's kind of the component.
That's
that we're
ridiculous.
missing. Why do we have any civil rights laws?
No, that's ridiculous. You ignored everything I just said. You
Good
ignored everything I just said, right? So I'm not saying that we shouldn't have. Hold on, I'm not saying that this is like something special, right, for Jews because there's some kind of like discrimination protection, whatever the fuck. I'm saying that what they're categorizing as discrimination or classifying as discrimination includes criticism.
They got him. They
Hey,
got
oh,
him.
dude, I thought my headphone went out for a
He
second.
must have been cooking because Israel got him. Yeah.
They
Oh,
fucking got him, dude.
Hey, Juby,
Yeah, what's up?
go ahead. We can hear you now.
To be clear, it includes criticism of Israel, i.e., Israel is a racist ethno-state, right? That is considered to be anti-Semitism under this act, right? Which is fucking ridiculous. So this is not just lifting them to the standard of all other groups. That's not true.
Well, see, that's an argument. That's your interpretation. Like we'd have to.
That's
go
what the
into
definition is.
What makes them a racist ethno-state, and all we have
Irrelevant.
is claims from NGO group. Well, if you're saying something is factual that actually goes through a process to prove, and let's say that
you're not
the
listening
State
to me.
Department in 2024 did an investigation.
What you're saying is
and found
irrelevant.
that those-
What you're saying is relevant. And I think we
Yeah,
got him
I-
now. Well,
I
but
think
Tyler, the
really
reason it's
labeled
irrelevant,
them.
Tyler, the reason it's irrelevant, right, is because whether or not it's true, I should be able to say it. I should be able to say that Israel's run by fucking zombies if I want to, or is run by like fucking vampires, right? I should be able to say this, right? So the fact that this statement, true or not, is being used is called anti-Semitism, and therefore, if you make this criticism of Israel on a college campus as a college student, you could be expelled. That is obviously meant to suppress criticism of Israel, right? So I don't care if you think it's true or not true. I think it is true. I don't care if you think it's true or not true. This is common, reasonable criticism of Israel. It is not anti-Semitic. It doesn't say anything about Jews, right? So, like, why the fuck would it be considered anti-Semitic?
Oh, there's a whole argument there about the time Jewish self-determination is the state of Israel.
Yeah, but then
That's
like so
something
anything we
else.
say about the
Whole
country, anything we
bigger
say about
thing.
the country or the ideology of like
Not
Zionism then
anything.
becomes anti-Semitism.
No, it's not anything. That hate crime law, again, it's been in place since 2018. It's been legally challenged, and the courts have ruled it's not infringing.
Also, why
on
don't you guys ever
That's not
argue the
true.
self-determination of any other
that's
group of
a good
people? I
question.
never hear this for the Kurds or the Armenians or the Native Americans. It's only Israelis.
Well,
It's
the
not
Native
even-
Americans, that's a bad
Israelis.
example. They got their
Hold
own
on, hold on.
ethno-states.
Hold on.
I-
hold
Not
on.
really. Do they? No. Are
The Trail of
they
Tears
allowed
on this
to have their
panel
own
like 100
country within
times.
our
Let-
own country? We would
I
never. We
have
would never.
brought up. I
got
have
their
brought
own
up
shit.
returning
I'm not talking
Northern
about you, I'm not talking about
Georgia.
you specifically.
We're not talking.
I'm not talking about you specifically, but I'm saying we would never, or Zionists would never, and the people who claim self-determination for Israel and for Jewish people would never allow Native Americans to build their own country within our country as their own entity.
Yeah, and you
Fuck
wouldn't
that,
say,
and
and you wouldn't
fucking
say that.
never.
And you wouldn't say
Like,
that disagreeing with that, right? That self-determination, quote unquote, was be like anti, like indigenous person or something. You wouldn't say that
Yeah.
it's discriminatory.
They
You would just
do
say,
say
hey,
that.
yeah, you just, yeah, it's stupid. But Tyler wouldn't say that. I hope. I don't think Tyler would say that, right? So why are you saying that it's true about it, like Israel? Why is it anti-Jew to criticize Israel in that way?
Well,
Or
there's
say
a
that
whole
they don't
argument.
have a
for-
right to self-determination.
For the
That's not
same
like they don't
reason-
deserve the land of Israel.
I mean, they could have self-determination, but this land was conquered from them. There's a whole different aspect of what the result of
Yeah,
the
so
war
if
is.
you want to do the might makes right argument, that's fine.
Well, it's not my right. It's
Dude,
like
I-
you lost this land. Your government was forced out of this land. You were in Egypt. You came through
Yeah,
Gaza to
might
attack
makes right.
Israel. You were forced out of this land. If you were forced out, that land no longer belongs. It's more of a government jurisdiction thereof argument. Of
Well, then
there's
they don't
no
have claim to
governing
that land
force.
because they were forced out.
Yeah, exactly. They were forced out of that land, so there's no
Irrelevant, Tyler.
jurisdiction.
Tyler, to be clear, do you
Hold on.
think that it is anti-Semitic to say that that Israel's racist ethno-state?
Personally, no, but the arguments
Okay.
I've heard, there's a double
They're
standard
stupid.
argument. Well,
No,
I
there's
mean,
no double standard.
I
They're
get why
stupid
people
argument.
say it. I don't think it. I think people are more nuanced than that argue. Yeah, I agree.
No,
and if it
hold
does
on,
infringe
hold
on your First Amendment
Is
rights,
free
it's a
Palestine
cause
the
for
same as Hail Hitler?
that. No.
That's kind of where we're getting to the point where this, like anything that Israel deems to be labeled as anti-Semitic is anti-Semitic, and we have students and American citizens being or green card holders being punished at the rate of for like speaking upon other countries when they're
Yeah.
deeming like they're controlling our speech.
Okay, let me
That's an
offer you a
issue.
hypothetical I like throwing around here. Let's say I'm looking at the actions in Rwanda and Congo and saying Africa is a failed state. Let's take Africa away, give it back to all the places that colonized
the
it in
continent?
past. Yes, the continent. Africa has failed. Let's give it back to all the colonists that came in there before, because at least there was a lot more peace then. And anyone that supports Africa being a continent still is pro-genocide because they're allowing Congo and Rwanda to continue. It's like, it's just not a great argument to build up on. Like the premise that Hamas are the
America is
bad guys.
currently half the battle of failing Congo. What the fuck are you talking about?
No, they were one, and genocide was going on before we were born.
Did
Clinton's
I
in
say
the
Congo? I think
Congo
I
and
did.
Rwanda are fighting in the conflict against each other.
There are more things happening in the Congo than Congo fighting Rwanda.
Okay, but that's what I was citing in my example. So if
Oh my
just
God.
allowing that conflict to continue,
Katie just got bodied.
allowing that conflict to continue would be like saying that you're because you want to allow Africa to be in the hands of the Africanists, or yeah, we'll do African. I don't have a Zion reference for that, so my analogy is kind of shitty. I'm sorry, but I would see that as racist personally. I would see that these people also have the right to self-determination. Now, if someone went in and conquered that land, we're talking a little bit different because, you know, history is somewhat written by the victors and that's their land now.
Do you think Palestinians have the right to self-determination?
Yeah, they do. I thought that was what Jordan was supposed to be when they broke up the land. Yeah.
Well, hold on. So, okay. So then, like, so if I were to say, or like a Zionist were to say, right, that actually Palestine doesn't exist, right? There's never been a Palestine. They actually don't have self-determination. They need to go to like the Jordan or Syria or something, right? Do you think that would be like anti-Arab or something, or anti-Palestinian?
No.
Like,
I just don't think they have property rights to the land because the people that were in control of the government before them lost it and Israel won it. And any other nation, the United States, China, Russia, all of them would have said, get the fuck out. But Israel didn't. They've been half-assing it and trying to be kind in certain ways.
No, not kind.
I would say they have.
What are you
Before the war, they were providing 10% of the water to Gaza and things of that
How
nature.
kind?
Like they've been kind.
After they blockade them and refuse to let them like bring in their own supplies, they let in 10%. Congratulations.
We have to keep going back because every one of these has a counterfactual before. We have to go all the way back to the damn 40s to get to the beginning of this Tiflis. You do. You really do. Like
so Tyler,
one side
Tyler,
continues to
hold on,
launch
Tyler.
rockets into the other. Like
No, that's such a one-sided, stupid way to think about this. But
It's
let's
not.
not even.
You're-
Hold on, no, it is though. But let's just really quickly. So the reason I brought up this Anti-Semitism Act and this IHRA definition is because you're talking about all these other lobbies within the U.S., right? And you're saying this to downplay the influence of the pro-Israel lobby, right? Whether these people were from Israel or not, right? But obviously, the pro-Israel lobby is powerful enough to have our politicians regularly pushing to like criminalize in some way criticism of that nation. That doesn't exist for any other nation in the U.S.
I think you're single factoring on the lobby itself when really you're ignoring the component of the most egregious against the most hate crimes per capita go against Jewish people. So this is a group that also has the component of racism.
Tyler, when they
hold on, let me.
We're ignoring factors is all.
Let me have my
Jewish
turn
people
yelling at
oppressed in
Tyler.
America?
Right. So
No.
here's the thing.
Generally.
So
What is
here's the
generally?
thing, right? Like it's the problem with trying to track foreign money, and Doobie brought this up earlier, right? Is is APAC foreign money? Well, not technically. Technically,
should
it's
have to
American
register.
money, but it obviously has a lot of ties to Israel, right? And we're dealing with an ethno state. And so we're dealing with an ethno state where, where there is religion involved as well, right? Like obviously Israel, Zionism, Jewishness is kind of a bit of a special factor when we're talking about identitarian politics. And so there's also a lot of Jewish donors, right? Like one of the major reasons, one of the things that people were constantly talking about when they were talking about the Kamala Harris campaign just recently was, she has to be careful on her, position on Israel Gaza because she could lose the Jewish donor class, right? And so like tracking the money is not really the right way to go about it. What's a much more accurate assessment of identitarian politics and their power is what kind of legislation gets put forward and what kind of cultural influence and in organizations and NGOs and things like that occur. And so it's fair for you to say, well, like, look at college campuses. They're funded, and there is, you know, a lot of anti-Israel, free Palestine, whatever influence there. But it's also, if you're going to do that and link those things, I think it's also super fair for you to recognize, okay, the money is hard to track, but there's nobody else with the power to put forward that, you know, criticizing a country is bigotry
That's what I'm trying to
other
say.
than other than Jewish people and Jewish organizations,
That's the
Zionist
point.
organizations, etc.
If you look at just the money, they're being outspent by Qatar and China on
No,
both
but they're not, like, you
No,
can't,
but they're
but like
not.
that's the
I just
problem is that,
looked. I have it.
like when you're talking, so like let's bring up the favorite boogeyman of the right, George Soros, right? His money isn't going to be calculated in terms of like foreign influence on a
It's not gonna be
politician.
Israeli money.
Okay,
It's gonna be American
right.
money.
It's going to be
Or-
American money from an American citizen, but he is going to have interests that align with whatever his values are. And there is a large Jewish donor class in politics that are supporting, you know, supporting activist organizations. You know, there are so many, if you really get into the weeds of like trying to follow the money, there are so many NGOs that are like just have like a baby website, and they intentionally spend $9,999 so that they don't have to make public knowledge where they got their funding from. And there's like millions of these little organizations that are essentially impossible to calculate unless you're the IRS or you're like a financial auditor.
You're right,
Like,
but
so
it's
like
2% of the
knowing
United
where
States.
right, but knowing where the money is coming from is a difficult prospect. And so what Doobie is trying to say is, okay, knowing that it's difficult to track all of this money, what are the consequences? And the consequences is that politicians, you know, get primaried if they don't support Israel if they're in the Democrat side, and that politicians are supporting anti-First Amendment legislation specifically for one identity group, that no other identity group would be able to have this thing pushed at that level. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Doobie, but like I'm just trying to
Yeah, you're
clarify
right.
this
You're
argument. 'Cause it
100%
seems like
right.
it's getting in the weeds.
Yeah, so there, I mean, all that to say that I think you're downplaying the power of this lobby when I think it's obviously incredibly influential. Right? So I don't think we should downplay how powerful it is.
It is influential. I'm not saying it's not. I'm just we're saying that like this lobby has all this power, but when you look at the polling, it's actually just people don't like anti-Semitism, and the people support this tiny lobby by comparison.
Why don't they? Why do they think everything's anti-Semitism? Is it because of the propaganda that's being pushed by the lobbies, by the money that's being spent, right? Like
it's
this,
the most.
people don't even know where Israel is, much
what
less to
group-
know what anti-Semitism is.
What group is the most targeted by hate crimes in the United States per capita for every year, every single year?
Hold on, no, that's
that
hold
little
on.
per
To be
capita.
clear, yeah, to be clear though,
That per
right?
capita
So
does
like,
a lot of lifting.
it really depends what you mean by hate
100%.
crime. Hold on. So not only these numbers,
Hate
would be
crimes
both
because like
violent and
a third
property.
of that is spitting. So
exactly, it's
can you
spitting.
get those
It's somebody
stats
like
out, please?
Yeah, I can.
like the
Yeah.
ADL. The ADL will be one of these groups who say, "Oh, look at here's all the hate crimes we're tracking." They will track people saying "fuck Zionism" as like a hate crime. It's like an anti-Semitic slur, right? So like,
It's like,
like
And
come
then their
on.
partner group, and then their
Right,
partner
like,
groups stop anti-Semitism. All they do is dox and do hate crimes on other people, on other minority groups. It's just like
ADL has had like 4 years to categorize what was it, those 4 people during the BLM protests that beat the white guy, like nearly did or beat him to death. And it's like that's still not categorized as a hate crime, but like spitting near a Jewish person is. Like, you can't, like, many of these organizations that are tracking what is or isn't a hate crime, like every crime is a hate crime if it's motivated by hate. Like, it's a nonsense fucking term to begin with.
Hate crime is a
Like,
charge, not just a term that you can track. The people that keep charging.
no, I
it are
understand
the
that it's a charge, but
prosecutors.
it's completely subjective because it requires you to have an understanding of the motivations of the person's mind.
Which is
like,
why they're
if
rare
I-
to charge.
If I'm doing graffiti because I dislike a wall, I hate the
You're-
wall. Like, that's a hate crime. Like, every crime is, is like every crime that is motivated by any level of anger is a hate crime.
It
And
has
so
to be
no,
approved
that's
at the highest
Tyler,
standard.
Tyler,
Tyler.
Let's
Tyler.
go. Hold on, hold on.
So the guy that threw
Let's
the
go
Molotov,
back this one.
so the guy,
Because
so the guy that threw the Molotov cocktail, right? Do you think he threw it because they were Jewish or because they were potentially Zionist and some
I have no
ideology
idea.
focused? There's a
I need to
different-
wait for the court process to play out.
I'm
on
saying,
that,
like, if you
but
had to infer, right? Do you think people are attacking Jews or do you think people they're attacking assumed Zionists, right? Like,
probably
not saying it's good.
probably Jews, because like they don't even know if those people
can
are
we not
Zionists.
scope? Can we hold on?
Really?
Can we not
They were
ascribe
protesting-
rational fucking motivations
I'm not
to a
acting.
dude
No,
that
no, no,
throws
no, not
no, no,
fucking-
no,
because
no,
hate
no, I'm not
crime-
having
come on.
rational. I'm
Hate
saying
crime is a
dude
charge.
probably hates
Hold on,
Jews.
I'm saying if
hold
we
on.
ascribe it to anti-Semitism, right, then we're
I don't.
giving them
You're
a
asking
specific
me.
motive and ideology to go with. Then it adds to like hate crimes to his point when it's not
No,
specific.
that's not how hate crimes
No.
are. So lactoids here,
No.
we can ask him. So a hate crime is
Based on a protected
charge.
class.
Yes, and
Yeah,
you need to
so
prove
not a wall.
only
Wall would not be a
willful
hate
A
crime.
wall
intent.
would not be a hate
Not-
crime.
You not only need to prove willful intent, which is the highest standard of a crime, but you also have to prove that willful intent was to do so hatefully. Hate crimes are very rarely charged and even more rarely convicted. Less than 1% of crimes, violent crimes, are hate crimes. If you look at the federal, it's even lower. So this is something you have to prove. It has a very high bar.
Do you think it's possible that maybe hate crimes that are persecuted are more often that happen to Jewish people than, let's say, Black people?
Black people are not per capita anywhere close to Jews, and they're also the most likely to commit
Can
hate
Tyler
crimes.
answer?
Yeah, I have the statistics pulled up in front of me right now. I'd say 3-1 Jews are the most persecuted for not just non-violent hate crimes like
That's
spitting,
not what I asked you.
but also more violent. What is the question you asked then?
I asked you if you think there's a likelihood that maybe hate crimes, so for example, spitting on a Jewish person, is more likely to go through trial and get labeled as a hate crime than, say, if someone spat on a Black person.
I have no reason to believe that's the case.
Black people don't trust the police, though,
Okay.
right? So they'd be less likely to report hate crimes, Tyler?
That could be maybe not. I don't know. I don't have no reason. I need to see data to show that like maybe one group is less likely to say they're the victim of a hate crime, but I haven't seen that.
Yes, definitely. Black people are very known to approach police with okay. Yes. Good. Thank you.
So
It's fucking
like so okay. Let's
hold on?
Go ahead. You go first.
I just want to really quick. So, because I've looked into the hate crime thing before, right? Like, so I'm just looking it up really quickly because I don't remember it being that much a difference, right? I don't remember Jews being that much higher. And it's saying that. So the first website I find, of course, is the ADL. 63% increase since 2023. And again, what they're tracking as hate crimes is questionable. But even if we were to accept that this is like that these are all actually hate crimes, right? Whatever the fuck that means.
What year?
I
I'm
think
sorry?
that it says a 63% increase since 2023. Because in 2023, African Americans were actually had a higher percentage of hate crimes per capita, right? So like since 2023, there's been like a boost on the Jewish side, right? So given that there is this conflict, and given that a lot of Israelis, Jews tend to tie themselves to Israel, and a lot of people in Israel ties itself to Jews, right? They say, hey, we're the Jewish state, and they attempt to like claim all Jews, even if a Jewish person has no intention of ever going to Israel, doesn't support Israel, yada yada. Israel will say, hey, we're the state of that guy, right? So there is a connection being drawn intentionally between Israel and Jews by Israel and by pro-Israel groups. So I think that I'm not saying that it's good for this to happen, of course, but I think you should expect that when a nation is specifically tying itself to a group of people, if that nation is doing awful, terrible shit, it might lead to an increase of like attacks against that group of people.
Yeah, did you see
And
what
so,
the
like,
Jews were wearing?
Wait, what?
Did you see what the
Oh,
Jews
boy.
were wearing?
Oh no, don't do that, please.
Boy.
No,
Don't do
I'm
that.
looking at
That's
the set. It's
ridiculous.
2015 to 2017. What you're looking at is just race-based hate crimes. If you encompass in race and religious-based hate crimes, 2015 to 2017 was the spike, and since then they've been the highest target of hate crimes in the United States.
Can you post that? Because that's not what I'm saying at all.
Yeah, Federal Bureau of Hate Crime Statistics in 2023 reported that. Yeah, I'll get that up for you.
Well, but you should know you're responsible for like half of them, right? So you should.
Yes.
So something that I wanted to go back to, something that Tyler said. Hold quite a while ago. I don't want to overwhelm you because I know you're doing something else right now, Tyler. But I'll just
Take
like
three now.
sure. Um, you're talking about how, or you talked about how well, first the military that Israel aids the United States and military campaigns. That they're there providing us with support and intelligence, and well, yeah, that of course that makes sense because Israel has been pushing us to go to war within the Middle East. Like they want us to take out these targets. That Iraq was a big problem for them. And they pushed us to go to Iraq, and of course they provide us with support. They've been wanting to destabilize all their neighbors, right? So anytime we have some sort of intervention with one of their neighbors, then they're there. Now they're pushing us for Iran, right? With Netanyahu and his cartoon bomb in the well of the Congress.
Now?
Right? Not now. I mean, sorry, not now. I mean, yeah, for like a long time. I mean,
But
a long
now,
time.
Yeah,
Right?
that was my joke.
Like,
yeah.
yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. So, of course, they are there for us, 100%. Like, the point is to get the United States to do their dirty work. So, like, this isn't a point of their defense. This is what they do. This is like this is how they reach their larger political goals, right? To have their own a bit of hegemony in the Middle East.
How did they push us into Iraq exactly? I've never heard this before.
Bro,
They-
okay. How old are you? What?
Wait, you've never
what
heard-
is happening?
I've never heard this specific narrative.
How old are you?
37. I lived
You're
through all
30
this. I was in high school for this.
Okay, so I don't know. You must have been under a rock, right? But during
No, I've
the
never been
lead
in
up-
Iraq.
He was under Iraq.
Right.
Iraq.
I was just in the UAE
Right.
recently, though.
Right, like during the lead up to the the Iraq invasion, like Bibi Netanyahu himself came to Congress and was telling us that there was weapons of mass destruction and that Israel was the one that provided the majority of all the intelligence that there was weapons of mass destruction, and they were like, you've got to do something about this, like everyone's going to die, like all the children are going to be gassed by sarin gas, and they were like describing in detail shit that they were just making up. Like
Okay.
Israel intelligence was just making up weapons of mass destruction, and then they were selling it, and then they were pumping it on our media constantly over and over and over again.
So they were
Like,
making up.
without Israel's influence, like, I mean, we probably still would have gone to Iraq, let's be honest, because Foundation for New America.
That's what I was going
But
to get.
what is it? Foundation for, I can't remember. Foundation for Cultural America. One of those fucking heritage foundation groups where they were like, what we need is a big terrorist attack, and then we can go invade the Middle East and do this shit. And then 9/11 happened. They were like, fuck yeah. But yeah, no, Israel was a huge player in our presumed belief that there was weapons of mass destruction in Iraq when there wasn't at all.
There were.
There was no evidence.
There were.
There wasn't.
There was.
No,
There was 5,000 to 7,000. Do you remember the burn pits that they did in Congress a few years back? Those burn pits were the decaying bioweapons that they found there. 5,000 to 7,000 reported by the New York Times.
I
They
don't
were-
look.
they
Look,
were rotting.
I
The
understand that
problem-
they had gas stockpiles and there may have been like other experimental weapons,
problem,
but like
okay,
none
the
of them
problem-
none of them reached the threshold of like weapons
None
of
of
mass
them worked.
destruction.
The problem they fit the definition that they were using. The problem is none of them work. So all that could have been prevented if Saddam Hussein just let the UN inspectors go and take a look at these bunkers that he decommissioned. No one would have had to invade. But the fact that he was also disobeying the UN,
Had
the
to
US, and multiple
invade?
other people, yeah. When
Well,
somebody
hold
knows
on. The
weapons
claim
that
of
are
the claim at the
registered-
time, to be clear, was that they had a stockpile of
Yeah.
weapons of mass destruction, including nuclear weapons potentially,
they
right?
said around 10,000.
Like that was that was the claim. Now you're saying, oh well, they had
I don't think,
they
I
had,
never heard.
they had burn pits for
nuclear,
chemical
but
weapons that didn't work. Like that's an entirely different thing.
I don't think they ever said they had nuclear weapons.
Yes, they absolutely did.
I think the nuclear comment came from it's talking about Iran, not from talking about.
No,
Iraq.
hold on.
I
The
don't
one
think
of the
it was
major
a claim.
no,
It was-
there
it
was
was
a claim
violent.
that they were no. There was a claim that they had nuclear weapons. Either they were in the process of making them or they already had them. That a stockpile of them.
That was the whole yellow cake
Yeah.
like talking point. Yeah. That's a big thing. They dragged out what's his name? Face. A black general who died. What's his name?
Colin Powell?
Colin Powell.
Colin Powell. Thank you.
Mm.
I should know that. But anyway, yeah, Colin Powell. Thank you, Corey. They dragged out
I
Colin
know.
Powell. and this
All
is
black
how
people know each other.
we should.
Oh.
I met him in the meetings, but Colin Powell like burned his reputation like in front of the UN selling this, right? Like he says that he was simply given this intel and told to run with it by his president, so he did what he had to do. But who knows, right? But in any case, he goes there. He shows like there's the aluminum pipes or whatever the fuck, right? All things like for what was it, centrifuges. He talked about like how these things are moving. Like they have like satellite imagery showing all these things. Like he like laid out the evidence in front of the UN, and because he has such a high like reputation, Colin Powell, which he didn't really deserve, but he has such a high reputation, like that helped convince our allies. Oh, I guess this is happening, so we go in.
What I'm looking at here is it was claimed that they had Iraqi military leaders in Africa trying to buy nuclear weapons or parts of nuclear weapons in another continent. That's what apparently was said.
No,
and the UN weapons inspectors found it was false.
Yeah, I'm looking through Wikipedia. Like they didn't have bioweapons. The program had been dismantled in
Yes.
the 90s. They did
Yes,
not have
they were
bioweapons.
rotten.
They didn't have
They were
nuclear
rotten. They
weapons.
didn't have working weapons.
No. They didn't have anything. Like nothing was.
They had I can tell you.
Yeah, you can tell. You can. Here, listen. If you can show me something that proves that Wikipedia is wrong, I'm more than happy to be shown that. I mean, Wikipedia has been wrong on other things, but this is like at least very intuitive in terms of what I've heard from like everything else. So, I mean, if you have like evidence contradicting that, I'll take a look at it. But my understanding was that, and it still is, based on a cursory Google search right here in the middle of the panel, is that Iraq did not have weapons of mass destruction. And we were told before that invasion that they had it. Dick Cheney said that they had it, that they had weapons of mass destruction. And this was cited as a reason for launching one of the most catastrophic geopolitical blunders the U.S. has gotten involved in the past 50 years. A complete disaster. We handed that country over to Iran.
I threw it in the group chat. There were thousands of old WMDs in Iraq. 5,000 to 7,000 by the New York Times.
Wait, hold on. Old because of the program had been dismantled in the 90s.
Yes.
Yeah, so like that wasn't the claim. The claim was that they had been working on these weapons for like over a decade, and that they had some. All right, so we had to go.
I mean,
right?
We didn't know.
The exact quote from Bibi Netanyahu is, "There is no question whatsoever that Saddam is seeking and is working and is advancing towards the development of nuclear weapons."
Yeah.
Right.
That
So
they
it's
had-
like
they said they
there's
had
like a
support
double
from
speak. There's a double speak here, right? Where it's like he's seeking and advancing towards, right? Which is basically any level of evidence would fit that, right? And so there's sure, if we want to get into the nitty gritty about the claims that were made and whether or not, if we get technical with it, right? Like all he needs is one piece of intelligence that he was like, well, can I get some yellow cake if someone's buying it, right? And now all of a sudden he's got a nuclear weapons program that is, but that is on the brink of destroying, Israel. But the thing is that what we were talking about originally is the influence of Israel in terms of agitating towards us going towards other wars in the Middle East.
Did we do our
Yeah,
own
we're seeing the same thing with Iran
absolutely
right
what is
now.
occurring.
We did our own
We're seeing the
intel
same thing with
reports
Iran right
after,
now.
right? Like if somebody comes to us and says, hey, some bad things happening, do we just jump in 10 toes down, or we do our own intelligence report?
When it's fucking Israel, apparently we
did
do.
our own, but we did our own. We have
Like,
all
what
these
the
things
fuck?
that the U.S. put out. Then the U.S. intel's apparatus was looking into this for years as well. So it's not like
Right,
we
but
just
the thing
listened to
is
them and
that
did what
like
they said.
Israel is a part of the Five Eyes program. Israel intelligence is like a very large part of how we understand what is going on in the Middle East, and they have fed us bullshit that is aided in our decision-making process, both as the American public and from the military, the government, whatever fucking thing you want to fit into that square peg, towards going towards wars. Now, like, is there an argument that if Israel didn't exist, we would have gone into these? Like, there's no way of knowing that, right? But the claim here is, it like the overarching meta conversation, right? Is Israel actually aiding and helping us in the region? Are they helping towards bringing peace about, and security towards our nation? Are they aiding us, and the American citizen? And the answer is a resounding, overwhelming no. They're just taking
And,
money and getting us involved in conflicts that aren't fucking helping us. And they're influencing our politics. Now, to what degree, we can get nitpicky about to what degree, but like the answer ought be if you're like super pro democracy based off of the opinions of people, it should be to the most minimal degree possible. Now, I don't give a fuck about democracy. The only thing I'm currently concerned in this fucking conversation is our money being stolen to go to people that aren't helping us at all.
Tyler, I want to nitpick something. The link that you posted indicated that thousands of chemical weapons that were expired were perhaps
Yes.
found throughout Iraq.
Yes.
Two questions, or I guess two statements / questions. You would agree that chemical weapons aren't necessarily WMDs, right?
Yes, but based on the definition that they were using in this, most of them essentially fit that. I don't know the technical definition.
That's not what the article says. The article says that thousands, because yes, Iraq did have chemical weapons and they used chemical weapons back in the Iran-Iraq War, but they had dismantled the program, and so it would make sense that perhaps there would be like caches found throughout the country.
Yes.
But I don't think that. First of all, they were expired, as the article indicates.
Yes.
So they were non-functional. Which was
Mhm.
in direct opposition to what we were sold to go into Iraq. And also, even if they were functional, that wouldn't necessarily make them weapons of mass destruction.
Well, that was apparently the term WMD. Assault rifle isn't a real word either, so maybe there is a technical, and then maybe that was used politically, colloquially, absolutely. But the reason why we went in is because there's a process for this, where they have these weapons registered, and they're refusing to give them back, refusing to let UN inspectors go in and take a look for that, make sure the maintenance is up to date, make sure they're not being used against their people, which was the actual claim that started all this, was they were using against their own people. Then none of that would have happened. Absolutely. If Saddam Hussein would have let UN inspectors in to come take a look at those weapons caches, none of that shit would have happened. 100% agree.
Okay, but you agree that
Right.
like Dick
Yeah.
Cheney did say
I
that
think
there
you
were.
missed a sub from iCow, I believe, and he
Oh,
sent a
okay.
message.
Thanks, Corey.
Ical says,
I got to be good for
Han,
something.
thank you so much. I appreciate it. He says, he resubs. Thank you so much for the 42 month resub. Hans Blix made the determination of not WMDs. We went around him to claim that they were there. I'm guessing he means like the administration went around, the Bush administration went around them. Sorry, I gotta look this up. Like, I feel like there were inspectors who went in, but like, let me back up before and check that out before I make that claim. But go ahead, you guys. Why? Like,
There
Yeah,
were in the
there
90s
were some that were
when
turned
they were
away.
decommissioning.
Hmm.
They were started getting turned away as time went on.
Yeah, but that's different though than the claims that were being made by the U.S. administration going into that war, which was they have it, like they have WMDs. We got to go in and stop them from using them. Okay, this level of confidence, these direct statements made by people like Dick Cheney, was used to invigorate a response by the United States and led to a catastrophe, a geopolitical catastrophe that has essentially handed over Iraq to Iran. And also led to ISIS and all of that bullshit, right? So I don't know. I like to have a little bit more surety before we start blowing shit up. I would like that.
Sure, there was an intelligence failure. They admitted to that, absolutely. I 100% agree with you. It was a mistake, but I just don't think they lied so much as there's a little more to the summary than you're giving it credit for. They did say, like, they're hiding this from us. We don't know for sure. And the fact that they're not working with us to alleviate this makes it a problem as well.
Okay, but
Depends
that's
on-
not. But that's okay.
What the fuck is
I
it
can agree with you to a certain degree that there, potentially there was incompetence, right?
Lieberman?
Right. But the problem is having lived through it, and you lived through it too. You said you don't really remember this, which I mean, maybe you just weren't interested in like news at the time. Whatever, that's fine. Not a lot
You're
of
looking
high
at
school
it in
kids are.
hindsight.
But like when I was watching it, right? I remember the media blasting, over and over and
WMDs.
over again. Like, like there was, it was Bibi Netanyahu talking about Iran, and they would like, even though it wasn't involved with Iraq and Afghanistan, but like they would show Iran, and they would be like, and he was showing that picture of like the ticking time bomb with the marker.
And this was
and
right
it's
after
like,
9/11.
they're 90% the way there. And it was like, it was this constant deluge to try and make America, get behind public support for invading a country that we now know in hindsight, right? Like I can appreciate the recognition, even though I don't want to give too much, good faith to warmongering, genocidal, sociopaths that ran the State Department. But nevertheless, I can recognize that they thought it might be a good idea, but in hindsight, we can recognize that that Saddam Hussein was a balancing factor of stability in the region, and that when we count the deaths in Iraq and Afghanistan, we are drastically reducing how many deaths are actually occurring, because we have to look at ISIS, we have to look at ISIL, we have to look at al-Nusra, we have to look at Yemen and Iranian involvement there. We have to look at so many other things that likely would not have occurred if we had maintained Saddam Hussein in the region. And it's like we've said before, we've worked with dictators before. To Sociologic's point, right? I'm not I don't think in most circumstances it's beneficial for us to work with, Muslim countries. But in this instance, we would have been a lot fucking better off getting more of a relationship with Saddam Hussein and working in that regard than we absolutely did with Israel. And I think the data kind of shows that we kind of fucked ourselves by being too pro-Israel and not pro-Saddam Hussein enough.
Well, I don't know if I quite put it like that, but
Yeah.
Yeah, you're kind of giving me a really good argument there. It just goes
So
in a
I want
different
to. I don't want to go too far.
Every politician that all of these politicians are goddamn monsters. I'm working with the fact that they're all fucking monsters. They all steal, they all kill, they all murder, they all cheat.
I think
Okay, and in that
everyone
regard,
hates Trump are
I'm
good
gonna.
people.
You know what I mean? Like maybe maintaining a fucking diplomatic relationship and not invading another fucking country because bad guy does bad things. And then we, consequentially realize that we just led to the deaths of millions.
The invasion was a mistake,
I want to pull
idea.
back. I just want to pull back on this and refocus the conversation. At the cartoon bomb that happened, I believe, in 2012. That was under Obama administration, not right after 9/11. But
the what did?
Iranian thing, the cartoon bomb,
Charlie Hebdo.
Yeah, no. The cartoon bomb.
Charlie
that
Hebdo is a good
brought
joke.
in front of Congress.
I want you to know I appreciate.
I think you said that the Lactoid that you said that was just after 9/11.
No, I said the invasion of Iraq was right after 9/11.
Okay, fair enough then. Yeah, but anyway, the point is that back to Netanyahu. The point is, we're discussing if Israel.
I might be confusing certain aspects of media propaganda designed to get me to support wars that happened for most of my childhood and adult life, for a troop surge at some point, as opposed to like the initial invasion.
There's been a lot. No worries. No worries. But in any case, like that did happen, right? That was a moment in time where they had the cartoon bomb, right? Where Republicans had invited Bibi Netanyahu to Congress over like the pushback of the Obama administration, and he gave the speech. And I think like Democrats, for the most part, boycotted this. If I remember correctly, but maybe not. I don't know. But in any case, so you weren't aware of this history, Tyler, right? With the Iraq situation. Now you might quibble. You might say, well, there were some WMDs, but or something that counts as WMDs. But we've shown that the claims that are being made, right, specifically by Israel, were of a much more serious nature, at the very least.
A little bit. I said it came from our end. We did a follow-up investigations with all of our intel departments.
Okay, so I'm not sorry, to be clear. Netanyahu helped sell this to the public. Yeah, okay. And not that the administration didn't also want to do this, the Bush administration. So, okay. In terms of the invasion, and looking back and seeing like their track record of truthfulness, right? When we, as the public, because we can only judge this from the outside, right? None of us are in the Trump administration. None of us were in the Biden administration, right? And going back, so we weren't there. So like now, as we're doing here, as civilians, judging the truthfulness of these statements, could it be that when Israel makes statements today about this current crisis, right, which has lost some support globally, right? Within the American public, they've dropped support only a little bit, but like in terms of global image, right, it's been completely damaging to them. You think that in this situation, that Israel might lie about what's happening, right? Like might lie about what? Okay, well, okay, good.
Absolutely.
That much. Okay, fair enough, right? So let's talk about something else that you want. You said, and this is what I have been trying to drive at before. We got distracted, right? Talking about what happened at the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation or Fund, I forget which one, the GHF, the massacre that just recently happened. At least 32 dead, hundreds injured. Where
Foundation.
thank you. When starving Gazans went to get aid. This new organization, right? UNRWA was thrown out because, like you said, Israel accused them of working with Hamas, right? And being generally awful or whatever, right? And so they got rid of it. And they said, well, we don't know worse, right? Because we can simply create another organization and they can do the same work. In fact, they can do it better. Well, we've already had 2 instances where the security forces of IDF and maybe some American mercenaries there as well have been firing on the Gazans coming there looking for aid, firing on them. We have eyewitness reports, right? Eyewitnesses from people who were there, and then those given by doctors who've been treating those individuals. They were fired on by Israeli drones, Israeli tanks, Israeli soldiers. They fired on these people desperately looking for aid.
This was
And
just
then Israel,
recently?
yeah, I mean, this just happened. The Witkoff, now it's being, some people are calling it the Witkoff massacre, naming after Steve Witkoff because he had because of his decisions here as a U.S. envoy. In any case, right? That happened, and then Israel says, "Well, oh, that wasn't us, right?" The flower massacre that happened months ago. There was another. It's almost the exact same situation, except there wasn't an aid organization around the situation, but like there was aid. People came to the aid, right? This convoy, and then Israel soldiers fired on them. They lied about it. They released footage saying, "Oh, this wasn't us." The New York Times like did analysis, like, "Yeah, this is an obvious lie." Even the New York Times has been in the bag for Israel. Said this is an obvious lie. They've lied again and again. When at the start of this war or this conflict, whatever you want to call it, right? At the start of this situation, there was that incident. Yeah, maybe you guys remember where a missile landed near a hospital, right? And they said, well, Israel would never do that. Obviously not. See, that must have been Hamas, right? And any implication otherwise, well, see, that's anti-Semitic. It's anti-Semitic to say that we would fire on a hospital. But then since then, Israel has bombed nearly all the hospitals, destroyed nearly all of them, right? So, looking at all that, right, with the clarity of being in the future, right, of looking into the past, can we say that maybe Israel, like we cannot trust their words, that they are, in terms of an ally, an untrustworthy ally?
I would say, based on the examples you gave specifically, no, because I would say that talking about the IDF food depot the other day. We have video proof showing that the Hamas blockade set out a mile out that was opening fire on Gazans was responsible for most of the deaths.
Yeah, give me that. You brought that up previously.
Yep.
Give me that
I'll drop it in
source
the
if you
thing.
could. Because I also have source like from Peretz talking about how Israel funds gangs to steal from convoys, to cause general chaos within Gaza. They're like funding these gangs who are just roving around, right? And then when they do something, they can say, "Well, that's Hamas." That's in those actions.
They found the
Yeah,
Hamas
well, okay. Well,
warehouse last week.
I'll love to take a look at your evidence. Go ahead.
Yeah, they found the Hamas warehouse, I think, in the last couple of weeks where they were storing all the aid. Since the IDF had the first successful aid mission to actually get aid to the Gazan people since the war has started, because we saw Tony Blinken there about a dozen times. He went to Saudi Arabia even more to beg for oil from OPEC. But when he went there, he saw several trucks go into Israel and grab.
Is someone watching? Sorry, is someone watching something in the background? I'm hearing like a TV noise or something.
I think it's probably Tyler when he comes off of mute when he speaks that you hear the background. I assume.
Yeah, I guess. But yeah, we'll give him a moment.
All right, so there was that incident. There was about it was in my background. I'm sorry. She
No worries,
apologized.
friends. No worries,
So
friends.
they said that they have video footage of Hamas was actually firing. Afterwards, Hamas publicly released a statement. Any Gaza they see with the IDF food packages will be shot on sight. The official Hamas government said that afterwards, so it's pretty clear.
Where I definitely need is
I will-
in that link as well.
No, I don't think it's in that link. I think that was just the video.
I got a 403 for. Oh no, never mind. It loaded. It didn't load it first. I'll take a look at this from the Jerusalem Post.
Yeah, I'll have to
look
find
at
that one for you as
the-
well. On top of
Yeah,
that,
take your time.
I would say that those are kind of being misframed a bit, and we saw what happened to the rebels, the anti-Hamas rebels inside Gaza. The IDF was even trying to protect them, and Hamas went and killed all the leadership of that.
No,
group.
that's not. Hold on. So there's been reports for months now that the IDF has been working with criminal gangs within Gaza, like criminal. Yeah. So and there have been reports that those that early on, like months ago, even that those were the groups that were stealing a lot of the aid. That what would happen is they get through the checkpoint, and then 100 meters down the road, this group would pop up with military gear right in front of the IDF and steal the aid. Right, and they've set up a compound within, I think it's Rafah, where they set up a compound where they're allowed to have guns and armor that's provided by Israel, right? So, yeah, I know that there's been like fight between that group and Hamas, right? So, like, if that group is some kind of criminal group that's stealing aid and attacking aid workers, then yeah, I'm glad they're being fought, right? And there was a story months ago where the Gazan police force ran like a joint operation, quote unquote, against this group, and the police chief was bombed by Israel. He was killed by Israel, right, for doing this. So, yeah,
They
So,
found
like,
multiple
this is-
warehouses run by
this is-
Hamas full aid.
This is
yeah, I'm sure
exactly
Hamas
the
has
type of
taken some aid.
And I understand that this isn't per se an argument, right? Like I will preface that with this, right? That this isn't per se like an argument about the veracity of the claims of the details that we're going through while Tyler like looks for the source that in the video. But this is exactly the type of shit I was talking about when I say like Israel fatigue. Is that like there is this massive need every time like everyone, like it's the new hip thing to be pro Palestine. So you have this giant group of people that have no idea what's happening whatsoever, but it's like it's the current thing right now. And then what ends up happening is you have tons of media organizations that come out with reports based off of like what Hamas claims. And then you have like the IDF come out and be like, none of that's true, all of that's a lie, and then they present their evidence, and then eventually you get some investigative report or some follow-up or something that says that like either the IDF completely lied about it, that they're full of complete shit, and that they did do all the things, or that, oh, we have to review the numbers, or, well, there was some extra evidence. And it is this fog of war that there's so many like political pundits and people that are trying to have the right take immediately about so many different incidents. And I think it is just contributing to this general malaise that so many people have about this issue. And it's like, I really do think that, like, while I don't discount, your desire to, find out what occurred under certain excursions and blame the right people, I think it is a part of this general malaise of just like, dude, can we just be done with the lies and the bullshit from so many different sources and so many different places and just stop giving these people fucking money? Like I'm like we're done. And I do think it's part of the reason why so much of MAGA, as stupid as it is, when they heard Trump be like, we're talking about fucking actual ethnic cleansing, and it's like they were like, yes, please just make it a resort. Can we just be fucking done with the entire conflict? Because I think there are some people that genuinely care. There is a much larger group of people that are pretending to care. And I think there is a much larger group of people that are just done with the entire fucking state and the region. And I think that is part and parcel of why we should just defund this, because part of the reason that we have to care is because our fucking money
Well,
is involved in
So,
multiple
so
domains.
hold on,
Here.
Tyler. Because I want to interact with you again, and I want to bring in Katie because I feel like she has words to say, but we have to draw it out of her. But we'll go to Scott. Just for a second. Friend, like, okay. First of all, as a political matter, right, to accomplish my goals, I'm happy with anyone who says they want to defund the state of Israel, like in terms of American support, right? Like, if you want to do that, right, well, then you're on my side and you're going to solve my immediate political problem, which is to stop the genocide. So, hooray, right?
Well, probably not. To be fair, like that, like it's probably not going to stop any of that. It's just going to not have your money going to it.
He's saying at least your intention.
well,
Like at least the
well,
intentions are aligned.
Yeah, our intentions are aligned, right? So I want to argue with you on that point. So
And getting the
that's
money
great,
out
right?
gives a lot of the American support out of it, which I think is what gives them the shield to do a lot of the shit they do.
Exactly. Yes, denying the American support in on the global stage, right? Like that, it would be amazing, right? Then they other countries would feel safe, like instituting sanctions on Israel or whatever actions they take, right? Things like that. Fantastic. So if you are on that level, first of all, thank you, and I appreciate you, right? Just for that alone. That being said, right, like you brought up how, like, well, there's a group of people who don't really know what's going on. Well, that's the case with every political movement. I've been involved with other like causes in the past, right? And I've talked to
I mean, like
people.
South Park had like a whole episode about it, like the SCAUSes, right? You need a new bracelet for the new thing.
Yeah, but I've talked to people in the past, right? There's a political ask that's being made, right? And then it is making waves within the general public, and then others come in, right? They all have different levels of attachment to that cause, and some absolutely none. But it's a popular thing, and so there they are. So I admit to you,
I mean, it's every political
that
cause.
exists. Every political cause, right? And you can like do interviews with people at the site, and then you can make a news story that says, oh, these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and it's like, well, you just interview random people who are just like there, whatever. So I hear you, right? But in terms of like morally, well, yeah, conservatives like don't have their objections to this tend not to be the loss of human life. They don't tend to care about these things, right? Like it tends to go to be about the money, right? Like, oh, well, we're putting so much aid is going out. Couldn't that be used in better ways? I agree with them, but my focus is always going to be on the lives lost, right? Like actually, in terms of the actual dollar amount, I don't actually care about that. Like actually, not at all. I don't care. But what I do care,
but
is
dollars are lives.
There, sure, an ethnic cleansing campaign. So I care about the human lives, the organic lives, right? Like maybe dollars
What a
are also
hippie.
lives, okay?
But it's okay
maybe
together.
maybe
Together,
dollars
you
also
don't
lives,
care for the
but
ethnic cleansing. He cares for the money. Same, same
yeah,
outcome.
I'm just saying, like,
focus.
yeah.
You can use those dollars to maybe have like supported programs for Americans that could keep Americans alive, right? Sure, but that's not my focus. My focus is always going to be on like the immediate deaths that are happening for the ethnic cleansing, and so like that's always going to be a divide between us. Like what our focus.
I think that's a like a, and I don't mean to like insult you, but I think that is a gross mischaracterization of conservative thought. And the reason I say that is because when I say that dollars mean lives, right? I think the conservatives are not jumping on the emotional reaction, of like, this specific, death or whatever, but they do value life, and I think the value is recognizing that like every dollar that is sent is it ending conflict? Is it giving us, are we getting a return? Because like they're not libertarian like me, where like they're thinking this taxation is theft, like this is a loss of my liberty. And that's not what the conservative general thought is about, like return on investment. Like, is this money stopping war? Is this money creating peace and stability? Or is this money just funding and furthering shit and we're getting nothing from it? And so yeah, you can say that the cost benefit analysis is a cold, calculated way of looking at it, but I think the cost benefit analysis is also is just a different view of a utilitarian calculus of human life and loss of life, because they're thinking about the things that they value and how that money isn't aiding the people that they value. It's not aiding Americans. Like, they genuinely look like, what about veterans on the street or whatever, right? Now, Republican politicians, different fucking beast, right? Because they don't give a fuck, just like the Democrats don't give a fuck. But when we're talking about general conservatives, I think they are worried about lives, but they are worried about the downstream consequences. The conservative thought is understanding that that money is just furthering death, and it's not making things better. And so it becomes this pragmatic view of like, where can that money go to make the world better and make things better? And it certainly isn't funding two sides of a war.
I think to
So I
piggyback
don't.
off of that real quick, he's right. I think he's missing one essential component of this whole idea between Obama as well. It started. We don't. If you look at the details of the polling, we want U.S. hegemony. We want the U.S. to be the world police in terms of what the majority of the U.S. wants. We don't want any boots on the ground, and we don't want us to cost more tax dollars. So what we're doing, seemingly now, is instead of putting our people out there, the strategy seems to be not only to rent armies, but also do drone warfare. This is where Turkey, being a massive contributor to drone warfare, they're the ones selling the Israel or Ukraine all the drones that they used in that massive strike the other day, where they took out like 1/3 of Russians' major strategic bombers. Like, this new warfare is renting a foreign army and providing them with technology so that we don't actually lose as much besides money. Now, Scott and Lactoid probably have more of a what does it do for us in the long run? I don't have anything for Israel. Israel obviously is costing us money. We get very little besides intel in return. With the Trump's Gaza plan and his mineral deal in Ukraine, that's where you would see this idea cut out from the legs under it, where we would actually make back more than we would in the investment. Plus, we'd have all the IDF surrounding us from the Litani River to the south.
So hold on. Okay. And I want to go back to you in a second, but like, friend, I don't think I was making a gross mischaracterization of how conservatives look at it. And I don't think even what you said is so much different from what I was saying. But I'm gonna put that aside for a second. You
Right, but
talked
like,
about
you
how
wouldn't.
you hold on. You
But
talked. Hold on. You talked. One second. You talked about how, like, hey, like, because of this malaise, hey, maybe Gaza should be a resort, right? I just want to be done with this. When I
I
asked you,
didn't
do
say that.
you
I said
hold on, you
that
said
was an internal critique of conservatives. I didn't say
yeah.
I fucking support that policy.
Okay. Sorry, sure. Okay. Well, then that answers the question I was going to say, right? Because if you're not saying it, you're saying conservatives are saying it. All right. Well, then it shows that the conservatives aren't concerned about the immediate loss of life, right? Like, yes, I can see there's I can understand the idea of opportunity cost. In fact, I even stated that just before, right? But just before you replied, like, yeah, I can understand opportunity costs and what that is. But that's what I'm not referring to. You know, that's not what I'm referring to. I'm talking about the immediate loss of life. I'm talking about like the slaughter that's happening right now,
Yeah, but
right
you
as
don't
we're
believe that.
speaking.
Not really.
Of course I do.
So like you still believe in a cost benefit analysis on what ought to be done, right? Like, let's say there was a disease. Let's say there was a disease, right? And we could cure it, but and it was a fatal disease. We could cure it, but it costs $1 trillion to cure one person with this
Sorry,
disease.
we don't have to go through this. Like, I'm saying once again, I get what a cost benefit analysis is. Like, I get that. I
Okay,
understand that.
but your
But
claim
hold on,
but
I'm
your claim
talking about within
no
my analysis, the things that I'm concerned about politically at this moment. It's about the immediate loss of life that's happening at the hands of the IDF.
but this is why I'm saying, when I say that conservatives view, rightly so, that a dollar is a human life too, right? Is that like, you would allow people to die. I highly doubt that like you would be in favor of spending $1 trillion per person to save their life in America, because the cost benefit analysis would be too high, and you recognize that that money means other people's lives are worse in some regard. That if we spent $1 trillion to save one person, and we kept doing that over and over again, that eventually our country would be so bankrupt that like far more lives would
None
be
of
ruined
this
or lost
none
because of
of
it.
this none of this like deals with the argument that I said. I said, hey, looking at the money that we spent, right? Now we didn't spend, as
Mhm.
far as I know. I don't know, like I was looking at the sums previously, right? And it said like total like $300 billion that have been sent to Israel, like altogether. Like in
Mhm.
terms of like since it's like foundation or something. So
Yeah,
we haven't
it's
spent
1/4 of a Biden infrastructure bill. Got it.
exactly, yeah. So, but still, right? We haven't sent $1 trillion, right? So when I say, hey, I don't care about the money that's already been spent, like that's not my concern. That, of course, is a truthful statement. That's not my concern, right? We aren't dealing with a situation we've sent multiple trillions. So when I'm looking at, oh, only 300 billion, well, there could be a
Well, that's not
situation
an
where,
argument.
what do you mean it's not an argument? I'm talking about
That's
my
just an
opinion. What do you
argument.
mean it's
That's
not
an
an argument?
argument. That's just an argument of scale, right? Like I use the example to
You know,
showcase that you would
which cost
obviously
no, because you
allow
keep
people to
ignoring it.
die.
Because I get what a cost benefit analysis is. I'm saying that
I'm not
that's
ignoring
not
you.
the analysis that or sorry, that uh, my immediate concern is these lives that are happening right now. Sure, you could say that like the cost to America could be so high, right? That at some point, well, I guess I have to allow the genocide to happen because maybe it would shatter the United
No,
States
that's not
if
my
we dare
hold on. That's
interfered.
not hold
Like,
on. That's not my argument. I'm talking about your representation of conservatives and how they don't care about people dying. And what I'm saying is that's just not true. That what conservatives,
do they care
the
about the
way that they
Gazans
view
dying?
that, no, and that's just not true. Like they
Do they?
care.
I'm asking you. Okay. All right. Okay. Go ahead.
I mean, like if we go to the far right, right, like they care
Mhm.
only because whatever supports against the Jews,
Sure.
right? But
Right.
like I'm talking when we're talking about your typical conservative, these people obviously value human life. They do. And but when they look at a situation, they go, "How can I fix this situation?" And then when they don't believe funding Israel and funding aid that they believe, you know, you can say rightly or wrongly, but we're talking about an internal critique about what they believe, that the aid just ends up in Hamas, and they look at this situation and go, we are funding two sides of a war. And so the right solution to stop death is to stop funding two sides of a war. That is the conservative mentality here. It's not about them being like a dead Gazan child is, you know, only worth 1/10,000th of a U.S., you know, veteran homeless on the streets. It's not about that. It's about them looking at loss of life, and instead of being like, oh my God, we have to do something to fix this, the conservative mindset is there's a fence in the road. Let's figure out why the fence is in the road, right? The classic, you know, kind of like analogy, whereas the
How do you
Democrats
marry
like,
that to
let's
your
get rid of
Gaza
this fence in
resort
the road.
problem? How do you marry that to your Gaza resort problem scenario?
Because is a fucking populist movement, and it that almost exclusively fucking targets for the most retarded amongst the population when we're dealing with populist movements.
That's
And
fair.
so the dumber conservatives there, half of them will follow Trump no matter what, and then the other half are looking at this situation that are supporting it and are like, maybe that in the long term will make things better because they're also sick of the death and the dying and things that, like, when I talk to conservatives about the Gaza thing, what I find really strange is, or maybe not strange, but like it kind of shocked me a little bit, is that they genuinely, the ones that were like supporting it, genuinely believe like, yeah, Trump's going to come in and he's going to fix it and it's going to be nice. And then all the people are coming
Mm.
back. And I was like, what about right of return? There's no argument of right of return here. And they're like, nah, you just trust the plan, man. Like he's going to fix Gaza
Mm.
and there's going to be no more death and dying and bombs. And he's going to make it nice and it's going to be so much better for them. Like they genuinely believe that. You can think that belief is retarded, but I think you were
Niggas.
characterizing it as like a complete lack of a value in life. And that's what I was critiquing. I only went to critiquing yours to be like, yeah, even you would agree that a certain amount of money is not in the immediacy is not worth it because the damage would be worse than the money spent. That's the only reason I went
Can I
to
add
an
on to that?
extreme example of $1 trillion.
I agree. I agree generally that the characterization that conservatives don't care about life. I think that's wrong. I think conservatives care deeply about life. I do agree, though, that they probably like the more like ultra Trump kind of populists definitely do value probably American lives more. I would say. I think that's probably fair that like American lives are worth more to them than other people's lives, but they still
Yeah, it's
value.
that whole heat map meme,
Yeah, it's
right?
a
Like
heat
the
map. Yeah,
valuing their community
yeah,
more than
exactly.
than those further out.
Right. But I still think they value life, and the rest of the analysis, I think that's more or less accurate. That uh, for a lot of the concern, like the MAGA people I talk to who are in favor of turning Gaza into a resort, the argument I've heard is, well, the Palestinians can move somewhere where there's no violence, and then there'll be no death, and then Gaza will just be a resort, and then they'll be somewhere else where they're going to live peacefully. Now, there's some pragmatic issues with this, or practical issues, I guess, with this policy. But assuming that it could happen, you can still have this be compatible with
To
like
be
the
fair,
value of
Tyler
life.
is one of those people. Tyler is one of those
so-
people
so
who believes
I-
that.
I
I'll
look,
explain
look
that
how
to you
accurate I
later.
am. I'm able to accurately predict this opinion, and Tyler holds it. Go ahead, Tyler. Explain why I'm right.
Absolutely. Well, you're a little behind on what the actual policy is materializing into. So Trump came out with that. That you're accurately summarizing what he said that night. The Saudis objected the next day. Within about a week, his administration had carefully tailored out 3 of his initial announcements, which was the ethnic cleansing and I think Israel being somewhat involved in this plan. Now it is a negotiation between 62 Arab nations led by Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Jordan, and the Trump administration. Trump now wants Israel completely removed from the plan, nothing to do with it at all. We will take control. Israel will just
Maybe
guard
piss
their
them off.
borders.
Yeah.
Yeah, guard their borders, and the Arab nations will be the ones funding most of this, other than U.S. private funding, which will go into their oil reserves that are off their shore and their beachfront property. So Trump is going to work with Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and Jordan seemingly. They've had 3 Arab-only nation meetings, and then Trump was just over there last week, and this is one of the things they brought up.
And this is insane, right? You would agree, Tyler? This is like an insane policy.
Well, I like certain things about it because if you put the U.S. in there, you then have the U.S. military in there, and then if you fuck with them, you piss off the U.S. military, and we get the real hell rain down on you. It's
Right.
almost like peace through big stick.
Well, I
So
understand
I
that,
think
but
it
like,
ends the conflict.
the critical
It's
part here
almost
was like
like it's Trump.
the mass ethnic cleansing, I guess, is the part that I got a problem with. What are your thoughts on
Well, he now is saying that they would temporarily move them. They're in negotiation talks with Lebanon right now. Not Lebanon, I'm sorry, Libya right now, to temporarily move them and then
Wow.
do a vetting process as they move them back in to make sure someone's not.
How long is it
going
going to take to build Gaza?
He's saying it'll be much faster if they can just move everybody out, dumpster
Wait a minute,
that.
What is
bitch out,
much
start
faster?
over.
Like, give me like years.
Trump Tower was built in 2 years in the middle of New York City, baby. Come on, it's the Trump administration.
Tyler, do you think that these people will be allowed to return afterwards? Like,
Based on what they're saying now, they're not going to have Saudi Arabia's cooperation if they don't. Otherwise, they made that a very clear red line, and Saudi Arabia is going to be the number 1 funder of this. So Saudi Arabia's participation in this deal ensures it to a good degree.
No,
Unless we
that's
want
what I
to
mean. The Saudi crown prince doesn't give a fuck about this. Like,
Palestinians.
personally, he doesn't care. Like, the Saudi people actually have a lot of buy-in into this, but Mohammed bin Salman doesn't give a fuck about the Palestinians. He's made. In fact, he was about to sign the Abraham Accords, right? Until he was pressured because of October 7th, right? It became politically untenable from the do so. That's why the only reason he didn't sign it. He was very easily going to sell the Palestinians down the road in the first place. That helped instigate October 7th at the start of all this.
That was 5 years of
and-
Abraham Accords negotiation. There, a lot of concessions were made.
That has nothing to do with what I'm saying. I'm saying that Palestinians were cut out of this negotiation. And the whole point was for Israel to start normalizing relations with its neighbors, right, without dealing with the Palestinian question. It was a workaround around it, and MBS was only so happy to sign that. So MBS, his involvement in this is not Saudi involvement; it's MBS's involvement. His involvement guarantees nothing at all, right? And the thing that we have to work with is the actual history of Israel. When it temporarily moves out Palestinians, they never fucking come back ever.
Well, this would be
They
the
don't
U.S.
they don't
doing
come
it.
back.
Israel would have nothing to do with this plan anymore.
What do you mean that Israel? Well, Israel control Gaza, or sorry, will let Israel have any say in this at all, right? Will Israel have any political influence as to what happens in this area? We're not annexing Gaza.
That's the Trump plan. Would be an annexation of Gaza.
But that's not happening. That's not happening unless you honestly think that is on the table. The annexing of Gaza, right? That unless you honestly think that's going to happen, and even then, right? Why would the U.S. go against its ally who doesn't like
It's
Israel,
an
right?
insane
Who doesn't
proposition.
want
20
to
minutes,
this is back
like
in the
30
first
minutes ago, we
It's
were having a whole
crazy.
debate about how much influence Israel has in the election process of our current politicians, right? So the idea that like Israel will have no influence because America does it is, I mean, well, like does this become a political thing where it comes down to one vote? Because
No.
Israel is definitely going to have a significant influence on what senators and congressmen get elected. They already do.
I would say that 62 Arab nation coalition has a lot more political pull. If we're talking about one government at a time, maybe, but once you add up all those nations together, that's a lot of political power.
Yeah,
I'm just saying it's silly to say that Israel isn't going to have any influence here, right? Like
yeah,
obviously they
yeah.
will.
Like,
So
they're
it's
not
not.
going to have it. Yeah.
And I want to go back, and then I want to go back to this massacre, right? So our friend Tyler, he sends us a article from the Jerusalem Post, right? And what the IDF says and the GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, say is that there was no violence. There was no violence, period. That on that day nothing happened. Nothing happened, guys. Except that we have eyewitness statements from like the people who were at the site. We have the doctors. We have the organization Doctors Without Borders. We have the Red Cross all saying, yeah, there was a massacre on that day. But IDF, right, says, and
Well-
Tyler believes, right, when the IDF says there's nothing's happened, that it was without incident, I guess he buys that. I'm sorry, Tyler.
Fourth paragraph
Well,
Am I missing
he'd
down.
something?
have to. He'd
Fourth
have to.
paragraph down,
Are
it
you
says-
we don't allow journalists into.
I'll
We
look
don't
at it
allow
again.
journalists
Maybe I
into
missed
Gaza.
something.
Fourth
We don't
paragraph
allow-
down, it says they clarified. They said they were actually talking about the day is in the daytime and the conflict was at night, roughly 1 kilometer from the humanitarian aid distribution area outside the operating hours. Troops took action to prevent several suspects from approaching their position. So
Yeah, I
they
read
did
that.
say it
We have to
later
trust
on.
what the
I
IDF
read that.
said.
Hold
Okay,
on.
so that is shoot people.
I mean, if we go by both parties, yes, there were shots fired. One saying
No, the
during
IDF
day,
themselves shot people.
Yes, they shot at
Okay.
people. Yes.
But no, but even then, but no. Yeah, so one, they're saying they shot at people, but this is a denial. Hold on, like, do you understand what my criticism is of you, right? Or sorry, of this article is? They're saying the IDF's source repeatedly clarified that during the night, I'll read it because I read this previously, roughly 1 kilometer from the humanitarian and distribution area and outside its operating hours, troops took action to prevent several suspects from approaching their position. A base of fire was allegedly directed at individuals advancing toward the forces. The military stressed this incident is entirely unrelated to the false allegations of IDF fire at civilians near the aid site, according to the source. So this has nothing to do with the thing that I'm talking about, right? So like, we have eyewitness sources. The people actually shot, right? Actually hurt, saying the IDF fired on them. We have a lot of evidence pointing towards that, right? Reputable organizations, not Hamas, the Hamas wing of the government, right? Like the Hamas isn't saying this, right? The Hamas medical wing. No, instead, this is Doctors Without Borders and the Red Cross. They're saying, yes, it was a massacre. And you say, like, well, but the IDF said nothing happened.
The
IDF
initial
also
reports
said
are
they
coming
didn't bomb
from-
the hospitals when they bombed the hospitals.
Well,
IDF says
they did, because
We saw this by
dozens-
letting journalists into Gaza, right?
They have journalists in Gaza. Multiple of them took place
Yeah.
on October 7th.
Okay, sorry.
Oh,
no,
come
I-
on.
They did.
Okay.
It's been verified. AP
Well,
sources verified it.
we'll get back. We can get back to that. I want to stay focused on this. Why would you believe the IDF in this situation to say that literally nothing happened? We have a bunch of evidence to say that lots of people have been murdered there.
Well, the other sources are all citing one source, which is the Gaza Ministry of Health. So it is coming
This is
from
no.
the
Red
Hamas
Cross,
ministry.
the Red Cross and Doctors Without Borders are the ones on the ground treating the patients. This doesn't have to come from the Gaza Ministry of Health. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for previously. But yeah, we don't need them. Like I even sent you a source. Like these are the people treating these individuals. Isn't it? My point is, and I'll give you space because I clearly you're trying to read stuff, right? And I want to give you space to
Yeah,
do
I'm
that.
checking it all
But
out.
like, it just could it be the case that the IDF might have motivated reasoning in this moment when they are being accused, specifically talking about the starving Gazans, right? They'd have reasons to obfuscate a massacre, as they've done specifically. Again, I give you the example of the Flower Massacre that happened months ago, right? I'm sure you're
I mean,
familiar with
sure.
it.
I'm saying it's completely unreasonable and
Okay,
unbelievable.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
absolutely.
So
I just
then,
think they're
so
10
then we're
times
not
more
going
credible than
to.
the other side.
So we're not going to. Well, you think that again? So the IDF, you admit they've lied before,
Yeah,
right? Many
that's
times
okay.
before,
Wartime
but
propaganda.
now
They've been
they're
wrong
more.
before.
But they are more credible than the other side. The other side being Doctors Without Borders and the Red Cross. They're more
No, the Gaza
credible.
Health Ministry that has
No,
been caught
but
lying
this is not
multiple
coming
times.
from the Gaza Health Ministry.
I have to see your citation here because when I'm seeing everything, I'm looking which one's yours. I'm looking, everything seems to come from this first initial report from the Gaza Health Ministry.
Hold on, yeah, but there are other reports besides. I'm sure the Gaza Health Ministry has said something on this issue, but others have been corroborating this situation.
He's saying that their story being corroborated doesn't make Hamas more reliable than the IDF. He doesn't give a fuck about anything you people are saying. It's so wild. Like, why are you doing that? Sorry.
Red Cross, as our friend Doopy has put in, Red Cross says at least 21 killed and dozens shot in Gaza aid incident. The Red Cross says a mass casualty influx of people, many with gunshot or shrapnel wounds, was received at a Red Cross field hospital in southern Gaza. The organization said, Red Cross, in case you forgot, following disputed reports about an incident near an aid distribution center in Rafah. So, like, and so going back to what Katie just said, right? It seems to be like, let's say that even the Gaza ministry did make the initial report. Does that taint it, right? If the IDF says something initially, it doesn't necessarily taint it for me, right? I can just look to see, like, oh, okay, like, is it likely they're telling the truth or not? We can judge the truth claim. We can understand that both sides have motivated reasonings, obviously, right? And we can judge the truth claims associated. We know that IDF has a history of massacring people coming of aid and then lying about that.
Okay.
And then we have another situation right
Hamas
here.
was sitting a kilometer out, shooting at Gazans.
Oh, now it's Hamas.
Wait
Wait a minute. Now it's Hamas sitting at kilometer out.
Yes, if you're talking about the IDF, we have to talk about the opposition
The
force.
Jerusalem Post didn't say Hamas.
Side. So if they were Hamas stationed about a mile out,
no. That's not.
It didn't say Hamas. It said suspects.
Even your
Jerusalem Post.
Your evidence, right? Your source doesn't say Hamas, right? It says there were incidents where we can. I can bring up the exact wording here, right? An IDF source repeatedly clarified they're not roughly 1 kilometer from the humanitarian aid distribution area and outside the operating hours, troops took action to prevent several suspects from approaching that position. A base of fire was allegedly directed at individuals advancing toward the forces. The military who the fuck were they, right? The military stressed that the incident is entirely unrelated to the false allegation of IDF fire at civilians near the aid side. So your source,
and keep in mind, they're not mentioning these people were armed or in any way indicated they were like.
And you threw in Hamas. You baked in Hamas to like kind of narrativize it, right? To be like, well, look, Hamas is a kilometer away. Of course, they were doing massacres.
They're fighting against. Yeah, if they're shut down, they're not operational anymore, and people are approaching them in the night. Then yes.
But they're suspects and not Hamas, so they don't know that they're Hamas. They're just suspects. It could be anyone walking in the night.
Okay.
Hey, here's another.
Well, I mean, why do you just dismiss that? Okay, like why do you just someone walking in the night? Oh, hold on,
war zone.
Civilians just walking through the night and they just get shot at
in the
by
desert. Walking up to a standing army. Yes.
How the hold on? You're like ridiculous, right? So like you understand, like the IDF sets up like kill zones. Right,
even the IDF didn't say Hamas.
Well, the kill zone is as far as the soldiers can see. Is if you walk through the line of sight of a soldier, they can kill you. Like, so come on, like there's nothing in that sentence that this in the source that you posted that even indicates that they had any reason to believe these people were armed or dangerous in any way. Like totally and in fact, in many cases, they are totally unarmed civilians that are shot and then later labeled terrorists.
Okay, it's a war zone.
Oh, it's a war zone. Hey,
yes.
Here's another example.
They're shut down. They're not handing out aid anymore. Somebody's approaching them in the dark.
Let me give you one more example.
Like, oh, there's someone moving fire.
Let me give you one more. Hold on. I have another example. I have another example.
Also obfuscating from the point of like the massacre at Rafah.
I've got another example for you, Tyler. I have another example for you. Right? It just happened like 2 months ago, maybe. Right? there was another incident of suspects approaching IDF forces. That was a convoy of ambulances that was going to, I think, give aid to some other incident that was happening. Another
Hamas
bomb
could be in
by
the
IDF, right?
ambulances, you know?
Yeah, they set up a kill zone, as our friend Doobie said, and they slaughtered the ambulance workers. They murdered them all, and then they buried their bodies, right? And
And their cars.
And the cars, yeah, and the ambulances. They buried them all, and then I think, if I'm remembering the story correctly, I might be wrong on this point, but like then they denied that any of this happened. I think we recovered a phone from one of the victims that filmed it all, if I'm remembering the story correctly.
Hold on. So Supreme, the story was that the IDF claimed initially that they approached with their lights off and they're driving suspiciously or something. Yeah, in the video, they very obviously have the lights on. They're unarmed, like very obviously ambulance workers, and yeah, they're ambushed.
I'm gonna have to see a link for that because I'm looking at the previous.
You haven't seen that? Hold on, you haven't seen that? You haven't seen that story at all?
The link I posted a little bit ago. It's from CBN. Hamas said that they fired at people approaching them a mile and a half away. All were warning shots, and nobody was hit in that nighttime incursion. Is what they're stating.
Wait, hold on. To be clear, you haven't seen the story of the ambulance workers being shot at all?
No, I don't pay attention to the things where that goes on now.
That was a big story, even within like the pro-Israel
really pay
sphere,
attention
because
to
Israel's
the
like
whole
news
Israel
every day,
Palestine.
dude. I follow. I've never seen that. I read. I
Okay.
New York Times subscription, Wall Street Journal subscription, 10 podcasts a day. I've never heard that.
Well,
That's
okay.
insane.
If you haven't heard it, you haven't heard it. So I'm not gonna like. If you haven't heard it, it is what it is.
I haven't heard
Yeah,
about
so-
it. I haven't heard about it either.
What we have here is
Well,
the
you have
Gaza
more
Ministry
following.
of Health.
RT didn't bring it up,
Fuck
so
Cliff.
I don't know.
Hold on. What we have here is the Gaza Ministry of Health saying this versus the IDF saying this. The Gaza Ministry of Health has released death numbers in Gaza that are extremely inflated. Multiple of them have been proven wrong, including 500 people that were hit in a hotel rocket from toward the beginning of the war. We found out that was actually an IJF rocket that went off in the wrong direction and nobody died.
That's not true.
In a parking lot. Yes, it is. It was verified. So
No,
we
it's not
have
true.
all these situations where extra people are on the inflated numbers. If you look at credibility, you can easily see
You keep
Israel is at
saying
least
credibility, right? But we
Yes.
keep giving you examples of the IDF lying, right? And then you keep admitting that the IDF's lies, and then you keep saying, well, they're the most credible here, right?
No, I just countered your point about the fucking the 1.5 miles out. They said they shot nobody.
No, you didn't counter it. Hold on, you didn't. You didn't. No, you didn't. Hold on.
It's two
Let's go back.
sides making claims.
Hold on,
that
you
are
didn't
not
counter
verified.
anything. Hold on. First of all, you got your own source wrong. You literally
I
the
have
source that
multiple sources.
the
I
source that you provided me. The
This
source
is
that you
up there as
provided me
well.
didn't
It's a
say
different-
Hamas, right? So now if
CBN.
you're going to provide me something else, okay, we can
CBN
take a look
source.
at that.
No, it was
But the
up there.
source
It
that you
was
said
right under it.
that
dude.
the source that you provided me did not even say that. I
did.
read your
Just
source
read
back at you.
one
and you didn't say
source,
that.
read the second one
Okay,
right underneath it.
Great. So
Right underneath
in
it.
any case, right? Like that doesn't actually deal with the incident that I'm talking about. You're saying, okay, the IDF
does.
describes a separate incident that actually might have happened, right? I'm not even
Mhm.
disputing the second incident because it has nothing to do with what I'm fucking talking about.
It
You're
did.
saying that there's two locations. There's the GHF, right? And then there's a mile and a half out, right? Something happens. Okay, sure.
Mhm.
Something happens a mile and a half out. But the IDF is saying that nothing happened at the GHF, right?
No,
And
no.
they have provided no evidence to show to dispute the slaughter.
No.
Uh,
So what they're saying is they didn't shoot anybody in the first instance. It was Gazans
They said there
being
was
shot
complete-
by Hamas at the
No,
first
no,
instance.
that's not what they said. Not in your source.
Yes.
Your source
No,
didn't
the
say that.
source, the
Oh my
one
God, we
source
can
you
look
read
at your
was not
source.
about that. It was about the second. The second event was a mile and a half out after they were already
God,
closed
dude.
down.
I don't know
Israel
what your
is
reading
saying
comprehension's
they
going
fired
on.
warning shot. I'm looking at it. You only read one source. I linked 5, dude.
You-
CBN source,
you-
right underneath the one you're quoting,
sorry.
the
I'm
one
sorry.
right
I looked
underneath
at
it.
your source and I make conclusions
Yeah,
about
you
your
look at
source.
one.
Right?
I'm talking about a
and then
second one.
And then you specifically like directed me back at that source to saying, "Oh, you were wrong about something, right?" And then I read it out and I said, "I wasn't wrong about that." And
I'm
then now
looking
you
at
want
the
to
second
hold on.
source. The
But we
CBN
can
source.
deal
I
with
said this
this.
9 times now. I gave you 5 sources. You're looking at
The
one and
idea-
saying it's not in
Okay,
it.
hold on. So it said without
Search for 1.5.
So following the incident, the GHF denies claims of casualties and injuries at the distribution sites. All aid was distributed today without incident. No injuries or fatalities. We have heard that these false reports have been actively fomented by Hamas. They are untrue and fabricated. Okay, so that's the incident that I'm talking about, right?
That's the old
Are you
source,
saying,
though.
hold on, Bill, don't worry, we're going to interrogate your other sources. We'll do that, right? But what you're going to tell me is that your other sources that are going to prove your point are going to contradict this source, the Jerusalem Post, right? Where
No.
the GHF is on. The GHF is saying that on that day nothing happened. They're not saying that Hamas came in and shot the aid of seekers, right? They're not saying Hamas shot the Gazans, right? They're saying nothing happened. That
They're saying
it was delivered without incident.
during
No,
the
is
drop.
that what your other
Yes.
source? So I'm going to ask you.
Yes.
So I'm
Hold
gonna
on,
ask
hold on. You
I'm
have to let
no,
me
I'm gonna
answer
hold on.
something.
I'm just gonna make
Abuja.
sure you know what I'm asking you, right? So you're gonna respond to
Gotcha.
that, and then I'll listen to what you have to say, right?
Okay, so
So what you're going to say, so what you are going to tell me is that your other source contradicts this statement from the GHF. Go
No.
ahead.
I'm not
No.
going to say that. There's two
Okay.
incidents being discussed here. There was one while the aid convoy was active. Israel's saying they fired no shots in that and had nothing to do with it. The second was after they were already shut down. This is the one that they're talking about in both sources.
My friend,
This is the
my friend,
nighttime
my
event.
friend. I don't give a fuck about that. That's not what I'm referring to. You're
You're
saying that there's
conflating
another
two
incident. Hold on.
different
That
events.
other incident might have happened. I'm not disputing that incident. Maybe the
Mhm.
IDF is truthful about that. I'm not
Mhm.
disputing that incident. So don't talk about like incident B. I'm talking
telling
about
you why
incident
you're
A.
conflating. I'm telling you why
I'm
you're
not conflating
two
either of
different
these. I'm
incidents.
separating.
Yes, you are. They say in
How
both
am I doing
sources. Yes, I'm
Right.
trying to explain
Right.
that to you.
Go
So
ahead,
they
please.
say in both sources there was two news stories created. One was about the rush to the food convoy. It turned
Okay.
out after investigation that was Hamas and militant groups inside the country shooting at Gazans. The second, that's the one Israel saying did not
Okay.
happen at the actual site. They had nothing to do with that. That was fake news. The second was after they were closed down. They saw people approaching 1.5 miles away. They fired warning shots, and nobody was hit, according to Israel. According to the Gazan health industry, 32 people were killed.
Several on. Okay. All right. So I'm so Doobie, have you read this? Did you take
Yeah.
time to read the Jerusalem Post? Right.
Yeah.
Am I losing my mind here? Because maybe it's my fault. Maybe I'm not listening properly. Because it sounds like, again, maybe I'm wrong, and so then I'll take back my words. But I'm looking at this report, and it's talking about how they gave aid to civilians during the day, right? Not a mile and a half out, not after they were shut down. During the day, they gave out the aid without incident. Is that what you're reading?
Yeah.
Okay. So then that's the incident that we're talking about, right?
That's what
Are
I'm
we
saying
on the
too.
same point?
Yep.
Great.
Wait. Tyler's saying that there was no incident from the IDF, right? He's saying
No,
we
he's
gave
saying no
aid, there
incidents
was-
at all.
No,
Like,
yeah,
he's
at
No,
all.
no,
like,
what
hold
Tyler's,
on, but-
I know what Tyler's interpretation of it, because he's read the other one. I'm telling you, because
Okay.
I'm watching him do it. He's saying that the interpretation is that without incident means from the IDF, and that the claim is that there was an incident, but the incident is Hamas, so they are not linked to the incident. That's what his claim is. Like, and that's how the way he read it.
Nor was
Like-
it at the IDF food drop. It was a couple miles away at the Hamas barricade, much earlier
Yes.
in the day.
There you go. So he's saying
on.
there wasn't an incident at the food drop. There wasn't, and even if there was an incident, it wasn't from the IDF. There we go. Just like
I know
just to-
that's what he's been saying. I don't know what this is a clarification of.
A second
Oh,
incident
that-
happened later in the
I
night.
think-
forget the second incident. Forget the second
Yeah.
incident.
That's
Yeah,
what
no
he's
one
talking
gives a fuck about the
That's what
second
I'm
incident, so please
confused
stop
about.
bringing that up. It's
Hold on,
literally
like, hold
unimportant.
on. To be clear, like,
That's
so,
the
so
one
Tyler,
they're talking
hold on, but
about the
clarity-
citation.
no, but no,
Guys,
that's not true,
guys,
Tyler.
clarity-
The issue. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was just saying, like, guys, we're losing clarity because we're getting mad arguing about this, right? Like, slow it down a bit, Doobie. That's all I was trying to
Yeah.
say.
So,
It's like
so
we're like our ability to communicate is like because it's we're in the details of like different incidents and claims, and then we're yelling about it, and then everybody's like confusing what the other person's claim is.
Just
No
to be
one's
clear,
confused.
Yeah,
forget
so
I'm
to
not
be
confused.
forget
clear,
the second incident. No one cares about the second
Yeah.
incident. That didn't happen.
But
Yeah,
that's
so-
the incident that Prime is talking about.
no,
I'm
it's
not
not.
talking about the second incident. No, I'm not. I can like this is
That
why you're not
happened at
listening,
night.
Tyler.
He's
That's
talking
just
about the
repeatedly,
third
I'm not talking about the second incident.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, Brian.
Shut the
Okay,
fuck
like,
up.
third,
Hold on,
cool.
can I
Let's
please
continue.
try?
You tell me how.
No. Sorry, Doobie, you go.
Okay.
What the fuck?
So Tyler, I think I agree with Ali. You should forget about the second incident, right? Because it's not relevant at all, right? The issue is that the IDF is claiming that they gave out the aid with no incidents at all from anybody. They don't report, oh yeah, we're giving out the aid and then Hamas attacked. They say no incidents. They gave the aid with no incident. The issue is that the Red Cross and other like aid groups are reporting that after that aid distribution, they had an influx of killed and injured people who claimed that at that distribution they were shot at by the IDF. Right, so these injured people came from somewhere. Right, the IDF said that this happened with no incident at all. These people are saying that there was an incident and they were shot. So somewhere like between like
Somebody's lying.
yeah, somebody's lying, like obviously, right? And it seems like I doubt these people shot themselves and they all agreed to lie about it and say the IDF did it. Like I doubt that happened. They're saying that it happened at the distribution site. So
And he's saying Hamas did it and is blaming it on the IDF.
No,
yeah,
see,
but the
that's where
IDF is saying there are
confusion
no
is.
incidents at all.
That's where the confusion is I watch the news cycles around this, so I think I'm leaving out timeline parts here. This didn't happen after the distribution site. This happened the next morning based on the event that happened at nighttime. If you read the article, it was released Sunday morning that this happened over the evening, and that's what they released the security footage video of, showing they actually just fired warning shots.
My
No,
friend.
you're confusing yourself with the night incident. No, the night incident is totally irrelevant to anything.
It's what
Like nobody's
they
claiming.
claim.
No,
It's
stop.
what
Nobody's
they-
no stop. Nobody's claiming that the night incident is where over 100 people were shot. Nobody's
Yes,
claiming
they
that.
are. That's
Who?
exactly what the Gaza health
okay,
ministry
but not
said.
right now.
Yes.
Hold on, Tyler.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Told
I'm
Prime
going
Guys
to
to calm
actually-
Tyler. I told Prime Guys to calm down because it's not get it. You're doing the same thing fucking right now. Okay, focus on the first incident. Let's ignore the noise on the second incident and the reports on the second incident and focus on the first incident.
He's saying
so
the
that we
second
can-
incident
so we
is
can
the
have a
first
clear
incident, and
conversation.
we're confusing the first incident. And so he's saying the first incident didn't happen. The second incident is the incident that everyone's talking about. That's what he's saying. He's
Yeah,
saying the
so-
first incident, like no one got
Yes,
shot
and
at
make
the
that
food
clear.
aid. Everyone, like all the shots happened at night, and that's what the reporting that he found is showing. That none of the shots happened during the food aid. All of the shots happened at night, and the reason the shots happened at night is because they shot the warning shots at the 3 people that they suspected walking. Yeah, there was no shot at the food aid is his claim, right? That there
Yeah,
wasn't
I
an
understand.
incident.
Yeah, I understand that it's what he's saying, but the issue is for that to be true, these people who showed up shot, I think almost 200 of them. Are they all lying? Like, are they all lying about being shot at this aid distribution site? Like, I don't understand like what the implicate, like why would they do that? Why would all of these people lie about being shot at the site?
I'm looking at the quotes. It says there was firing from all directions, from naval warships, tanks, and drones. Not that Israel shot us.
Okay, does Hamas have
They were
naval
shooting at
tanks and
them. They're
drones?
admitting.
Wait, tanks
Does
and
Hamas
drones
have
are
tanks
coming
and
from
drones?
who?
They have
IDF
drones.
is admitting and shooting at them. They said they were warning shots and they hit nobody. Then they released footage showing they hit nobody. So
They did
yeah,
warning
Where,
shots
where the
at
fuck do these
night.
people get shot?
I think the people that are being paid by Iran to lie to the
Oh,
media,
stop.
calling a martyr fund, are the ones that are
Stop, please
incentivized to
stop. Don't
lie.
do that.
You
Don't
guys
do that to
called
yourself.
Israel's
That's so
credibility into
stupid.
question, and you're not looking at the paid propagandists on the other side.
You
Yeah,
think they're
Hollywood,
paid
right?
propagandists for
It's
Israel? Like, what are you
Hollywood.
talking about?
Not
Like, what would-
Israel for Hamas.
Don't be stupid,
Iran
please.
is
No,
paid.
don't. You don't need to go. You don't need to go that
Called
far. You don't need to go
stupid.
that
No,
far.
no,
You really
no,
no.
no.
You don't
This
need to go
is
that far to say these people allow themselves to be killed and their family members and their children be killed.
They're lying.
They're like,
I'm saying they're
slander-
lying.
You're saying the Red Cross is
Can
lying.
I ask one
You're
question?
saying the Red Cross itself is lying about this.
The Red Cross is quoting them. They're not making
No,
actual for-
no. This is why I
Yeah.
posted the BBC story. The Red Cross says that they received an influx of injured people and killed people at their site.
And how? Where did they get that information from? They
Themselves,
quoted
it's
people-
their
wait,
site.
wait,
It's
they
their
have the
it's their
people
field
that got
hospital.
They quoted the people that said they were being shot. So they
No,
don't-
listen, no,
Why they
stop.
were
No,
shot.
listen. You're not listening. You're
Do you
not
have a
listening.
source
This is the
that they
issue.
weren't paid by Iran?
Can you just read for me? Okay, so I put it in the chat. So a mass casualty influx of people, many with gunshot or shrapnel wounds, was received at the Red Cross Field Hospital in southern Gaza. This is the Red Cross saying that they received people with gunshot and shrapnel wounds at their hospital.
Okay.
That's not. They're not getting this from Hamas
Where
or
are the
from
gunshots
Iran.
and shrapnel
This
wounds
is the
coming
Red
from,
Cross
Tyler?
themselves saying that they received people
Okay.
with these wounds at their hospital.
Okay. Now,
Okay,
how did they
so,
link
like-
that to Israel?
Because these people are claiming that the IDF shot
Oh,
them.
that's my point.
So you think
So
all
you're
all
agreeing
these
with
people are
me. So that
lying?
whole 2 minutes
Yes.
there, yes.
So
I'm
do you think-
saying that one
Yeah,
side's
come
providing
on. Like,
video
what would you-
So okay, hold on. So let's break
Discrediting
down.
video evidence. and taking
Tyler, no problem.
You know
Tyler,
how
we're gonna
delusional
break.
that sounds? Like,
Tyler, we're gonna break down your conspiracy here,
Same,
right?
dude.
No worry, we're gonna break it down. Okay, so we have people. No, don't worry, Tyler. We'll break it down. So we have people presenting
Oh, yeah.
to the Red Cross with injuries, right? With gunshot over 100, right? And then 32 dead bodies, right? So now these people are lying, right?
Up to
Now
51
either
right
they.
now.
Sorry,
not
what
the
you say?
dead bodies.
51 right now. 51 dead bodies now.
51 dead bodies. Oh, wonderful. Yeah, but of course it's going to increase, right? Well, they'll have died afterwards because a lot of people who had shot are going to make it to the Red Cross and die afterwards. Now, these people, as they're dying in bed, they're bleeding out, right? They stick to this line that at this AIDS center, they were going because, remember, they were starving, right? Rather than getting the aid, right? They staged an incident where they're going to get shot, right? Or they have, or maybe they're not
Or
shot.
Hamas
So
just shoots them and they cover for Hamas.
or
You know?
the Hamas just shoots them.
they're
They cover Hamas.
anti-Semitic.
They love Hamas so much, right?
Or they were lied to by
they-
Hamas that it was IDF that shot them when in reality it was Hamas.
It was at
With the tanks,
yes,
right?
maybe they didn't know who shot them, right? They confused the Israelis.
They're just
For the idea-
anti-Semitic.
Yeah,
They're
So-
yeah.
How does
So-
this explain
so-
the
and
video?
then-
That happens in
or-
war all
or-
the time, unironically.
The Red
This is
Cross,
anti-Semitism?
or the Red Cross is in on it, right? Maybe there aren't people who've been presenting, right? Because just like the Gaza Health Ministry lies, maybe the Red Cross is lying. Maybe Doctors Without Borders is also lying, right? And that they haven't actually presented with these shots, right? People have come in, they've said a story, right?
Maybe the buildings in
and
Gaza are
that's-
still standing.
we'll
Who
go with
knows?
that.
No one's
So,
been there.
yeah. So yeah, no one's been there. So like Tyler, right? I want you to break it down for me, right? Like exactly like what you think. You weren't there, right? You weren't there, but like what you think this conspiracy to lie to the world, what it looks like here
I already did.
from the incident, from the perspective of an individual Gazan. Okay,
I already,
break it down for us, please.
absolutely. Well, it's disregarding the fact that one side provided video evidence and the other side's people saying things to the World Health Organization or whomever, Doctors Without Borders, whatever group. It's one person's claims versus a video. So
A video of what though?
a video of the shooting event where they shot bullets and rounds at the people approaching
Sure.
at
them.
night.
Could it be? Could it be? Hold on. Oh my God, Tyler. At night.
Okay.
That's not the incident that people are talking about.
Yes, that's the one that they're talking about. That's what Israel is saying.
Yes. Hold on.
What is-
But friend,
This is what
it
Gaza
happened.
is saying.
It happened 6 a.m. 6 a.m. in the morning. That's when it happened.
Sunday
that's
morning.
when
Yeah,
the-
that was when it was
So,
reported.
no. But you're saying it happened at night. You're saying we get that
generally
the
the
IDF
nighttime,
presented
so
a
yeah.
nighttime. Hold on. Think about this, Tyler. I want you to think about it. You're saying that the IDF provided a video of a nighttime incident, right?
Yes.
That's not at the center, and you're saying, well, that's evidence that the at the center there was no gunshots. Did they provide the video of the center, right? And no fire happening at the center.
Not to the best of my knowledge, but I can look.
No, okay, so they didn't provide evidence. They provided evidence for the second incident, which you, for some fucking reason, are stuck
Okay.
with this entire time. Tyler.
So do you have any evidence that they did it?
Let's be clear. I have Doctors
Well,
Without
there's
Borders.
like
I
over
have
200
Red
people
Cross.
shot,
I have all the
51
the
dead.
testimony of all the people who got shot. That's what I have. Tyler.
So one side's
Tyler,
automatically
Tyler,
liars,
Tyler,
one side's
Tyler, I wanna
automatically
tell you,
telling the truth.
Tyler. I want to say something nice about you, right? Since you've been here, you haven't been here as long as the others, right? Tyler, you haven't been long as the others, but I've come to respect you, right? You and I often disagree, but that's okay. Like Lactoid disagrees with me all the goddamn time, right? Scott disagrees with me all the goddamn time. Doobie is sometimes wrong, right? And then he disagrees with me, but I correct.
Fuck you.
Right? But
Sometimes.
I respect every single person on this screen. And all of them have disagreed with me at some point in time, right? I respect you too, Tyler. I do. I want to make that very clear, right? And I think you have an analytical mind. And I think you like try your best to apply that to every situation, right? You try to take a fresh new set of eyes to everything, right? Tyler, we've been talking about this for a fucking hour now. Tyler, we've been talking about one incident, not two incidences, right? You keep bringing up the second one, and I keep telling you, forget that fucking thing. So you tell me you give me a statement saying the IDF has provided evidence that says incident 1 happening in the morning didn't happen, right? That's what you said. And then I said, like, well, let's talk about this. And then you're saying, oh yeah, that happened at night, right? This was the second incident. You're bringing up the second incident again. We're talking about the
No, I
first
didn't
incident.
say incident 1 didn't happen. I said incident 1 didn't happen at the actual drop site. It was a gun conflict started by Hamas miles out. It had nothing to do with the IDF. So incident 1 did happen. People were shot. They were shot by Hamas.
No,
What's
okay,
your
all right.
response
So
to that,
all right.
Prime? Go ahead.
We've already just. I only
Yeah,
got
yeah,
this
yeah.
like 25 minutes
Sure.
ago, man.
Okay. Well,
No,
yeah,
you
yeah,
keep
no,
going.
yeah, I know. But even sorry,
He makes a good point.
but hold on, but lag to it, friend. I love you, friend. Right, and I
I'm
know
so
you
fucking
don't-
lost right now. I am
I know,
so fucking lost
I know
right
you
now.
are. I know you are. But lag to it. Did you read his?
Fucking.
Did you read his
No.
source?
No.
You should.
Okay, can I?
It would help.
Can
Hold
I
on one second. One second.
interject?
And I will give you that time, right? To be clear, right, for the audience, and I'll put it in the chat so the audience can follow along what's happening, right? You guys can read it yourself, and you can decide which one of us is lacking in reading comprehension. Because the Jerusalem Post article that he gave, right, was when the IDF and GHF said there was no incident. Hamas didn't fire on these people.
Yes.
At the food aid.
But
I
then you
also
just said
linked
that
a
he
second
did.
source with more information and that you refuse to open.
Hold on, but I'm looking. Hold on, I'm looking at this
In the
so,
chat, I linked it.
The CMB source.
Sorry, so cause I was looking at I was looking at this source. Oh, no, maybe I was looking at something else. No, I'm gonna take my time. I'm gonna read this other source, right? And if it okay,
Go
well,
ahead, Scott.
I'll save my scorn for later. I'm gonna save my scorn for later. All right,
Well,
go
I'm
ahead.
telling you, man, this is seems like something we should have easily cleared up. It's just a quick misunderstanding. There were two shooting
No,
events.
you guys
It
are
is.
talking right
No, I
past
don't
each
think it
other.
is.
I hear what you're
Hold on.
saying. I'm just
No,
saying
you
you're
don't.
conflating.
You
Hold
don't.
on,
Clearly
hold on.
don't.
Two
So,
things.
please stop.
I gotcha.
So Doobie provided a source, and I was like, okay, let me just read the whole source and the full context of just this one incident and this one source, right? The source you gave was the BBC article, Doobie. Now, in reading the BBC article, they describe the witness testimony that they're relying on is 2 wounded people. So 2 people said that that Israelis had fired on them. So that's one piece of evidence for the narrative that Israel did this. Then there was a what is it? Medicine Sans Frontier, MSF, said in a statement that it also responded to the mass casualty, right? And Red Cross described the mass casualty, but they did not. MSF, or Clara Monera, the organization's emergency co-coordinator, said, shown once again that this new system of aid delivery is dehumanizing, dangerous, and severely ineffective, right? So a representative from MSF is claiming that this is bad. But the evidence that is presented is that a mass casualty event occurred. Then there is a reporter on the ground that is a pro, like, it's not BBC. It's not, because Israel doesn't let those people in. So this is local reporters in Gaza that are making the claim that Israel fired upon people, that there was tank shells, etc. Now, I read through it. Maybe I missed it. I didn't see any evidence of wounds reported by the Red Cross that said that it had to be tanks. That wasn't what was described. So we have 2 witnesses, we have a local reporter, and we have MSF. Red Cross is just saying a mass casualty event occurred. Now, the IDF claims that this did not occur at their site, and that between 4 and 6 in the morning, that in another location that was farther off, that they had drone footage at 4 a.m. of masked individuals firing into a crowd of people that were attempting to reach the GSF aid, right? So they were on their way to go get aid, but they weren't at the aid place. They were in a gray area, et cetera, on their way to get aid, and that they had drone footage that they released of masked individuals firing into the crowd. Now, who knows? Maybe that is fucking Israel and they're pretending, right? And they put IDF like special forces in masks so that they could like murder a bunch of people and create a humanitarian crisis and a really bad PR for them. Probably not true, right? So we know that at least some people at another site from drone footage were fired upon by people that could be IDF, doing a secret mission to kill Gazans for whatever reason. That doesn't make a lot of sense, etc. And we have some witness testimony that is stating that they were attacked by Israel. Now, how you want to deal with that, at least from the source, deal with that, right? Like the fog of war is very confusing. Israel doesn't allow journalists in, which is a big fucking problem, right? But I feel like war correspondents ought to be fucking allowed. But there is like the local reporting is almost certainly pro Hamas and probably full of shit and propaganda because we see it all the fucking time. But there are witnesses, presumably, that say that IDF fired on them. But it's not like it's 100 witnesses that are all collectively lying. What we have, at least from the reports and the source that you gave me, because again, I didn't want to use any other outside sources other than just you gave me the source, Doobie. Let me look at it.
Yeah.
Is 2 people, an MSF emergency co-coordinator and a local journalist versus the
Yes.
IDF's drone footage that shows it could be drone footage of an entirely different incident, and it's a lie, right? And the
Well, so I
footage
did look at
is
the drone
something
footage.
that happened earlier, right? You know what I mean? Or in a different
Yeah.
place that doesn't involve this mass casualty. I'm just trying to clarify because we've been yelling and shit. Like, look at
Yeah.
one source. What is the evidence?
So I did look at the drone footage, and it does show like these massmen shooting. But at least the footage that I saw, I see like one guy fires at the ground, another guy's like tossing dirt and like rocks or whatever. But I don't,
Right.
they're not like firing into the crowd, right? I mean, they're firing at the ground.
Yeah, I'm
They do look like
streaming,
warning
so I'm-
shots, right?
I don't
So-
watch any of these videos on stream,
Yeah,
even if it's on
I
a
get it.
separate monitor, because I might accidentally show and then get like TOS banned. So I'm just not going to look at like war
Yeah, of
footage
course. Yeah.
unless I'm offline, or not offline, but off.
So
the
in that
stream.
so that the journalist said his name is Mohammed Gharib, right? He's a journalist in Rafah. And you can say he
Mhm.
likely has some bias like toward the Palestinians, right? Because I'm sure maybe he is a Palestinian, right? So he is one of the people claiming that when they gathered near the aid center, and this is in the BBC
Yes.
story that I put, that the Israeli tanks approached and opened fire on the crowd, right? So that's his story. The American Red Cross, I don't know if they've provided like evidence of this, but they're claiming that they have people with a gunshot and shrapnel wounds.
Yes, they claim, but they didn't claim who did it or reports
Yeah.
of who was doing it. They're not
Yeah, but
saying Israel did this. They're saying we have a mass casualty event. They have gunshot and shrapnel wounds, and this is where the mass casualty event occurred.
And we have
So,
Two
it's, so
claims
I
of
would say,
people-
I would say, without a doubt, it's undeniable that there was a mass casualty event. Without a doubt, we should all be able to agree to that it occurred at least in the area, right? Israel's claim is that, well, we've got some evidence that it occurred at another location, which seems dubious, but at least it is a video. And then we have biased journalists there, which, again, it's Israel's own fucking fault that if you're not letting in other journalists and war correspondents, of course you're getting, of course you're only getting pro Hamas or pro Palestinian news coming out of the region. They're creating the very fog of war, which is fucking dubious as far as I'm concerned. But regardless, we have Mohammed Gharib, and then again the other person, like I said, the MSF, it's a French relief aid organization. They're reporting, at least from Clara Monera, the organization's emergency co-coordinator, quote, shown once again that this new system of aid is dehumanizing, dangerous, and severely ineffective. Whether or not that's like a gray area, like politically safe quote. She's not saying I'm proving Israel did this. What she's saying is that having people march to these locations and what is like this could go for Hamas or for IDF, etc. But basically saying that the way that this is being done, like it's a very safe statement. So I don't know how helpful it is. But also, maybe people that are working in the region are very careful to say safe statements so they don't get fucking, in trouble when they're in a fucking war zone.
So respond to that in a second, Doobie. Okay, Tyler. Tyler, you there, buddy?
Lactoid.
Yep. I've heard Scott's entire
Tyler.
breakdown. I agree with
Okay,
every word of it.
Okay, Tyler. You told me, hey, I gotta look at the CBN article, right? The thing is, you'd put a few, you put 2 Drills and Post articles, and I clicked on the other one, and I was like, this doesn't have anything to do with anything. So that was my fault before, right? Because I did read another source from you, but it wasn't the CBN article. Okay, so I took the time to read the CBN article. Okay, Tyler. Your claim is that the CBN article says that Hamas fired on these civilians at some point in time, correct? Right? That's what you said like 10 minutes ago, right?
No, I believe what I was saying was that the reporting came from Hamas, which was the Gaza Health Ministry initially.
No, you talked about Hamas
Hamas.
firing on them. You did. I didn't make this up. You talked about Hamas firing
Yeah,
on
I
civilians.
think that was the 4 a.m. incursion Scott was talking about there. That's
Yeah,
what I was talking
you
about.
said that I need to look. You said Prime. Well, Prime. So what's the misunderstanding is that you need to look at the CBN article. The CBN article shows.
That was what the misunderstanding was that there were two events that were going on.
Okay, but you've said, hold on. You've been telling me that Hamas has fired on these people, right? That Hamas was the ones who fired on them, correct? So I'm still looking for that fucking evidence.
That's
because
Scott,
I didn't say it in the CBN article.
Could you
So
repeat
what
the drone footage was about at 4 a.m. one more time?
Sorry, hold on. Was it in the CBN article that Hamas fired on these? Now you keep saying there's another source. There's another source that says what I'm saying,
Scott
right?
looked over the source. I'd like to trust.
I'm not talking about. Stop. Hey, stop trying to obfuscate. Okay, talk like a fucking man to me. Now, hold on, Tyler. Tyler, you said Hamas shot at these people. You said Hamas shot at these people,
yes,
right? I'm still looking for that fucking evidence. You're like, Prime, we haven't looked at my second source. I'm looking at my second source. I looked at your second source, right? I said I was going to do it. Now, like, where is it that Hamas faked this?
Scott, as a neutral arbiter, when you were reading that citation, what did you say that 4 a.m. drone footage was?
Oh, hold on. So what I would say is it sounds like you read a bunch of articles and you got your fucking articles confused.
Maybe.
Because Prime is saying, I just read through the article that you told me to read and it doesn't say what it
the only time I remember
I just looked at the one that
Hamas
Doobie posted and that is referencing the footage. But as I said, I didn't watch the specific footage. I'm assuming the reporting from the BBC that is at least accurate in what the fucking video shows, which is masked individuals throwing rocks and shooting at people that are attempting to get aid somewhere. But there's no proof that is where it is or time, etc. At least not stated in the BBC article. But there is presumably video evidence from drones at roughly 4 a.m., which would be at night, early morning, of masked individuals. Not necessarily Hamas, but likely Hamas, right? But not necessarily Hamas shooting at, individuals and throwing rocks at them. Now, I didn't look at your CBN article, so it's entirely likely that Prime Kai's did, and you got the wrong fucking article, or you got them confused. You dropped.
If that's my mistake,
I know you've been debating this, but but you're probably wrong that was the one. But of the one that I read live, because people were yelling about it, that is the claim.
I think I was looking at the CBN article for something different personally, because what I was looking for was the Sunday event situation, what the Hamas Ministry of Justice was reporting on. And that's where I found in this article that Hamas were the initial ones reporting. That's how I remember it personally. I don't think I said from this specific article that Hamas was firing people. But, I mean, it could just be a misremembrance. If I fucked up my citation, sorry, but there's another one that backs that up too. So I'm not
going to... Okay. If you're saying you made a mistake... Okay, I'm just
if I did, my bad.
Okay, all right. You know what? Everyone makes mistakes. I surely have, very rarely. But everyone makes mistakes. So I'm just going to move past that. All right.
I just wanted him to be
just so we're all clear, Hamas did the killing, right? Is that what we all agreed on?
What it looks like from the drone footage is that Hamas...
No, don't be an idiot. That drone footage, hold on. So if Israel had drone footage of Hamas slaughtering dozens of people, shooting hundreds of people, because I think it's almost 200 people that were shot, right? That appear with some kind of an injury, right? So the IDF had footage of that. Why the fuck would they take the drone's camera away from it? Why wouldn't they release it and say, hey, here's what actually happened? What they actually have released is what I've seen is like 3 or 4 little clips of somebody shooting at the ground, a dude tossing some rocks. They don't have video, or they haven't released video of these groups just mass firing at the crowds, which is what they're claiming. So if they saw this happening, why the fuck would they turn the camera away? I don't think it exists. I don't think you have any reason to believe it exists. They would have released it by now.
I mean, if it can show me some evidence to the contrary that their video is bullshit, I'll believe it. But I just kind of.
I'm not saying the video is
Hold on,
bullshit.
no,
I'm not saying the
hold on,
video is
hold on.
bullshit.
Hold on. The video might not be bullshit, but the evidence, presumably, and again, this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about fucking Israel fatigue and this back and forth. And
That's a good point you made about that.
But
It's their fault.
But like there are at least two witnesses claiming that's what happened, and there's local reporting claiming what that's happened. Now, I'm totally willing to believe that those two random people and this local reporter are full of shit. I'm also willing to believe that Israel doesn't have any real fucking evidence of what happened. They're just claiming that it didn't, right? Like what? Like it's crazy that here in the United States we had to fight, and it's one of the few things that I thought was good about the initial movements of Black Lives Matter, where cops had to wear body cams, and for whatever fucking reason we don't have full length footage of like IDF soldiers protecting a humanitarian event. Like if there's going to be any fucking takeaway from this, because let it first be fuck Israel, dissolve the nation states. Let it second be, because that's not going to happen, let us stop funding this shit. But if it's going to be a tertiary fucking pragmatistic thing, maybe if you're going to do fucking humanitarian aid and you're going to have the IDF guarding it, can we get one camera? Can we just get one camera that watches the shit go down the whole day?
But in the CBN article, that I read, right, in the next paragraph, when it talks about after it talks about Hamas lying, it says that they did release some sort of security footage, right, at the time of the incident, they say, that proves otherwise. So I like to see the security footage. I like to see actually what time it was, right? Because they can release security footage of the distribution site, but is it the actual massacre? And once again, we've been through this before. I'm sorry, we've been through this exact situation, right? Like, if you've been following this, Katie, I'm sure, Katie, have you heard the Flower Massacre previously, right? Sorry, we didn't hear what you had to say.
You're muted, I believe.
Yeah, you did? Okay. Katie's heard the Flower Massacre. Doobie, you heard the Flower Massacre, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. There was a Flower Massacre that happened where people were going to get flour, among other things. And there was I had drone footage. I think it was probably drone footage of the incident. And the IDF released footage to say that, we were, I think the story was, and I might be wrong about this, but I think their story is that, we were defending ourselves, right? And we had to do it, right? And then the New York Times did an analysis and said that was full of shit. They broke that down. That was full of shit. So you're telling me that the IDF simply has released footage saying, well, there's nothing happening here. Nothing happened here, right? Did they release the full footage of from beginning, from when the 8 distribution nodes are open?
They released 25 seconds.
It's 25 seconds.
In different clips in different areas.
25 seconds in different clips in an area. Okay, friend, Tyler. Could it be that outside it says 4 different clips? Okay, so let's say there's a minute and a half of footage there. Tyler, could it be that of that minute and a half of that day, that maybe the massacre happened at a different point in time?
Could very well be. Do you have any evidence of that?
It could be. Do you have any evidence of oh my God, friend?
Yes.
Friend. I don't know, because I don't have the footage from the distribution center. If the IDF wanted to clear themselves, they would have actually released the entire thing, right? Hey, we have the footage. We have an example of Hamas lying on this day. Here, look, from start to finish, the operating hours, when they say these people were here, we can show that it didn't happen, right? Now you're saying, hey, Prime, sitting here in your American city, hey, do you have that footage? Do you have any evidence?
Israel's lying?
No,
you think all the surveillance
because they have
and
a
intelligence
history,
would have
and then
footage of
the
their
evidence they
actions.
presented, and specifically the evidence they presented, is nothing, right?
Okay. Do you have any proof Israel's lying?
Great, it's for useful idiots like you who
Well, they
will
lie
take
constantly
those
would be the proof.
snippets, right? Literally
Okay.
snippets of footage, and say, well, I guess this is proof nothing happened. How did you believe that? How did you believe that? You said you looked at
They're
this,
the only
right?
ones that.
How did you believe that?
Proof. They put forward proof. No one
No, they
else
didn't.
did.
That's not proof.
That's
That's
proof.
you don't understand what proof is. You don't
Prime, are
understand
you-
what proof is.
It's enough
Like
for
Tyler,
me.
are you like? No, come
Yeah,
on, Tyler.
because it seems
Tyler,
like maybe I was wrong to respect your mind if you think that like that's proof. If
I
you
don't know.
think
I
there's
think you have a
snippets,
massive double standard on how much proof
You're
you need for
ridiculous.
Israel and then how much proof you need for Hamas. It's
I,
massive.
hold on,
You
I,
have
hold on.
no
I'm,
proof
give,
not
I'm
on
Hamas.
giving
any
you,
of
I'm
the
giving you
Hamas.
this.
Can I-
I said, hey,
That's
release
Hamas
the
reported
footage.
it.
Hold on, I'm saying, hold on.
Hamas
I'm
initially
saying, hey,
reported it, yes.
hold on. It's not a double standard. It's it's simple, right? And I gave clear standard. They're saying Palestinians are saying that this massacre happened on this day, right, at this distribution center. There are security cameras, apparently, according to the IDF and to the GHF. There's security cameras right there. If you wanted to prove it, right, here's a simple standard. Now, I would hold America, I would hold Germany, I would hold Venezuela to the standard. Hey, release the footage of the entire day. If the massacre happened, well, then you should find some evidence within that footage. What they release, and according to Doobie, snippets. 25
Yeah, I
seconds.
put it in the chat.
firing at
Hold on, Prime, I put it in the chat. It's literally 25 seconds.
Snippets of people
25
firing
seconds
at
total.
civilians.
No, again, not
Okay.
true.
I'm
Hold on.
watching the video of him
Yeah,
firing
I'm
a
glad
gun at
you are. I'm glad
civilians.
you
Hold
are.
on.
I'm glad you
Hold on.
are.
Hold on. Hold on.
This is
Listen.
wild.
I hate how much because of the circumstances I'm gonna sound like a fucking commie tonight, right? But like, is it not standard practice at this point that if you're gonna be a political streamer that you've read like manufacturing consent, right? Like listen, the story is not necessarily about what evidence is shown. It is about what is not shown, and that's not proof, right? But it is certainly a pattern, right, that should inform the way you view media, you view press release statements, etc., right? Like when someone is accused, for example, of like, doing some lewd and lascivious acts during the Me Too statement, and like the dude comes out and is like, I didn't do this, I was never there, this is all a lie. You're like, well, I don't know. We'll have to see what the court says. But when a person comes out with like a 3-paragraph apology video that doesn't really say that they didn't do the thing, we all kind of know that they did the thing. All right. Or another example, right? Like when a mass shooting happens and we don't get the race or the gender of the person involved for like 3 days, everyone knows it wasn't a white guy. We immediately know it wasn't a white guy because the media will tell you it's a white guy the moment they suspect it's a white guy. Okay. And then that, right. It's about what they don't say.
Disavow.
When
He's right on
Israel
this.
puts out something and they're like, oh, we have
Oh
this
my
drone footage from a mile away that's like 25-second edited together clips for some reason, and we didn't give you the full video or the exact location, and there's security footage nearby, but we didn't put that video out in any way, shape, or form. That's not proof that the thing happened, but it should certainly inform whether or not you think what they're saying is total fucking bullshit. Okay,
So,
Israel and the
you got
IDF
full
and the journalists
accusation.
lie all the time about shit that's over there, and Hamas lies all the fucking time about what's over there. Now, Hamas lies almost every time they're reporting numbers. Those numbers are going to be like blown up. They do it all the fucking time. But when it comes to like the incident of like who started what incident, sometimes it takes a long time, and a lot of that is Israel's fault. But again, when Israel or the IDF have footage, and instead of releasing a full drone footage unedited, or instead of releasing footage near the actual incident during the day, they give you a bullshit fucking clip as their proof that they didn't do anything. I think you should kind of err on the side they probably fucking did the thing.
Hold on. So Scott, I have to say this. So if you watch the clips, right? There's like it's 25 seconds. And so first of all, only one of them has somebody firing. And if you can see the impact on the ground, you can see the dust come out from the ground, right? But the camera moves forward, right? After that, this guy's walking forward, and around the 14-second
I
mark,
made sure
you
I'm
see,
not streaming it. I'm looking at it.
yeah. So you see like a second circled thing, right, on the ground, and I think the implication is that this is a person who's been shot. But if you look at that thing, right, and look at the way that white thing curls up and then flips and then like stretches back out, that is not a person. That's not a leg. The legs don't move like that. That thing curls up like almost in a circle and then like rotates back out. That's not a person on the floor.
I don't want to get that nitpicky about it
No,
because
but I
bodies
am
do
being
weird shit.
no,
One can't.
no. That is not a person. That is not a leg. You can see it right there. Like I don't.
Yeah, no, that's
Hold on.
it's
No,
like
listen,
unnecessary bullshit.
No,
Israel's
no.
putting
Hold
up
on.
fake video.
No, yes.
Without
Actually,
any proof,
yes.
you're making this accusation.
Yes.
Israel's
No, this is
putting up
the proof
fake
is the video itself. The proof is the video
Yeah,
itself.
yeah.
I'm not a fucking idiot.
Michelle Obama has a penis.
I can look
Didn't
at
you watch her on Ellen?
stop. I can look at this video that they put out to show that that Hamas is firing at civilians to explain all these like over 100 people who showed up with gunshot and shrapnel wounds, which is 25 fucking seconds. And it's just like, yeah, you should have that on your head because I imagine you bump into shit pretty often. So just think about it. Think about it logically. Think about it logically, right? So Israel has drone footage of these gunmen apparently doing like a massacre. And they don't release it. They release 25 seconds, and in those 25 seconds, it shows like a guy shooting at the ground, and another guy throwing like dirt and rocks, and that's their like why wouldn't they release all their evidence of this massacre? Why wouldn't they release all the drone footage? They obviously have it. They have drones.
Why
in
do
there.
governments even have like top secret war
No,
plans and things like that? It's silly.
Be real.
Tell
Be
the
real.
world.
Top
Just tell
secret
the
war
world.
Top
plan.
secret war
Yeah,
plan.
no.
They're trying. Hold on. They're trying to prove.
Hey, this is
Hold
where
on. It would
drones are.
absolutely
Shoot 'em
benefit them.
down.
No, stop. It would absolutely benefit them to prove that Hamas did this. If
No,
they have
because
drones,
most
they
people
had
aren't-
drones in the air. Shut the fuck up. They had
Most
drones
people
in the
aren't
air
conspiracy theorists
at the
like you.
time. No, stop. They had drones in the air at the time, recording these people, recording these guys with these guns. Why the fuck wouldn't they show clear evidence of them massacring people?
They're
Yeah,
presumably
that's all
recording to
on
prove
the-
like, hey, we're giving aid. Wait. They're presumably recording to show like, hey, look, we're giving aid. This is the kind of aid we're giving. This was going to be used as propaganda to be like, look, we're actually not starving the Palestinians, right? But then none of the footage gets released. We just get told, hey, there was no incident at the food aid, but we're getting like conflicting arguments saying that there was. And it's like, why wouldn't you release the footage? And this isn't a secret military operation. This would literally just prove them right in their argument. This is just an optics at this point, and they're failing the optics.
This would absolutely help them win the PR battle back because they're losing it hard right now, right? And I think you're a demonstration of how fucking hard it is to win the PR battle. Because what you're saying is, I think to anybody with like two brain cells, what you're saying is fucking ridiculous, right? And I have to bring this up really quickly to drag us all the way back to those 15 medics who were murdered. Like, so you watched the video. You see that they have the lights on. You know that Israel's initial story was that the lights were off, right? These emergency lights were off, and you're saying that there's no reason to believe that they lied. Like,
Yeah.
why? Okay, so they say, hey, actually, we murdered these medics because they approached us with the lights off and they're driving strangely or suspiciously, and that's why we killed them. We found out over a week later because they didn't tell the Red Crescent where these guys were in this mass grave buried under their fucking ambulances for a week. So a week later, they find these bodies, they dig them up, they find this guy's phone and still in his pocket, and they find this video on this phone that proves that story is a lie. And you're saying that we have no reason to think the IDF will lie about that. That they could just all these guys who carried out this massacre, they might have just been wrong with this with the lights were off. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yes, because a
Oh my
lie
God.
is an intentional act that you have to prove.
You think
Yes.
they all forgot that the
Because-
lights were on?
Because
You think
somebody
they forgot the lights
something
were on?
wrong, it doesn't mean they're lying to you, and you actually have to show proof of that. The standard of proof is
Are you
Israel
insane?
released footage. I can just make up Alex Jones-like conspiracy theories that it's all fake with no evidence, and they have to prove my conspiracy theory wrong. Otherwise, they're lying.
Why?
That's
Okay,
your
hold on,
standard
Tyler.
for Israel
Hold on,
right now.
Tyler.
It's
So
fucking
again, you see
wild.
you see with your own eyes. Their initial claim was lights off. You see with your own eyes the lights were on.
I'm
You're
just
telling
saying
me-
you went on an
You're
opine
telling
about,
me.
not
Hold on,
debate.
stop. No, stop. You're telling
You
me.
keep saying stop, but you talk for 10
God.
minutes, dude.
No,
Let
I've
me
not-
get my whole
I've
point
barely
out.
spoken. I've
Yeah,
barely spoken.
okay, but you just
don't
talked for 10
don't bother us with meta. Okay, I'm gonna get this out. So you're telling me that you have no reason to believe that these soldiers who said that the reason they killed these medics is because they approached with the lights off and they're driving suspiciously. You have no reason to think they were lying when they said this.
I didn't say that. I said it's likely that the soldiers that made the mistake might have lied. I said you said the entire state of Israel lied.
Oh my god.
This is you shifting the goalposts.
Are you
You said
serious?
Israel was lying. It turns out they said something wrong. So without
Oh, I'm
proof,
sorry.
sir,
I'll
them
correct
saying
it.
something Wrong.
These IDF soldiers who carried out this
Chop.
massacre were fucking lying.
It's
Okay,
wild.
that's
You can't
so
just say
like
someone was lying.
what are you
because they were
saying?
wrong about
yeah, not
one thing.
every single
What-
person in Israel lied when this happened. Okay, yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, okay.
Like the government.
Like hey, I think Katie's
Take
in Israel.
that
Katie,
L,
you didn't lie
Doobie.
when this happened. Okay.
Like the government. No, it's
Massive
silly. It's
doobie
silly to
L.
assume. That's
So,
because
so ridiculous, Tyler.
think-
Like,
what
what the
hold
fuck
on.
are you talking
Why
about?
this
Like, you're talking about
So,
this double
hold on.
standard. You have the double standard,
Yeah.
Tyler. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, they doctored videos. What's your proof of that? I
Hold on.
watched the
So-
video. I did my own.
so-
Wait, hold on. What doctored videos are
I
you
think
talking
you're-
about?
I got a
think-
hard out at 11:30.
Yeah, hold on, sorry, hold on. So Scott, hold on. He's got a heart out. Then let's get this out. What doctor videos are you talking about?
That's what he said. Was that
I never said they doctored videos.
No, we never said that.
Fake.
Well,
I said
Doobie
he's
did say that.
fake. He said
Unironically,
leg-
No,
Doobie
I
did say
didn't.
that.
Leg-
Yeah, you did.
I did not say they doctored videos. Hold on. When did I say they doctored videos?
When you say a video
You
of them
did.
releasing 25 seconds of drone footage is fake, that's saying they
Oh,
doctored.
That's
you're
not
talking
what I
about-
said. Hold on. I
He
didn't.
said that wasn't
hold
a
on.
leg.
I'm
He
saying
said
that.
the
Oh wait,
thing
hold on. That's
circled
you're
is
like an idiot.
implying that it's
Hold
a
on.
body, and he's saying that wasn't a body.
That's
but they
obviously not a
circled
body.
it.
That is not doctored. That just means they're drawing
he
attention
said-
to a thing that isn't a body.
Wait,
That's it.
He
That's
said-
not
he was
doctored.
He was talking about the video. He said they circled this specific part at like 14 seconds or whatever. And he's saying presumably to show that this is a body, and he's saying that wasn't a body, that the legs don't curl like that. I don't remember him saying that like the video was doctored. He's saying that
I'm
like,
not saying it's doctored. I'm saying that they're
That's-
drawing attention to a thing to try to make it seem as if it's a body when it's clearly not a
You're
body.
saying- so you're
That doesn't
saying
mean
this
that the video's doctored.
that video of people shooting at civilians is real, and it was.
I'm saying that video doesn't show people shooting at civilians.
Oh, it does.
This is what I'm saying. This is
Oh,
there's
it's
a
not
different
body.
thing.
I
Hold on.
saw the leg move weird. I'm an expert on this now.
Ty-
so-
Tyler,
Tyler, I think you're like you have to be like delusional. Like I don't know. Like, how do you
Tyler,
like no? What do you,
QAnon
go ahead.
shit, dude.
Tyler, QAnon. Okay, Tyler. We talked about the evidence of the ambulance massacre, right? We're talking about, hey, Israel says one thing, we have video proof of another thing, right? You think that's
I'm
not
saying
evidence
Israel.
of-
Don't say Israel.
Sorry, no,
IDF
Israel,
soldiers.
excuse me.
Don't do that.
Because it might have been, people might think when I say America or Israel or Germany, I'm talking about every single German, right? Yeah. No, sorry. Let me correct myself. I'll correct myself because there are dumb fucks in this conversation who might make that mistake. Sorry, I got to account for them. All right. No, the IDF soldiers who did the massacre, they said that the lights were off. But the video footage we found from their victims clearly showed the lights were on,
Mm-hmm.
right?
And then they
Would that
retracted
not
the
be
statement,
evidence
right?
in and of itself? I mean, that's a pretty major piece of the story, right? Right, a pretty major aspect where the lights are on or off. That completely changes your relation to cars, right? When they're coming at you, correct? Right? You know if the lights are on or they're off in the dead of night. So when we see the footage that the lights were on, you would say, Tyler, if you weren't a complete fucking shill, right? You weren't a piece of shit like a propagandist, you would say that, hey, at the very least, that might be evidence that these specific IDF soldiers that they lied. You would say that, correct, Tyler?
No, I would
No,
not.
because you're a piece of
What's
shit.
wrong with
God,
you? Are you
God.
serious?
Because
fucking
I
Okay,
already said this.
whatever.
When somebody lies,
so
you need to
before-
prove it. If somebody
Okay,
says
so you
something
can never
wrong,
say that
does not
anybody
mean they
lies.
lie.
Hold on, so you can never say that anybody's lied about
No.
anything because you don't know their intentions, you don't know what's going on with their brain.
Lactoid, could you please explain the legal standard to them?
Shut the fuck up. No, I'm asking you as a human being.
Lactoid.
If somebody says to you,
Lactoid.
oh god, stop, hold on.
Explain to
Tyler,
us the
Tyler,
lies.
Tyler, Tyler, if I tell you, hold on, Tyler, if I tell you that when you go outside, the sky is red, right? It's going to be red, like fucking bright red, right? And then you go outside and it's blue, right? And you come back and say, hey, Doobie, actually the sky's red. I say, no, Tyler, it's definitely fucking red, you fucking idiot. You're gonna say that, oh, well, maybe it is red and Doobie sees it as red. Like,
No.
really, that's gonna be your position? You're gonna
No,
be like,
it's
hey,
not.
yeah,
That's
Doobie's
not
wrong or Doobie's lying about what color
If
the
you
fucking
can
sky
only
is.
think of this black and white fallacy, I see why you're having such a problem. But no, that's
This isn't a black and white fallacy, you dumb bitch. I'm asking
It is.
you, how the fuck do you ever say that anybody lies about anything if you don't have access to the inner workings of the brain?
proof.
Okay, we have the proof. You said the proof isn't good enough.
They can
How do
make
you
mistakes,
how do you
they
get
can
proof?
lie.
How do you get proof of
Yeah.
the inner workings of the brain, Tyler?
Release us,
Willful-
Prime.
You can
Release
show
us.
intent. There's ways to show legal and willful intent.
Okay, so
There's ways to prove this.
Okay, so Tyler,
it's
Tyler,
law,
what would
yeah.
you, Tyler? What would you need to see? What would you
There's
need to
also
see to
Neuralink,
prove
by
that
the way,
these soldiers were lying? What would you need to see to prove that these soldiers were intentionally lying about what happened?
Well, if the government did an investigation and said these soldiers reported this and they were like they have body cams or something to show that they were lying when they first saw it, then absolutely. If there's some
They
video,
would have to like
Wait,
directly
hold on.
lying.
Hold on, but Tyler, that implies that you think they
Why?
didn't see. Hold on, Tyler, that implies that you think they didn't see the lights. The lights were clearly on in that video you saw, and
That's
and
one.
they wait, stop.
I gave you like 10.
Wait,
in the
what?
Discord before
No,
this
no,
thing
listen,
started.
listen.
You
No,
guys-
hold on.
you guys have
That's
gone-
not
you
true,
guys have
Tyler.
gone
Tyler,
back
what are you
and
talking
forth
about?
about this-
No, it's
about this
hold on,
concept
but
of
Scott,
lying
stop,
over
Scott.
and
It's
over.
important. Scott, it's important.
It's
I think
not
it's
important.
demonstrating. I think it's
Beating a
demonstrating
dead
something.
horse.
No, I'm not.
It's not important.
It's demonstrating the issue with Tyler right now, with the way that he's thinking about this. I think that his pro-Israel bias is so fucking intense. It causes him to be fucking delusional, right?
Right.
So you saw the video
Yes,
of them
we see that.
approaching in the dead of night, right, dark with lights on. You're saying that there might be another view where it didn't look like the lights were on.
No, I'm not saying that either.
Then okay, well then what are you saying? We didn't see their body cams. If they had body cams, we would see that the lights were on.
Time instead of just letting me answer.
Okay, go
Okay.
ahead.
Could have been a
Go for it.
mistake.
Which part?
Mistake?
Could have been a
It's a
mistake.
mistake.
What part was the
Writing it down
mistake?
on the paper in the reporting. Oh, they
Writing
said,
it down
"Oh,
on the
yeah,
paper in the
yeah."
hold on.
It could have been a mistake. Can you show me it wasn't? Can you show me any?
You're a
willful
fucking
intent?
idiot. You're a fucking
Oh,
moron.
yeah, I don't believe you.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah, I
idiot.
will absolutely call you
So
that.
the answer
You're
is
a
no.
fucking
You
idiot.
can't
You're a-
show me
you're a
any.
useful
You
idiot
have
for the
no
idea. Hey, maybe they
proof.
wrote it down wrong. And then after when they were
Zero
questioned, because remember,
proof.
they were questioned about this, right?
Zero
For a week
Questioned-
before they
they-
filmed the video.
for a week before, and then they didn't like. Oh, I'm sorry, we wrote it down wrong in the report. Oh, sorry, this international incident that you're talking about. Oh, I'm sorry, guys.
Okay, this is-
we should have we wrote it down wrong.
I gotta go.
You're
No,
a
no, no, hold on,
fucking
let me-
moron. You're
Yeah.
a
Let me-
fucking moron. No,
Yeah.
I gotta make it
Hold
clear.
on, hold on.
Tyler.
Why do you
Tyler.
have to make
Tyler,
it clear?
I got-
Why do you have to yell at him
Tyler.
again?
Oh, no,
on these-
because I
on these
will.
tidbits?
I'm going to do it because I want to. That's why.
It's
That's fucking
it's
why.
so
Oh, no,
it's so
excuse me.
childish.
I gotta say this. No, I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. Tyler, I take back what I said before. I don't respect your analysis. You've
Well,
shown
then-
yourself to be a fucking moron here.
You're extremely
Like, deep
biased.
one.
against this
I've
film.
had disagreements with all these people,
Okay,
right?
that's nice.
All of them, deep disagreements. When my volume has gotten this high previously, right? But I never questioned their intelligence. I don't
All
question
the
Scott's
time.
intelligence, not
All
Lacto's
the
intelligence,
time.
not Ali, not any of these people's intelligence. I question your intelligence
You
right
do it
now.
all the time. You do it to Gibbs.
Right
every
now.
day.
Let
It's
me
embarrassing.
You're just making things up
All
right now because
let-
you're
it's
passionate.
embarrassing.
You're on a-
Hold on. Oh my
Take
god.
the L.
All right,
You don't have
so
any
listen,
proof to
hold on.
back your claims.
Tyler, shush. Listen.
I'll be quiet.
There is. I think there. Yeah,
Yeah, Corey.
Thank you. I
What
appreciate
the
it.
fuck,
I
man?
appreciate it. Listen, I think there is a large, like, we need to zoom out a little bit because, like, this is what war is. And I think so many people are so disillusioned or like, I don't, maybe not disillusioned, like so tribal in their responses. Tyler's obviously showing, a tribal bias here that is making it impossible for him to like cede any ground on like reasonable shit. And I think other people are doing the same thing because it's like every time there's a new war, we have these short-term memories where like we forget just how fucking horrible war. Like, Israel is not some special evil. IDF is not some special evil. And there is this assumption that we're supposed to believe that they are. But this, like, I remember having a long conversation. I know it's anecdotal, but I remember I met a war propagandist for the Vietnam War. Great guy, teeny little gay bald guy, right? And but in Vietnam he got drafted to be and his entire job was to take the rapes and the murders that were occurring from American soldiers of Vietnam, Viet Cong and civilian populations, and spin all of these stories to the best of his ability or bury them and cover them up, right? This is what happens in every single war. And there is this combination of like forgetting about that combined with new access to reporting and technology and social media that is like making us like forget that fact. Now, as it turns out, to whether or not the lights were on, it is such a meaningless distinction, because in war, like,
This
in
isn't
any
war. You got to
genre-
stop saying that. This isn't war.
It is.
It
not
isn't.
It absolutely is. It
It's
is.
definitely not a
So
war.
the
No,
basis
it's
of them
stupid.
firing
That's
on
stupid.
the convoy
That's stupid.
was the
Listen.
lights off and them being suspicious. That's the
That- yeah.
basis. And we don't know
Listen,
who these
listen,
people are
listen,
driving
listen.
towards us and
We
defend
had-
us
we had
as
it-
we shoot at them. That's not
Our
and
parents.
I
No.
disagree with this
No.
idea
Our
that this
parents.
is all
Our
the
parents.
same. This is not the same.
It is.
for all
It
other
is.
wars.
And to
No,
think
it's
it
not.
isn't is
No,
just
we-
showing.
we-
It's just
we're
showing an
journalists.
immediacy
We're-
bias.
No.
Like, it really is.
We literally have numbers to show this. More journalists have died in this conflict than any other modern conflict. Period. Right?
Any
In
other
just this
modern
conflict alone.
conflict.
Sorry, what?
Any other listen, you can say that the war is
Hundreds.
disproportional. Again, listen, our parents, right? Most of us, maybe for some of us, we're getting close to grandparent territory, right? But our parents lived through the Satanic Panic. We had an entire nation believing that because women went to work and had anxiety about leaving their kids in daycare for too long, and because of Dungeons and Dragons and heavy metal, we had an entire fucking country where half of the people in this country believed that there were secret sex pedophile rings under every daycare in America that were raping the kids, and then the satanic people were smuggling them, and we like, and that was just off of anxiety and like media bias reporting and like word of mouth. This happens in war. Now you can say that this is an unjust war. Totally agree. I absolutely agree with that. Right. Like I think that you can say it's disproportional. I agree with that. Right. You can say that individual actions and things are horror, but the idea that we forget that this is what war is like and we put it through this weird tribal thing where like Israel is this special evil is, you can do the I'm talking too long thing, but like you could chime
No
in
one's
at any
fine.
moment.
No one says Israel's a special evil. Sorry, I don't know why you keep like that's a straw man. No one's saying that Israel's a special evil, right? Like I think Katie
Ukraine
Your
said that.
actions betray that belief.
Sorry, hold on. I have a special enmity for Israel because they're doing a genocide as we speak. Yes, I do. Let's not make that very clear. But no one's saying it's a special evil. No, in fact, literally, I was just watching a documentary earlier today talking about the U.S.'s action in Paraguay, holding up a dictator, right? One I had never heard of, right? And who did some really fucked up shit, right? Thousands disappeared, thousands killed. Right? I don't know if I would call that one specifically genocide, but like a mass murder, right? To hold up this regime. No, Israel is not a special evil. They're the evil we're talking about right now, right? They're the evil that's doing evil with my tax dollars at this moment. A genocide that I see. That's what I'm responding to. That's what I'm responding to. I'm responding
Is
to
Hamas evil?
Yes, sure. Hamas is evil. Yeah. Whatever.
Yeah, sure. Right. Like,
Yeah.
but even
No.
your reaction betrays exactly how you feel.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't
No, but
matter.
I think that's like. Go ahead, Brian.
No, you go.
You know, I think
Like
Scott. I think
atrocious shit happens in war. That is basically my argument.
And yeah, whatever. We agree.
Like,
we agree. We
You have a
agree.
source
Yeah,
for
horrible
that?
atrocious shit
Okay.
happens in war all
Sure.
the time.
Do I have a source for that? Is that what you asked?
Yeah, like we get all the time. Horrible things happen in war. Understood. Great point.
Right, but if you get that, if you understand that this is what war looks like, then why do you have such a specific, as you put it, enmity towards Israel? You say, well, it's because they're
the
doing
lots of
We're
reasons.
genocide
watching it do a
as we
direct
speak.
ethnic cleansing and genocide right
But
now.
yeah, so I
like
think-
why, like they're clearly not doing a genocide, right?
So,
Like,
no,
okay,
that's
can we
not
like
true. What are you
clear that?
talking about?
So
like
we
that's
disagree
such
on
a
that point.
like that's a silly take.
we
right?
have-
Like, unless
and
you
we
want to
never
redefine
Why?
genocide.
Yeah, sure, whatever.
No,
So
Is
using the
every
exact
war a
definition of
genocide? Is every
No.
war a genocide?
No, no.
Okay, so what makes this war a genocide and other wars not a genocide?
Okay, so
Good
Have
fucking
you-
question.
What makes
no,
what
that's not
makes-
that's
what
not a,
makes-
that's not a good
okay,
question.
what
Hanan.
makes
So
Vietnam
the fact
not
oh,
a
God.
genocide and this a genocide? What?
So the fact that what we have here, right? Even calling this a war is like a fucking stretch, right? I think that's like a massive stretch, obviously. So what we have here is a group of
What
like
is obvious about that? Why is it a stretch? So obviously, that's not
because
fair, man.
I was going to get to that. So what we have here is like 20,000, maybe 30,000 at any given time at like the peak militants, people with like who are actually fighting Israel, and these people were replaced when Israel bombed some families, whatever the fuck they managed to kill a few of these guys. These guys get replaced really quickly. They don't have tanks. They don't have jets. They don't
Why
have
is that
any
not a
kind of.
war?
Listen,
is it?
they don't listen. They don't have any kind of traditional force. So when you say war, to me, what this brings to mind is like you have two armies and like battlefields and like different tactics. These are like
Okay,
So
okay,
it's a-
okay. I'll change
it's
my
like a-
question about Vietnam. After Saddam Hussein's army was defeated, was the Iraq War no longer a war? And you stopped calling it a war, right? Because you knew it wasn't a war. When throughout the whole history of the Iraq War, after the initial invasion and we had already taken over and Saddam Hussein's forces had surrendered, did it become a genocide that America was committing? And where is any proof
I don't
or
think Iraq
evidence
was
that
a genocide.
Anybody was calling it that. Okay,
yeah,
so
I don't think Iraq was a genocide. No, I don't think Iraq was a genocide.
Why was Iraq
Well, because
not a
well, yeah.
genocide?
So I was
And
so that was
Gaza
the next point. Right. So what we have in Gaza is the intent to wipe these people out entirely. Right. Not just to take out Hamas, but there is an intent that has been expressed through multiple statements by their leadership, but also by their actions, and also by their policy for over a year now. Right. When this started, they didn't say that they're going to go in and take out Hamas. They said that every Palestinian is the enemy. Everybody in Gaza is the enemy, including the fucking children. Yes, they said this, and then they acted. Hold on, stop, and then they acted on those statements. Right? They carried out a bombing campaign that specifically targets civilian infrastructure, including apartment buildings that were full of civilians.
That's war, dude. We did the exact same shit in Iraq. We had politicians and pundits talking about turning the entire place into glass. We had drone bombings.
Can I ask?
Drone bombing weddings. Like what you're describing is war.
I want to
saying it's not war because this is the super special one.
Iraq
And
still
yet-
exists,
You're
right?
saying that's
Iraq
hold on.
still
So you're
exists,
saying
I
right?
wanna
There's
ask
an
a very-
actual
can I ask a
extermination of
very
people
specific
and a
example?
group. It's just there's a difference.
Let me ask a very specific example. Doobie, do you think that the U.S.-Japanese war during World War II, was that a genocide against the Japanese?
No, there was no intention there to wipe out all the Japanese or to
They're
push
not
them
trying
to
to
some
remove
other,
all
or to
of them.
push them to some other place, right? To push them to fucking China or something, or off the island. There was no intention to do that to the Japanese.
Well, hold on. Was it a
Palestine literally doesn't
wait.
exist.
When it comes to
now.
maybe not for Japan.
What are you guys
I mean,
saying?
arguably there was an effort to move the Japanese off of some of their colonies.
That's not real.
But this is this is
Hold on, not
true.
several other colonies. I'm talking
Yeah,
about
well-
we're talking about mainland Japan, or we're talking about the war.
Sure,
the war in
mainland
Japan.
Japan, but let's go back to Germany, I guess then. So following World War II, there was mass ethnic cleansing of Germans from the East. Was there a genocide against the Germans?
I think that I'd call that an ethnic cleansing. I wouldn't call that a genocide. 'Cause so far as I know, they weren't killing these people.
Well, okay, but we
Right, but so, hold on.
intentionally
But I would call that an
targeted.
ethnic cleansing. Hold on,
Fair
but
enough,
Lactude, you'd
fair
agree that was an ethnic cleansing, right?
I would 100% agree that was an ethnic cleansing. What I take issue with is the word genocide, because we intentionally bombed civilians in Dresden and Hiroshima and Nagasaki. If we talk about the Germans, we directly firebombed Dresden, civilian targets, killed thousands of them, and then ethnically cleansed
from their land.
We ethnically cleansed millions of Germans from what is now Poland following the war. I guess the Soviets did that, but I mean, the victorious Allies did this. And so, like, this is the standard that targeting civilian infrastructure
No,
and then
but
moving them
this
is
is why
genocide.
this is why you
There's a
shouldn't have
couple of-
interrupted me, because it's more than that. Right. So the intention from Israel, and they've made this very clear, is to destroy the idea. First off, they deny the idea that Palestinians even exist, right? That there is a Palestinian identity at all. So, which is very fucking, I think speaks to their intentions here. But their intention, I think, and they've made this very clear, is to destroy the idea of a Gaza, of a Gazan, of a Gazan culture,
Of a West Bank.
yeah, of a West Bank, to destroy the concept of these as anything but Arabs, right? They want to destroy this identity, right? And this is what their policy aims have been from the start for decades now, really.
Well,
but
they are ethnically Arabs, aren't they?
Hold on.
Okay,
So,
hold on.
hold on.
Yeah, they're
This
ethnically
isn't-
Arabs, like many Ashkenazi are
You're
ethnically
not-
like Europeans and
You're
like fucking Russians.
You're making an argument that it is ethnic cleansing. I agree, it's ethnic cleansing. The argument
like the
is
genocide
supposed to be
word.
for genocide. Well, it's not a matter of liking it. It's just a matter of.
I'm
like,
just
the words even
I'm
have
just saying you
fucking
guys don't
meaning.
like the word
Like,
genocide.
it's-
It's just fine.
It's
It's overused,
I think
yeah.
it cheap.
I
think
don't
it
try to
cheap-
convince people of it. It's just
I think it cheapens what the horrors of war are. And I think when we cheapen what the horrors of war are, and we go, oh, well, this isn't actually war. This isn't actually, it's genocide. What ends up happening is that we forget just how fucking
Right,
horrible.
yeah,
How come we don't do this with any
That
other
makes
way?
it so
How come we've never done this with any other war? How come this is very specific? I don't hear people calling it a Ukrainian genocide. I don't hear like it.
The Ukrainians are
That's
saying
my
that.
point.
No. You're so
The
it's not
Ukra-
cheapening
the
the
Ukra-
word.
wait, hold on.
The word
It
being
is
used
cheapening it.
intentionally.
No, Ali, it is cheapening. Like right now, the Ukrainians are claiming they're being genocided by Russia.
No, right
now.
now, right now. Yeah, they learned from the Palestinian plight. So basically, what's happening is
So you're making my argument for me that we're cheapening the term of war with
No.
genocide. Got
They're
it.
cheapening the term, but when it comes to Palestine, you're sitting here calling it a war, right? When the like Palestine literally doesn't exist anymore. They don't refer to the West Bank as the West Bank. They refer to it as Judea and Samaria now. And there is no return for Palestinians in Gaza because there is no Gaza to
Yes,
return to.
You're
So
all
killing
of that
the
is
people, so
evidence
you're-
of ethnic cleansing.
So and then the killing
not
the civilians,
genocide.
and then
Wait, hold on, but Scott,
Okay.
like the
What's a genocide? Wait, what is a
The,
genocide?
the
Yeah, I mean,
genocide would be the purposeful extermination of them based upon their race.
You
that
don't
they
think
are
this is a purposeful
intentionally-
extermination when you're bombing
No,
civilians?
I think it is war that is ethnic cleansing. That they are trying to
So then,
remove
wait, so
the
then genocide
population.
doesn't exist.
Sorry.
No, genocide absolutely exists.
When
Okay,
is it a
so
You
genocide?
round them all up and put them in camps, and then kill them in said
Oh,
camps.
so a
Or
Holocaust
when
has
you,
to happen.
or when you.
Okay, hold on.
Yes, a
Or
genocide
march
has to
them all-
happen
or
for it to be a
march them all into the
genocide.
desert,
Yeah,
right?
Well, they're
hold on.
all in camps
the
right now
fuck?
getting bombed.
Okay,
so-
hold on. Well, Scott. You have to round them up, right? You have to round them up, put them in camps.
No, I'm
Scott?
not saying that you have to round them up and put them
Okay,
in camps.
you don't have
Right?
to
Like
round
they
them up.
weren't put in camps in Rwanda, right? Like they just
Okay.
went out and killed all of them
Sure,
to
sure.
the best
So,
of their
like, can
ability,
you-
regardless of whether or not they were
Sure.
civilian
What
or
made
whatever.
those genocides and this not a genocide? The things that you acknowledge. So I guess the Holocaust you acknowledge. You acknowledge Rwanda. Maybe the Armenian
There's- yeah,
genocide.
Yeah. So the difference between genocide and ethnic cleansing, right, is that when you are engaged in ethnic cleansing, you are trying to forcibly remove people. You are targeting them either because of their religion or their race or
Yeah.
specific
Some
class
characteristic. Yeah.
things, right? Some characteristic, right? You are killing them. And if you're engaged in ethnic cleansing, this isn't a necessary condition, but it's certainly likely. You don't really give a fuck about collateral damage. Okay.
Mm.
When you're talking about genocide, it's not about collateral damage. It's about can we find all of these people and kill them? Israel is clearly not going, how can we find a bomb and just kill any body in that region because they're Palestine, because they're Palestinian, or whatever term they want to use. It is ethnic cleansing. It is fucking horrible, right? I take an
But
issue with
I-
genocide because they're not targeting them based upon their ethnic characteristics.
Sorry.
They're
why-
only trying to force them out, which is still fucking horrible.
No. Okay. We agree. Force them out. Okay. All right. But then you specifically, and Lacto, you're shaking your head, so I'm guessing you agree with everything that our friend.
Yeah, I agree with Scott on this
said.
100%. Yeah.
Okay, sure. But then the thing that and I want you to expand on this, right? The thing that you said specifically is that, hey, they're not looking for a bomb to wipe all these people out, something along those lines. So that talked about the means of how they're doing, how they're executing whatever is happening, the operation, right? So you're saying that they have to do something like a one mass casualty event, right? Or that they have to like how do you set this up basically?
It's not so much that they have to do that, right?
Sure.
It is about their intention, right? So I mean, like obviously someone could attempt to perform a genocide but lack the weaponry to do it effectively, right? But it is very clear that Israel, if they wanted to, could completely level the entirety of Gaza
They have.
like near instantaneously tomorrow, and every Palestinian living in Gaza would
Yeah,
be
they'd have
Well,
to do it
so-
immediately in
okay,
one
so
massive
now hold on,
spree.
no, we're getting it. So we're going back to the bomb again. So you're saying it's not a genocide because they haven't nuked Gaza. Is that what you're saying? I'm-
because
I'm not trying to put
nukes
words
is
in your
a
mouth. I
Yeah,
promise you. I'm
nuke-
trying to work it out.
Nuke has an entirely different connotation in terms of like
Okay.
what might happen because they might get invaded, etc. Right?
Sure.
But you don't give aid. You don't allow any level of aid. You don't try and win a PR campaign when you're committing a genocide.
Sure.
Okay,
Could
now
it be that
again,
what?
it is that
In 2025? Are you
Yeah,
Are you
when
comparing
Israel-
are you
when
comparing,
Israel's
like
like-
the Nazis to like now and like, oh look, the Nazis put them in camps, and obviously if Israel wanted to do a genocide, they would just put them in camps and bomb them, but they can't do that because they have the internet and the eyes in the world watching them day by day doing this, so they can't just bomb all Gazans in
Yeah,
Rafah
and they
in a little
rely on the
area
support
because-
of the Western nations to do
Yeah,
this kind of
like-
shit. Yeah.
Yeah. They have
So they-
So,
so they
a
can't go
slow
full-
roll genocide or ethnic cleansing, right? But it's an ethnic cleansing with a lot of people dying, and there's no plan for them to go
Hold on.
anywhere. So, like, what, like,
listen, hold on.
So-
Ethnic cleansing can often way more often than not does come from a particular hatred of a group of people.
Mhm.
Okay, so if you're making the argument that they can't commit a genocide because they require Western
no, they can't. They
funding,
can't do it quickly.
Western
They can't just
support,
do a mass.
They
They
can't
can't,
do-
do a mass.
right? Then they're not engaged. They're not engaged in an attempted genocide at that point.
Yeah,
If
no,
they're-
no,
if
that's-
they're
I think
stopping
you're like
themselves
you're
from doing that, then they're not doing that.
Scott, you're speaking as if like for it to be a genocide, they need to be trying to kill all of them. But that's not
Yes!
what the definition of genocide is. Well, I mean, don't roll your eyes. You know this. You know it isn't, right?
I think he needs a literal Holocaust.
Which
you need people in
definition-
camps,
which-
and then with like
No,
a
you need a
chest
literal
hair, like,
genocide for it to
like
be a
mass
genocide.
graves.
Say it.
Yeah. So
You need a
it's
literal
the
genocide
UN,
to say for it to be a genocide. What definition are you using?
the UN
of
the UN
genocide?
definition, right? Which I think the relevant part here is like it's the destruction, or you're like imposing
In whole or in part.
conditions. Yeah, conditions meant to destroy like a group or cause the destruction of a group in like in whole or in part or something like this is the wording.
Even
Right,
the
so, like,
the UN definition doesn't say you have to just wipe out every single, or the intention to wipe out every single one of them.
Yeah, but hold
Yeah.
on. But we're
Let's
also
go
not
through
gonna look
It's a
at
legal
it.
definition from the Geneva
Oh,
Convention.
hold-
It's fine.
hold on.
We'll go through it.
Rolling with that though, it also doesn't mean like, well, in part that could mean one person. Obviously, it's
Yeah,
not.
obviously.
It's not referring to that as well.
Obvious.
I think.
Of course.
Yeah. So what we're talking about is like there needs to be a specific intention to wipe out, to destroy, like Arabs in this area. Now, maybe not all Arabs over the whole Arab world, which is massive,
Mhm.
but like to kill them all within
Gaza.
this area. And this to
Yeah, Gaza.
and
No.
yes, and this to me does not actually
is
seem
what it
like
means.
Israel. Yes, this does not seem like what Israel's intention is. What Israel's intention is what it appears to be is that it has this animosity towards the governance structure currently within Gaza. It's bombing the shit out of Gaza, and it seems like a lot of Israelis and the government sort of, I think, orienting towards this position. They just want the people there to like leave, to go somewhere else. They don't necessarily want to destroy them all. They just want them to leave. I think that's why Scott's saying it's
But they're
ethnic
destroying
cleansing.
them all.
Well, no, they're not.
Yeah, hold on, but
they're not
Lactoid,
destroying
but these
them
people do
all.
not want Lactoid. These people do not want to leave. So to get rid of these people, it seems like they are willing to impose conditions
They're not
that
willing
will
to
cause.
destroy.
Hold on, Lactoid. They're willing to impose conditions that will lead to the destruction of this group in whole and part,
Oh, okay.
i.e.,
Okay, just to be clear.
Starving them,
i.e.
bro.
blocking aid for months.
Okay,
right?
sure,
i.e. blocking
sure.
aid
No,
and medical supplies for
I
months.
understand. So during
They
this
cut
period,
electricity
hold
and
on.
water.
Destruction in whole or in part, okay, of the Arabs in Gaza Strip. In the past decade, what's the population in Gaza? Where did it start and where is it now?
Okay, Lactoid, this is
Whoa,
ridiculous.
whoa,
Are you
hold on.
serious?
Whoa. It's not
It's not
ridiculous. It's not ridiculous at all. You're
No,
saying
it is
no,
ridiculous.
it's not. You're saying
We're talking about-
stop.
You're the one
Stop.
making the claim of
Let me explain. You're saying, well, they're trying to create conditions to destroy it in whole or in part, and we're talking about a country that likely has access to nuclear weapons. We're talking about a country that has massive firepower superiority, and yet during the last several decades, this time period that this genocide is supposedly occurring, you have the
No,
Gaza
it's not-
population
No, that's not
increasing
true.
multiple times over.
I'll
No,
let you-
Lactoid, that's not true. So we're not saying that this genocide has been happening for decades. That isn't the claim
Oh,
here.
it's just happening
The
now.
claim. Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
So the
Yes.
claim, right? Hold on. The claim is for decades, the intention has been to ethnically cleanse these people, but because they require the backing of Western governments like the United States, they cannot just go full force and just kick them the fuck out like they want to. So what they've been doing is antagonizing, edging out some territory in the West Bank little by little, doing antagonism. And then when there was a response, they use the response to justify more antagonism, right, and like more expansion. Like that is what's happening up to this point. After October 7th, you had this massively blow up. Though to be clear, like there were massive expansions in the West Bank before that, right? So we have this blow up, and now because they have this this massacre on video, this gives them the justification and the emotional weight from the world behind them to do basically whatever the fuck they want for the first period of this war, where they went fucking crazy, killed thousands of people, and then I think. Since then, I think it's been very clear that their goal is not just to ethnically cleanse these people. It seems like the idea is that if these people will not leave, they will impose conditions so bad that they will destroy these people if they don't leave. So they're trying to force them to leave, right? And if they don't leave, they're going to fucking kill them, through these conditions that they're
And then-
imposing on them.
But pre-war, it was stated that there were. I know that we say that only 30,000 civilians or whatever. I don't know how many civilians are dead, injured, or however the fuck like people count that, because Israel can't count it and they don't have a number for us. But the population was 2.2 million before, and then when Trump was talking about relocating the Gazan population, he said 1.8 million Gazans. So like if we're just going off of that, number just like in drops in population.
I mean,
But
well,
it's probably
I
not
trust anything
500,000 people.
I
Probably
don't-
not 500,000 people. I'm just saying, it's probably more than 30,000
Yeah, like
people
to-
dead.
Yeah. So what
And
I'm
like to-
looking
like to-
at,
we know
I'm
that-
going to respond
like
to that.
to-
I'm
you
going to
know-
respond to that. I'm
okay,
going to
sure.
respond to that. Yeah, at the end of 2024, I'm looking at it. We have 2.1 million. And the highest estimates here of the Gazan war that's been happening this whole fucking time is just under 70,000.
That's not
That's
the
not
highest
true.
estimate. That's not the highest estimate. No.
What's the highest estimate?
Yeah, that's the highest estimate of like deaths by like direct IDF action, like bombings, that they've been able to count basically, right? So, or they think that there might be like 10,000, 20,000 people under the rubble, but the actual like numbers of like dead civilians as like directly and indirectly caused by this war is I think that it's like 300,000 or some shit. Because they're counting people who have starved to death, people who were in the hospitals where that had their generators bombed and died as a result, babies who were in their incubators and froze to death, things like this. Like they're the highest estimates like in the hundreds of thousands.
Okay, I'll take a look at that if you send it to me. I just want to ask.
Sure.
I just want to ask a question though. Even if it is in the hundreds of thousands, we're talking about like a small percentage overall of the population of Gaza. And second of all,
significant percentage, but yeah.
it's a significant.
That's
It's a significant percentages. It's a significant percentage, but nothing compared to the percentages we're looking at when we're looking at historical genocides, right? Armenian or Jewish genocide during the Holocaust. The question I have for you is, and this is what makes me think it's more of a war than a genocide. The specific like cause here that's being described or being using to justify the bombing campaign is that Hamas hasn't released the hostages. And to date, they haven't released them all.
No, that's ridiculous.
Why
So,
haven't?
like,
If this is
they've had-
truly
they've
this
had
industrial
ceasefires.
kill, if this is like, I understand they've had ceasefires, okay, but if this killing is truly like on an industrial scale, and every single time it happens,
Yeah.
Israel's saying it's because you have our hostages, let them go. And here we are years later, and no like not all the hostages have been released. Why are they
Right.
keeping the hostages?
Well, because I think from their perspective, so I agree with. I think they should release the hostages, but I think their perspective is that them having the hostages is the only thing keeping Israel in check, right? So if they didn't have any hostages at all, Israel might go even further, right? Because the hostages aren't there.
That is the
Well, hold on, but Lactoid, this is the reason. This is the reason the recent ceasefire talks have failed. Because Hamas has agreed to give over the hostages multiple times. All they want is for the IDF to pull out, and they want a permanent end to the war. The IDF has refused to guarantee that. They've refused to guarantee a permanent end to the war. So and also refused to pull out, right? So if they're not guaranteeing a permanent end to the war, they're not agreeing to pull out. What the fuck are they supposed to think is going to happen when the hostages are handed over?
Lactoid.
I don't think having the hostages is like doing anything obviously from deterring Israel from launching a bombing campaign. If anything, it just simply provides domestic justification.
Lactoid. Trump administration comes in, right, with an accomplishment. And I'll give him credit on this. I won't give Biden credit for this, right? With an accomplishment. The ceasefire, correct? Remember this. Ceasefire. Part of that ceasefire is to give up the hostages. Hostages are handed over. Bodies are handed over. And then Israel breaks that ceasefire agreement. And I believe, and maybe do be correct me if I'm wrong, because I don't have the ceasefire agreement in front of me right this second, that as a condition to this, all the hostages were to be handed over. Doobie, is that correct?
No.
Yes.
Nope.
So hold on.
No,
Yes.
it was not
so
all
hold
of
on.
them.
So
No.
hold on. Wait, listen. So it's phase one. I think they're handing over like 21 hostages, something like this, right? So over like I think 24 or just under 24 hostages, and then they'd talk about phase two. And
They
phase
would
two
talk about phase
was
two. It was never agreed
wait.
to.
Hold on. For phase two, they would discuss the next round of hostage releases and what they get in return. Right? What Israel did is unilaterally refuse to go to phase two.
They did. Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Yes, that
they
is true.
refused to do the thing. They refused to do the thing that would have gotten them the hostages that they.
Well,
didn't
no.
want.
Well, hold on. Just like the specific reason that Israel cited, by the way, for breaking that ceasefire, which I don't think is a good reason. But
And to be clear, they'd broken it multiple times before
but again,
that.
the
Going to
reason
jail after
reason
this
they've
war.
cited was you guys are dragging your feet when it comes to releasing the hostages.
Bullshit.
Again, this is what they said. This is how
I know that's what they said, but it's
this is-
bullshit. I
okay,
know that's what they said, but it's bullshit.
Sure. I'm saying they're using this as
What the
domestic
fuck does
support.
that have to do with whether or not it's
yes,
a war?
I'm saying they're using this as domestic support. I'm saying this is what is motivating the Israeli people here for launching these mass aerial bombing campaigns. And their opinion is just release the fucking hostages. Like that's their mindset. Their mindset is release the hostages, and for a lot of
The
Israelis,
people.
stop trying to kill us. Stop shooting
The
missiles
people.
at
What
us.
about the government?
Stop launching. Look, I don't think the government actually has an interest in, again, genociding all the Arabs living in Palestine, or the two areas of Palestine here, Gaza and the West Bank. I do think that there is a movement within the government of Israel right now to ethnically cleanse Gaza. I think that there is
You
an
guys are
interest
running
there
time out
for
for
sure.
cleansing.
Yeah, I am. And
mean,
by the way, we're
Last
both of
year
us
you
are
guys
saying here
last year you guys weren't willing to say ethnic cleansing.
because
year,
I wasn't.
I don't-
Okay,
I don't recall you saying that.
I'll
Yes,
be
I was.
okay. Scott,
I don't recall.
Yes, I
Maybe
was.
I'm wrong. I don't recall. Maybe I'm wrong.
Scott may have. I wouldn't. Okay, but again, the recent moves from Israel that I brought up at the very beginning of this whole discussion have like shifted my opinion on this. Right, the fact that they did unilaterally break that ceasefire, the fact that they have invaded Syria, following the ousting of Assad, the fact that they have like continued on this mass aerial campaign, and it's been a very long time. And like, look, I'm sorry, like. The fact that Hamas is holding hostages is fucking terrible. There is a little bit of a disproportionate thing that's going on right now that I think is a little bit. I think
A little bit.
a little bit.
I don't need
teeny weeny little bit. And then I think it's important to call out. I think it's important to point out.
I don't need the belief of genocide. I just
okay.
Hold on. I need to clear up
enough.
something, right? Because like just my position changed to ethnic cleansing the moment that Israel moved and told people to move to southern Gaza. A hospital was hit and they did not set up blue zones. And we had a whole conversation about it where I was like, look, I understand that like that occurred in Jordan and like that was like kind of with PLO long time ago. And then there was like assassination attempts and moving into Lebanon. But I don't care if you're not giving people a safe place to go to avoid the war that you're engaged in. This is ethnic cleansing.
Okay.
I've been saying ethnic cleansing. So like I didn't say it right at October.
I can attest. I remember Scott saying that actually.
Like
Nice.
there we go, Corey's.
I just didn't.
I haven't
but
said
again,
it since the very beginning, but I said it since very early in the war, where they moved people to the southern region and then they bombed where they were at, and I'm like, dude, you can't do that unless you give them a safe place to go. And then people were like, but then they'll, and I remember Gibbs being like, but then they'll fucking cause problems there. And I'm like, that's your problem if you're engaged in a war. Like you can't just move people. It's like, then get rid of the blockade. Like let people flee on boats.
Yeah.
Like
So
let America show up with a bunch of boats and say any Gazans want to get the fuck out, hop out. Like,
okay,
or wherever.
Let's recap, right? So far. One, there seemed to be a misunderstanding at the start. Just a bit of disagreement as to what at least Doobie and I haven't spoken to Ali and have a full idea what he's thinking, so I won't speak for him. What Doobie and I meant specifically when we talked about genocide, right? So we didn't mean like for decades previously, right? We were specifically talking about this current conflict, right? That there's a genocide.
A lot of people use it both ways, but I understand
That's okay.
the confusion.
That's okay.
Because
right?
I hear a lot of people be like, they've been genociding them for years. And it's like, okay.
And you're correct there. You're correct there, right? But that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about specifically within this conflict, okay? And we're trying to work out why you think this isn't a genocide, right? Like comparing and contrasting to previous conflicts. So, like, I'm just trying to like summarize what we've seen so far. So you've talked about how like,
and then I kept asking a question. Could you answer it now that it's your turn?
How isn't this a war?
What like how is it that this is a genocide, but that other wars where we are engaged in campaigns for control, like Vietnam, right? Where we are going in, we're killing all of the Vietnamese people as whiteys, and like there's not a lot of Vietnamese American soldiers, right? And our desire is to destroy the nation that they have put forward, which is the communist nation that they're fighting for. That we're trying to establish our own control in the region.
So specifically with Vietnam, right? And I don't have I don't have the deepest
or
understanding
Iraq,
of Vietnam, but yeah,
or Iraq after.
Well, Iraq specifically, no, I don't think there was at all the intention. I think there was a lot of slaughter. A lot of people died. More died than has died in this current conflict. But there wasn't any intention by the administration that I'm aware of. Maybe you can redirect me, but like to actually slaughter these individuals, right? Like I understand the idea of collateral in war, right? Let's just say that. Like, please don't think that I don't understand that. When there is a military conflict, civilians will die. Civilians will die in horrible ways, in horrible, tragic ways. I get that, right? So, specifically for Iraq, my understanding, not so much. Now, I don't have a deeper understanding with Vietnam. I can maybe be convinced that there was an attempt to wipe them all out, but like from my understanding of the conflict, right, it was just like to stop the communists, right, like to confront the communists there. And from there they use like extremely brutal measures to wipe out like any traces of that faction. And they weren't even targeting them for their ethnicity. I think more for their. Oh, yeah, I guess you could have a genocide for political ideology too, maybe.
Yeah.
So I don't. I don't. My understanding is that that wasn't the intention of like the U.S. administration. But I could be convinced otherwise if that maybe was our intention.
Right. I'm just okay. So the difference. All I was say. So I'll say this, right? Because it's getting late, and I don't want to like beat a dead horse. Read the project for the New American Century before 9/11, okay? And you will see a lot of the people that were in charge of the Iraq and Afghanistan war were just waiting for a terrorist attack so that they could utilize creating wars in the Middle East
I've
for
heard
their
this
power,
before.
etc.
Yes,
Like,
exactly. Yeah.
and I don't think it meets the definition of genocide. I don't. And I agree with that, right? My ethnic cleansing, depending upon the situation, can, you know what I mean, like, can be iffy depending upon which wars we were engaged in. But I just read the project for New American Century, and then maybe we'll get back and have another conversation about
Yeah,
how
but,
war and the way war is planned out
but
in a more
we
broad
understand. Right,
conversation.
but we understand
I think it would be fun.
all that. Yeah, and like we can do that. Like I would love to interrogate the project for New American Century because that was awful, and where that ended us up and for our policy wise. Okay, but in terms of this moment, right? I'm still trying to like get you guys to properly contrast the situation. Like so like I hear flashes of it, and maybe Lacroix
Mhm.
could expand more
Mhm.
on what he thinks is a genocide. But like you talked about, like, hey, Israel could wipe out a lot of these people instantly, right? Now you said don't use nuke because nuke it has some sort of connotation that you don't want to use. Okay, right? But Israel has the amount. Are you saying that within a genocide, sorry, for you to consider it a genocide, it has to be a large amount of deaths at once? I'm still trying to tease this out of
No,
you.
that's not
It's
what
not
I'm
about a
saying.
large amount of deaths. It has to be about
Okay,
the intention, right? And the
okay, then
intention
we agree.
is the intention for them to wipe out and kill every Palestinian that they see because they're an Arab in that region, or is the intention to ethnically cleanse them, which is to fight and fight, make excuses, do bullshit until eventually they leave so that they can
Why are
take
these
over that
things
land?
mutually exclusive? Why is it not okay? So
There's
we
different
want to
definitions.
ethnically cleanse. Sure, hold on,
But
no, but
because
okay.
that's the difference between a genocide
Well,
and an
well, no,
ethnic
no, no,
cleansing.
no, 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 no. Think about this. Think about this. Ethnically cleanse, right? We want to move you all out of a territory. How are we going to do that? We're going to do that with force, right? But the people say we're not going to leave. Absolutely no matter what. If you hear Palestinians even today, they say we're not going to leave, right? We'd rather die than leave.
Yeah.
So then what happens if like they continue to say no, right? And you continue to apply force? At some point, does it turn into a genocide? That they just keep never leave. What and they just you keep bombing. Will at some point that change
It
for
only
genocide?
I mean, if see, here's the so it really gets into the nitty gritty of like, you know, like Lactoy was saying with the in whole or part, right? Because let's say I am Andrew Jackson, right? And we're, you know, we are, you know, the Cherokee are in northern Georgia.
Mhm,
Okay, there's a difference between forcing them to walk the Trail of Tears
mhm.
or sending the army to go find where they ran and kill them because I hate these Cherokee and I want to wipe the Cherokee off the face of the planet. One
I
is ethnic
agree,
cleansing, one is a genocide.
but friend, that doesn't deal with what I just said to you, right? I'm saying these things are mutually.
There are Arabs that have property deeds in West Bank, right? And property deeds in other
No,
areas.
no,
And
no. We're talking about a genocide the people in Gaza, right? They'll get to the West Bank some other time, but they're talking about in Gaza right now within this current conflict. So we don't
let's say
have
a
to.
hypothetical. All right,
Sorry.
hypothetically, every single Gazan refuses to leave. Even let's say, you know, whether or
Down to
not
like the
Egypt
children.
opens the
Yeah,
border
sure. All right. I hear you.
down to the women and children, right?
Yeah.
And then eventually they all get wiped out. It
Mhm.
would still be the world. It would be the world's worst ethnic cleansing. It would not be a genocide unless it was the explicit stated goal of the Israelis to kill all of the Arabs in in that region, as opposed to trying to force them out so that they can steal that land.
So elements
The
of the
Israelis
government
or government?
so he means the government, right? Don't
I'm
worry.
not getting fucking
Tyler isn't here, so we don't have to do that,
Yeah,
right? You
I,
don't
like
have to jump
like
up
you
and
know,
do your-
like even during the
yeah.
Rwandan genocide, right? Like there were
Yeah.
people fighting against it that were
within
Hutus
the
and
the
Tutsis.
Israeli government, we've had people use exactly that extermination language, right? Especially when they're talking in Hebrew, right? They have a different line when they're talking English because they know they're doing it for a Western audience. When they're talking in Hebrew, it's exterminationist all the way. So within there, there's clear extermination
Oh,
intentions from people
listen, there's clearly going to be genocidal maniacs that are within the governmental structure of Israel, and that would be true of every
Sure.
war.
So how many of them,
right?
like, what do we need to? Okay, so then you're saying an stated intention. Sorry, an intention. What do we need? Do we need a signed document? Then is that what you're saying?
Well, no, there's a difference between words and behavior, right? And
Okay.
so if they're giving people the ability to leave, which they're kind of not right now in a lot of ways, right? That would be one hint that like I give you that like points
Okay.
towards, you know, the concept of a genocide. But if they're setting up food, right? If they're setting and they're not just wiping everybody out, if they're doing, you know, they're still like they're still not. It's very clear from their actions that they're not trying to wipe them all
So
out.
hold on. But they, first of all, like specifically, they stated that we have to give food because the Westerners, like Netanyahu and people in his cabinet. In fact, it was in one of the fucking
The way that's gonna
sources that I
that's gonna
have.
be his point. His point is gonna
Yeah.
be that they have to give food. They have to not commit a genocide because of the Westerners. Therefore, they're not committing a genocide. Like that is his argument, right?
So no,
Pretty much.
that's no. That doesn't make sense.
It makes
It's not
perfect sense.
because no, it doesn't. No, first of all,
A genocide is happening or it isn't
okay.
happening. If there are
I
barriers
agree.
to keep them
I
from
agree with
engaging in
you.
it,
I
hold
agree
on,
with
listen.
you.
No, it's
Hold on,
very
but
clear.
I'm saying, but what I'm
Okay.
no, you don't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that states had multiple pressures, right? That even in the
Yeah, of
middle of a
course.
genocide, right? So like, okay, so the
I already said that.
Germans were the genocided the Israelis. Or sorry, excuse me, the Jews. Excuse me. The Germans genocided the Jews, right? When they were in
Yeah.
the ghettos, were they starved to death? Did it have? Did any food come in from Germany? Right? If it did, you wouldn't say that would
Well, hold on.
it's
It's actually
genocide.
that's actually a really good point, right? And I think it actually speaks more to my claim, which is as the Holocaust ramps up,
Mhm.
there is a transition from ethnic cleansing to genocide. And there is a transition within the government from having voices of dissent and having no voices of dissent allowed. So if you want to say that Israel has genocidal maniacs within its government and that you're worried that they're ramping up for a genocide and that there are pressures that are leading this to a genocide, I would agree with all of those things.
Okay.
But if you talk about the early days of the genocide under the Holocaust, it absolutely was rounding them up, moving
Then we
them
have
away.
some agreement.
Right?
Okay, then I can take
Right?
I can work with this friend. You know, I hear you, right? Because I would say in all those I'm not familiar enough with the Rwandan genocide to make that statement about them. But I would say
that shit happened like almost instantaneously.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
there was
that
a lot
one
of
that
warning
one's a bit-
signs, but like
that
when
was a
it
bit more
kicked off, it
different.
happened quick.
So
It
and again,
happened
I
from
don't
radio
have enough
broadcasts.
I don't have enough insight into that one. But in other ones, like in the Armenian genocide, right? They'll say, "Hey, we're going to move these citizens. We're going to move this group of people for their safety." Right? Like they're causing trouble. They got to go. Right?
That's not what they said.
I don't know
For the
who
Armenians?
you're talking about. The Turkish? Okay.
Yeah. The Turks did not say we got to move these people for their own safety. The argument was
Well,
like this was because of guerrilla warfare, but from like some of the Armenians in the area. And so their idea was, well, let's round them all up and take them to Armenia. And then they started doing that, and then they just shifted policy and decided to march them all into the desert where they all died.
Okay, yeah. So, but guys, I agree. My point is maybe safety. I shouldn't use the word safety, whatever, right? But but then that goes to my point that these things aren't mutually exclusive. They can start off as an ethnic cleansing and then turn into a genocide,
They
like I
can.
said previously. Correct?
They can, but not necessarily. You can have ethnic cleansings that don't develop.
Not necessarily. I agree. I agree with you. No disagreements here. So So when we're talking about them destroying this group in whole or part, right? We're looking at the actual actions of Israel, right? We were also looking at the words, but like their actions. Their actions are, hey, we set up these refugee camps within Gaza. Well, directing you, we put out leaflets because we're such a moral army. And we tell you to go to this spot, right? They go to that spot, and then what they're met with bombs while they're sleeping, right? Waking up to burning tents, right? Decapitated babies. That's what craters and craters within those sites. So that would be a clue, right? It's not simply moving them because they already moved them. They already moved them, and now they keep moving them back and forth, right? So that part's already happened. But
the
then
and
when
there
they
are
move
like
there,
hold on, and
what
there
they
are
do is
reports.
they bomb them. Sorry.
And there are reports from doctors, Western doctors, who've gone there, who said that when a bombing happens at one of these camps, they have drones come down and fire at people who are running away and people who've survived the bombing. So like, unless you think these doctors are lying, and the New York Times had a big
Yeah, I think
like
they're
a big story. Okay, so for some reason you think these like dozens of doctors from multiple countries are
Yeah,
lying.
it doesn't. Yes,
Like, come
absolutely.
on, why?
I
What evidence do you have to
absolutely
think they're
believe.
lying?
I absolutely believe that individuals that specifically go to Gaza, that are under that are allowed to continue to work there, have a certain political bias and bent. Number one. Number two, I absolutely do not buy the concept that maybe it happened once or twice. Maybe I could buy that.
Well, they
But the
provided the New
idea
York
that
Times
there's
with
like a
dozens
regular,
of like forensic images
I
of
don't,
like children.
I don't.
Yeah, I know.
Again,
Yeah, you don't care.
Wait, the drones are
well,
you
no, I just don't
Doobie,
care about like I just.
your claim is that like they'll bomb an area and the kids are like running around on fire, and then they'll send drones down to specifically to shoot the kids,
Not just the kids, but any survivors, including the kids.
including the kids.
The ones who like come to help, right?
Yeah,
Like
I don't buy that.
so when aid workers come, they'll like shoot aid workers.
And to be
coming
clear,
to-
Lactoid, I don't mean like it's like what do they call these I don't mean like those big drones that fire missiles. I mean like drones, like
Well, that's what I thought you were talking about. But again,
No,
yes.
no. Yeah, like they have like we've shown like the like little quadcopters they have, and they're like
yes.
sometimes like
I
drop grenades
understand the
and-
concept. I understand what you guys are like saying is happening. I'm just I share the same skepticism as Scott has.
Okay.
Well, I'll
Yeah,
say
no,
the
it's
New York
just- it
Times
doesn't-
article,
it
and you
doesn't-
can tell me why you
yeah,
think these doctors and the New York Times are lying.
Well, the New York Times lies like every other day. Like that's
I mean,
that's
Okay,
about
that's fine.
all kinds of shit. But
the New York
but
Times
but
does
like
lie,
it
but, like,
doesn't
I'm-
it doesn't
Can,
it
can
doesn't
I ask
it
you like
doesn't-
what is Israel
it
like?
just doesn't match. It just doesn't match. Like if
Yeah.
maybe there's some psycho that's done that before. Totally am willing to believe that some psycho fucking crazy IDF did that once or
Scott.
did it twice even.
Scott,
But the idea that is like a
Targeting the children?
practice of
hold
Israel
on, Scott.
doesn't
Think about
fucking
it.
match
Well,
what is
hold on,
occurring.
why doesn't that
Doesn't
match?
match any of the data that we have.
Scott, well, but the data we have is that one, like I said hours ago, right? There was at the very start of the conflict, right? There was the missile that landed the hospital. They denied that was they did it, right? Because Israel would never bomb any hospital, right? That goes against our morals, right? We're the most moral army. But then they proceeded to bomb all of the hospitals. They've bombed and assaulted, and they shut down.
Didn't they not
almost
do
all the
that first one
hospitals.
though? That first one, I think they were actually
There-
going to do.
No, I
No,
think
it's,
it did-
hold on, that's questionable. So there have been like so I actually looked into this the other day actually because I wasn't sure
That was
because
the
I'd
one
heard
where
that
Hassan said like sounds like a JDAM. That's the one, right?
yeah. So that didn't come from nowhere. There was a like some expert, like some missile expert, like an American missile expert who said that does sound like a JDAM and the damage like that was similar to like a JDAM or some shit. But I don't know if that's true. To be clear, I don't know if it was a JDAM. I don't know if that's true. I'm just saying that he didn't pull that out of nowhere. But there's been like multiple like forensic architecture did a report. They're the ones that did the Hind Rajab breakdown. So they did one. I think the Washington Post did one. I think was it New York Times did one? Like a bunch of like different outlets did forensic breakdowns of like multiple cameras, multiple claims. And what they found is that both the IDF claims and the Hamas claims don't seem to add up. So there was like a missile like a video of a missile that was being deflected that you saw like fly off in another direction. Then the IDF initially claimed like, hey, that was the missile that did it, and you can see the flash, and that was a missile. But I think the report found that actually that missile was like miles away, so it couldn't have been that one, right? So there's no possibility that it was that. So I think now it's like very unsure, right? Who did it or how it happened.
Since then, the IDF has bombed nearly all the hospitals, right? Correct?
Look, you're not.
Yeah.
Sure.
I fully,
sure, I don't
I fully,
fucking know.
yeah, I fully
I mean,
you
understand.
don't
I've,
know.
I've
Okay.
heard reports of that. The
Okay,
fog of war is
so-
a difficult thing to deal with.
okay,
I don't know
so
what nearly all
so the
means
idea-
percentage-wise. Sure.
Well, okay, so I'm making a statement. They bombed nearly all the hospitals.
Is
They-
Hamas
they-
is
they
Hamas using
attacked-
hospitals as like bases?
No,
Well, hold on.
no.
Hold on, Blackjack. Do you
No.
remember? Hold on.
No.
Was it? Hold on. Like, do you remember? Like,
Where
was
are
it
you
Al
getting that
Shifa? Hold on. Was it like Al Shifa? Al Shifa. They claimed that there was like a massive complex and that like a 3D rendition of this like huge tunnel with like multiple rooms and like layers that the IDF put out to justify what they were doing to Al Shifa. And they get there. And there was fucking nothing, right? They showed like a utility
bag.
tunnel. Hold on, a single utility tunnel for like wires and shit. To say, hey, this is a Hamas tunnel. No, that wasn't the Hamas tunnel. And they showed a fucking a calendar on the wall. Say, hey, this is a list of like terrorists who are like keeping watch of the hostages. It was a fucking calendar, right? Like,
yeah, they had
so-
like a bag that had like an AK or some shit in there, right? Like one rock. Like they found it. The IDF found it in one room. I think it was like the radiology room. They found this like one bag with like a few.
it was in the
weapons
room. It was in the room
Yeah,
with a
I don't-
fucking.
I don't
with-
like. These seem like a. And again, it's like 12:30. I'm gonna get out of here. But
Yeah.
there's a lot of asides of horrible shit the IDF is doing. Nobody here that is left here thinks the IDF are good guys.
Okay, then, but
Right?
then
Like,
you're saying
nobody
that
here
this-
thinks that they're
that
having-
breaks
doing-
the pattern. You're saying that Juby's claim breaks a pattern. We're saying, hey, they have a pattern of actually attacking vulnerable civilians. Showing it like through
firing
the
on hospital generators, for example.
on
No,
schools, right? On UN buildings where people are taking a refuge, right? They fire on all of those places, every single one. Sorry, every single one of those types. I mean, right? Not every single building. So like they have a pattern of doing exactly this. So then you're
Yeah,
saying,
this is-
well, that
no,
doesn't match.
no.
Why that doesn't match what we know of Israel? Explain why it doesn't
That's not-
match.
It's very simple, right? You have an insurgency war that you are fighting, and when you have an insurgency war that you are fighting,
Bomb
you have a
hospitals.
population of fighters that are mixed in with civilians, and you should expect insane civilian casualties in
No.
any
The
situation like that.
U.S.
We saw it
the
in
US
Vietnam. We saw it
specifically-
in Iraq and Afghanistan. We
the
see
U.S.
constantly.
has specifically not done bombings because the civilian casualty would be too high, right? Like
Israel has done the same thing.
militaries-
Israel has absolutely avoided bombing
Yeah.
certain areas because civilian casualties would be too high.
They've
Now, do you
literally-
think that's
so,
because
hold
they're
on,
worried about
So
losing
what about a
funding or
refugee
PR?
camp? So you're saying a refugee camp is an acceptable target, right? Literally, when you've
I'm
told
not
people
saying that.
that it's safe, okay, then all right. So you're not saying that. So you're saying that it's an unacceptable target. So they can bomb unacceptable targets, and then we're saying that there might
My
be mob
claim-
of drones that show up.
My claim is that Israel is an evil nation state engaged in an ethnic cleansing. Like the idea that I'm somehow simping or
I didn't
like
think I'm not saying you're
justifying
just thinking.
the
I'm not trying
actions
to-
of
It's just
Israel
the
and
word
bombs that
genocide.
they engage in.
I'm not saying you're
right?
doing
Like-
that. I'm specifically reacting to your pushback. You gave pushback, and so I'm reacting to
Yes,
that. I'm not
my-
saying anything
my-
else.
And my pushback is that wars that are committed by nation states are the part and parcel of that is
That's not your pushback.
horrendous evil
That's not
shit.
your pushback.
So like listen. Like,
That wasn't-
let's
but that
look at
wasn't-
this-
hold on, hold on.
hold on. No,
Friend,
don't keep
But
saying
that
it.
wasn't
Hold
your
on.
pushback.
Like,
You're not. That's not what you said previously. That wasn't your pushback. You said
I'm not shifting
specifically-
any fucking goalposts here, and
I'm
you're
not.
making it seem
And
like I am.
I'm not putting aspersions on you.
No, look,
I'm just saying that
let's look
wasn't
at
your-
like,
what
let's
you said
hold on.
previously.
Let's look at the Civil War in American history, right? Abraham
have
Lincoln Abraham
We don't
Lincoln yeah, but I want to, and I'm having a conversation. Abraham Lincoln intentionally refused POWs from Confederate camps because he knew that those POWs would starve and die from disease and that it would further stress their resources. He put 1.2 million blacks in contraband camps, and like 60% of them died. Where they weren't freed, they were just put into a different form of slavery and then killed from being overworked and disease. Like horrible, horrendous shit
Sure, that doesn't-
happens where people
Why does that
corral
say that
things.
Israel is
But
above using
Abraham
mop-up
Lincoln,
drones?
no,
Why
look,
does that have
this
this?
is-
Explain how that
it
relates.
does. And I'm explaining. So even with like, but it is obvious that Abraham Lincoln is not engaged in a genocide of blacks when he's engaging in the Civil War. In fact, the majority of the narrative and a majority of historians agree that the primary cause of the Civil War was either due to economic stressors or whatever other like lost cause shit you may want to like tack onto it, was to get rid of slavery in part. So that's the most anti-genocide against blacks war you could fight, and yet he rounded up tons of blacks. He put them in fucking contraband camps, and close to a majority, I think it's like a small, like I think it's like 48% based off of the numbers. Of course, some of these numbers,
Okay.
are
Yeah, I hear
mostly
you.
written
I
by
hear
like
you.
black authors, so the numbers
Sure,
might
sure,
be
sure.
bigger than they actually are. But he killed hundreds of thousands of blacks by putting them in contraband camps. And you
Gotcha.
wouldn't say that that was a genocide against
Sure.
blacks.
I
Right,
wouldn't
and
say
the
that.
same situation is occurring here, where you have with a much less justified war. Yes, they are rounding people up. Well, no, they're not rounding them in camps, but they're telling them to go to certain places, and then they're bombing targets that they shouldn't be bombing, and they're doing horrible fucking things. But it's not a fucking genocide. And when
So,
someone says,
that's
"Oh,
not what
but
I.
actually they are engaging in genocide," and
That's not the claim I was
yeah,
examining.
yes, the claim that you're examining is that I think that it is likely bullshit that there are drone pilots that after they bomb areas of Gazans, that then they use those drones to
Great.
get rid of
So
all of
then,
the
so if
witnesses
they've done
and
all
then
those
kill the
other
running
things,
children.
why
It
is that
doesn't make sense
unlikely?
because it doesn't make sense with the scale of the war that is occurring and the ways in which the Israelis are engaged in. They do have
Explain that.
humanitarian camps.
Sure.
They do tell people to
That's the
leave.
part that
They
matters.
don't bomb every target that they can. Yes, it fucking does. Like you just want
No,
to
no, no,
use
no,
a
no, no, no.
word
I
that
said no, no,
doesn't
no.
fit.
I didn't say it doesn't matter. I said that's the part that matters. So that's the part I want you to explain, right? You're saying this doesn't match with the rest of the war, right? Doobie and I aren't saying that they're trying to bomb every single target, right? Like as soon as they see a Gazan, right, bomb that, right, or shoot them. We haven't made that claim. So but we're saying that hey, they do things like they send in drones afterwards for mop up operations.
Yeah, and I just listen. We're talking about a situation in the fog of war, and it is very common that you see people there that ideologically exaggerate or lie about actions that the
True,
IDF
of
does.
course, they have
And
reasons to do
so
so.
they do, of course, and some of which are very justified, right? Like,
Of course.
I would say there's even a certain justification of lying about numbers to try and get people to realize the plight of what's going on. But when you were asking me, do I err on, without credible evidence? Do I err on the side of IDF is using mop up crews to kill children running away, and I look at the rest of the war, or not? I say I don't believe it. I'm not saying it didn't happen. I'm saying I don't fucking believe it. I'm saying show me some fucking footage, show me some actual fucking proof if you want to. That's an extraordinary claim. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Okay, but then you would. Okay, that's fine, and I think
I even
that's
said
fair.
I even
That's
said
fine.
it's probably
That's
true
fine.
that it's happened once or twice.
That's
But
fine.
the idea
Fine.
that this is a
I agree
policy
with
of the
you.
IDF
No, I
is
agree
like
with
not
you.
likely.
No, that's fine. That's okay. If you're saying that you simply require extraordinary evidence, right? Um, that would mean like actually looking at the evidence.
I think it's totally suspicious that fucking IDF doesn't allow war correspondence in. I think IDF does a lot, is probably doing a lot more than almost with almost 100% certainty is lying about actions that they take and are doing worse things. I don't err on the side of trusting people that are engaged in an ethnic cleansing. I just don't think it meets the definition of a genocide. And I think it's important that we gatekeep the term genocide. And because I think when people use the word genocide callously, it undermines just how horrific, horrible, and what monsters exist in war and in
Yeah.
ethnic cleansing as well. And I don't want that. I think Americans especially are so desensitized to how horrendous war is, not just in the scale, but in the types of actions that occur in
I
war.
agree.
Like
I
when we
agree.
talk about
There's no
Iraq and
disagreements here.
Afghanistan,
There's no
and
disagreements here. This is why there's no disagreements here,
yeah.
which is why I'm actually extremely careful and why I call this a genocide, because it's a genocide. I don't use that for Ukraine. I don't use that. I've never used that for Afghanistan or Iraq. I didn't. I do that, and and you've heard me rail against the U.S. Foreign policy there, right? Not that I'm not above accusing the U.S. of genocide, because I think the U.S. has engaged in genocide in the past, of course. But I'm talking about this conflict. This conflict is a genocide. So I hear you, and I agree with you. We shouldn't use that term lightly, right? We shouldn't I won't go into details, but we shouldn't use it lightly.
I think you might have biases here in this, but at the end of the day, like, I don't think you're being some like horrifically dishonest person by using it.
Okay.
I don't think that like you're trying to sneakily fucking, like you hate Western imperialism.
You're
to
not
such
doing
a degree
propaganda.
that you said. Like, I don't think that you're a grifter or a propaganda. Well, I mean, you are doing propaganda in the literal sense, but
It's fine.
like,
Yeah.
Not in the colloquial sense, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't think any of that. We have a disagreement on the terms here, and I have my reasons for it as well.
Oh, DB, you want to say anything, and then maybe we'll wrap things up.
I'm actually I'm fine with you not saying it. So I think it is a genocide. I'm fine with you saying it, not saying that, right? What I am curious about though is would you say that there have been genocidal acts within this ethnic cleansing, right? Because to me, I think that so one, I do think that the
I think that happens in most wars. Yeah.
Okay, and I mean I think that's fine. I think if that's what you want to say, that's fine.
I think like every
I think
war.
that absolutely happened. Like I think that absolutely happened in Vietnam. I think it like I just described, there was certain genocidal acts that occurred in the Civil War, which is crazy because it is literally the exact opposite, right? It's an attempt to free the slaves, and yet I would say that there were genocidal acts both by the North when it came to the contraband camps, in that regard, but also in Sherman's March to the Sea, I think were genocidal acts. And yet I wouldn't say that the Civil War was a genocide, but I would say that individual soldiers and sometimes even generals have engaged in genocidal acts. But whether or not we classify a war as a genocide, I think has a meaning. And I just don't think it applies in this specific situation. I don't think that doesn't mean it can't become one. I don't, right? I don't think that I think we have to be very careful of what we're seeing in general discourse around Jews, as well as what we're seeing in discourse around Muslims. And I do think that like it very easily could become a genocide. I do think Bibi Netanyahu gets, Israel's funding cut and feels like, what, fuck it, I have carte blanche now. And maybe there's, propaganda or whatever works towards a new election that swings really fucking in favor of Likud's vision, and all of a sudden we might be in a genocide situation again. It's not like, these people haven't been ready to fucking do some crazy shit and fight everybody else in the region. I mean, there's the Samson protocol.
All right. Well, then I'll leave it.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure.
Because I need to amend something I said earlier, right, about the footage being edited. Actually, it is edited. So if you just hold on. So yeah, I don't want to be if you just.
You said that at the time, Doopy. I remember.
No,
Yes,
no,
you
I
did.
said no. Listen.
No,
so
no.
if you just look at
He
it,
said you're saying it's
stop.
fake. And
No,
you said
stop.
yes.
Hold on. Listen.
He said
No, I'm
it's
saying
doctored, and you said yeah. That did happen.
Total.
Okay,
I'm
hold on.
hopping out of here.
No,
I'm hopping out of here. It's too late. All I'm going to say is total Tyler victory. He clearly beat all of
Curse that
us.
retard.
All right, because
Oh my God.
because he was right. All right,
It doesn't curse that retard, I
did
beg you.
claim it.
Hold
That
on,
is
no,
your
but hold
argument.
on. But look, no,
I'm
listen.
teasing
So
you.
I
I'm getting out
hold
of
on,
here.
to be clear
It's
though,
fucking
okay.
past 12:30. All right,
Okay, see you,
peace,
Scott.
guys.
Scott,
So hold
there you
on, Lagtoid. There's 3 clips in that video, right? That 25-second video. The first clip is sped up. Now I don't know why the fuck they sped it up, but it's very obviously sped up. Maybe to make it look like people were running away or something at this aid site where they claim that nothing happened, by the way. But I don't know. The first clip is obviously sped up. That's what I'm saying the editing is. So I'm not saying that it was like a, I'm just saying I don't know why the fuck they sped up the first clip, but it's obviously sped up.
Thank you.
I don't think you needed to
Alec.
clarify that, Doopy.
No, I need to because it is edited actually.
It's edited in the technical sense, but I don't think that any of us, when you say oh, that's edited footage, I don't think any of us think oh,
It's a watermark. It's edited.
He sped it up. He's got a watermark that's edited.
No, unless the intention is to make it look like people are rushing or running away from the thing. Yeah.
He was saying when he was saying edited and doctored, I think he was kind of saying that this circle that's drawn around this like thing, right, is clearly meant to draw attention to like, hey, there's a body on the floor. And what he's saying is like there isn't a body on the floor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's not
And
a
that this
body.
is a clear like the video was doctored as in it's like it's clearly trying to paint
It's
specific
a
narrative.
CGI
That's not what
image,
Dr.
a
Means, That's
CGI.
not what
No,
Dr. Means.
No, I'm
doesn't have
saying
to
that
be
thing isn't a
CGI.
body. That's what I'm saying. That it's not
Yeah.
what's highlighted is not a body.
Yeah, that's not what doctor means.
Yeah, yeah, it
Alicat,
is.
thank you for gifting 5 subs 7 minutes ago. I do appreciate that. We didn't
Dr.
get much
Memes
sup-
edited.
guys. We didn't get much support last month. And I haven't asked. I didn't stop the content to make an ask. But do consider helping out the channel. Like if you're on Twitch, consider subbing to the channel. Getting subs. I see you guys. Not many of you guys have sub badges. Consider supporting us. So like I see you guys come here every week, but do consider supporting us. We do need your help, right? We got 6 subs. Start of the month. But we didn't really get anything last month. So this was a lot. This was a lot, and I saw you guys were very interested in this conversation. So if you think this is valuable, right? Whether you agree, with me or other members of the panel, right? Consider helping out the channel, so I can continue providing this to you. So help us out. We do need your help. Sub to the channel, gift bits or gift subs. Again, I haven't been asking much, but thank you, Ali Cat, for that. A little bits gave a sub to Katie at the very start, but I acknowledged them already. But thank you for the people, well, for the 2 people who supported. Consider supporting yourself if you find this this channel valuable. Help us out. Okay. I thought this was this was a conversation. I thought this was a conversation. Is what I'll say. I appreciate people coming through and participating. That's what I'll say. I appreciate people coming through and participating because this is a fraught discussion. And right now, I'm just kind of like stalling for time as I try to find someone to raid, as always. Yeah, this was a lot. I think we get. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like, Gibby, you can tell me if you agree with this. I feel like our experience with Tyler here was just like what you experience with like Zionists, like on the regular, right? Like,
Yes. I don't know. To be clear, Prime. The last time at Prime, Tyler and I had a debate. I'm gonna call it an argument about this. It ended with him saying like, "Why babies? Why dead babies? Why the civilians?" Like
wow.
mocking it, right? So I think he's just like fully. I think Katie's right. I think he just doesn't give a fuck. It's pro-Israel. He said, "Oh yeah, go Israel. We're gonna beat them." Or something. So he feels some kind of connection to Israel for some fucking reason. I don't know why the fuck he'd feel a connection to Israel, but that's it, right? He's on Israel's side no matter what the fuck happened.
Yeah, I think his thing is like liberal, and therefore, like they're the liberal democracy, and they are our allies. So he's just like big on American hegemony and so on and so forth. Like I don't
Yeah,
think he has
he's
a
the kind of
connection
American that I
personally.
think should be
Careful,
put in
careful.
jail. Okay, put in jail for being like a traitor to the values and the principles of the United States was meant to stand for.
Can I?
If I were a fascist,
can-
he's
can-
the kind
can
of
I-
person I'd put in jail. Okay.
Would you say the same thing about the people who I think that you've agreed have dishonestly framed what Ukraine has done, like in with the Human Rights Watch articles
Yes.
regarding?
I think Tyler represents a mindset that is like totally. I think it has diminished what Americans are supposed to think that they are, that our country is. There's like something spiritually like toxic about this, right? And I think Tyler is an expression of that rot at the core of like the American
Jesus
like
Christ.
society. I'm 100% honest. I think that like there's something sick about this mindset. That's just pro-America, no matter what the fuck America does. No, I think that we need to. Values matter, principles matter, morality matters, and I think that he's totally lost sight of that.
Yeah, I agree. I read it out. But like that was like unbelievable. I mean, like yeah, and it's a shame because what I said previously was true. I do generally respect him, but that was sad. That was sad. It was a sad moment in time. Like, maybe they wrote it down wrong, guys. Maybe that's what happened, right? And no one thought to correct it afterwards. When it became an international incident, no one thought like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I actually meant to say the lights were on," and we could clearly see the